Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After getting the Storm badge, Chuck also handed a booklet to Ash. This booklet is a recipe written by my wife. It also includes some of my experience in training Pokémon. I hope it will be helpful to you, Chuck said. Thank you, Mr. Chuck. I will cherish this present. Ash solemnly accepted the booklet, which contained friendship and was of great significance. Today, Ash and his friends stayed here under the hospitality of Chuck and his wife because there was no ship to take them back now. In the evening, after dinner, Misty went to the beach of Cyanwood City alone for a walk. Xiaogang followed Chuck's wife to learn nutritious cooking, and Ash called the Asagi gym. It was Kexia who answered the phone. I'm sorry, Ash. Although Guanger's illness has improved a little after taking the medicine, Jasmine still has to take care of him for a while. He can't return to the gym for the time being. After hearing this result, Ash could understand. As the saying goes, illness comes like a mountain falling and illness goes like a thread being pulled out. Even if some symptoms can be cured, recuperation is necessary. Moreover, Ampharos's illness is not an ordinary illness. It is impossible to get better immediately after taking medicine. After hanging up the phone, Ash went back and talked to Misty and the others. So, the gym competition has been postponed again? Asked Misty. Ash nodded. In that case, I have a suggestion for you. You can go to Whirl Islands, Chuck suggested. Whirl Islands? Ash thought of this place. The reason why he knew about this Whirl Islands, in addition to some memories of his previous life, was mainly because he had come into contact with Silver Wing before. That was Luja's feather. Not only that, it was also said that in the deepest part of Whirl Islands, Luja could be summoned with Silver Wing. Although his Silver Wing has lost its magic power and has become a collection, he still wants to see Luja in person. As for the location of Whirl Islands, it is a small island group between Cyanwood City and Asagi City. Seeing Ash's thoughtful look, Chuck continued to introduce. Whirl Islands has many legends since ancient times. It is said that there are mysterious Pokémon in that place. It sounds like this place is quite interesting. Misty agreed. For Misty, that place is also very fascinating to her. It's an archipelago, it's the sea. In that case, let's decide, go to Whirl Islands. Finally, Ash made the decision. Therefore, Auntie also gave Ash and his friends a regular SS ticket to Whirl Islands. This is the SS ticket to Whirl Islands. With it you should be able to get there quickly. Recently, my husband's belly has started to sag. Since he lost to you, he will start special training from tomorrow. Now they understood that the reason why Chuck's wife wanted to defeat Chuck was because she wanted to urge him to lose weight. They were so loving and affectionate envy of others. The only one who was not too surprised was Ash. After all, he had observed that Chuck's belly was a little bulging before. This time, Chuck was defeated thoroughly because he lost in a head-on confrontation, and he lost in the fighting aspect that he was good at, so even if he didn't say anything, he would start special training. That's right, I want to do special training for 24 hours continuously, Chuck said passionately. After a night's rest, Ash and his friends said goodbye to Chuck, and his wife left Cyanwood City and boarded the ship to Whirl Islands. Ah, what a fresh sea breeze! Misty was at the railing, enjoying the sea breeze blowing in her face. This is what you yearn for the most, Ash said beside her. Yeah, Misty smiled. Xiaogang stood behind them, looking at them, and nodded slightly. During this time, the Rocket Trio also wanted to snatch Pikachu, but they were beaten up by Ash's Infernape and flew away. In this regard, the Rocket team is really persistent. When they were about to reach Whirl Islands, Ash and his team saw 10 Pokémon. Ash, look, it's Corsola. Misty pointed at the Pokémon in the sea and said. Then, they successfully arrived at Whirl Islands and met another familiar person, Professor Elm. Professor Elm, you are here too, Ash greeted him after seeing him. Professor Elm looked back and found that it was Ash. He was also very surprised and said, Ash, I didn't expect you to come here too. After the group reunited with Professor Elm, they began to chat with Professor Elm about the new things they had seen along the way. Then, under the leadership of Professor Elm, the group soon arrived at the gateway island of Whirl Islands, Kingian Island. As for the origin of the name, there are more blue rocks here. However, at the Indigo Plateau Conference, Krabby evolved into Kingler and completed the feat of 1-on-3, setting a good record. To be continued. I see, I have already got 5 badges. After arriving at the rest center, Professor Elm took a sip of hot tea and said, "By the way, do you want to capture that mantine?" Recently, Slowking also discovered his potential, so he has been training with Kingler and learned a lot of tricks. Whirl Island's competition. By the way, if he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a place in the original book that Chinchu must pass through during migration. If there is a chance, it would be a good choice to help Misty capture a lanternfish. Well, but there are still some things that have not been dealt with at the Asagi gym. I also came here at the suggestion of Mr. Chuck. By the way, try a new challenge, Ash replied. Ash teleported Meganium, Curlia, Infernape, and Heracross back and exchanged with Blastoise, Croconaw, Slowking, and Kingler. With this calculation, his water team is almost full, including Suicune plus the released Lapras, which is exactly 6. I captured this by chance when I was doing research in Whirl Islands, Professor Elm introduced. The Whirl Islands series has begun, why don't you support it quickly? The sound of the gongs and drums, the waving of red flags, and the sea of people. During the conversation, a Corsola jumped onto Professor Elm's legs and shared his hot cream. I didn't expect Ash to think of this, not bad. Professor Elm nodded. Of course, it may be a bit exaggerated, but it can also reflect that this place is very prosperous. Thinking of this, Ash asked, Professor Elm, when you were investigating here, did you hear about the Chinchu migration parade? Ash and Misty are both ready to sign up for this competition, so after taking the registration form handed over by Chansey, they quickly completed the registration work. Seeing this swimming pool, Ash thought that he should let his water-type Pokémon adapt to the environment here. After making up his mind, Ash went to Professor Oak to exchange Pokémon 10 times. Ash actually has so many water Pokémon, Professor Elm said. Therefore, the impression is that this is the first time Ash has captured a Pokémon by himself without Pokémon. Pokémon and a stick at that time. Because of his small size, Gary laughed at him. The Chinchu migration parade, Professor Elm thought, now that you mention it, it really exists. It is in the Ching Lake near the town of Jina in Whirl Islands. It is the gathering place for Chinchu migration. Why, Ash, why are you asking this? Oh, it's okay, I just asked casually, Ash answered vaguely. Kingler's predecessor was the 7th Pokémon that Ash captured in Kanto, and it was teleported back as soon as it was captured. Welcome to Kingian Island, are you here to register as well? Obviously, Nurse Joy is in charge of this part of the work. You are lucky to have caught up with the right time. The Whirl Islands competition is being held here now, Professor Elm replied. Professor Elm, why is it so lively here? Xiaogang asked. As soon as they landed on the island, they came to the largest harbor city here, Kugia City, and found that it was very lively. To use the words of a famous comedian, it was the gongs and drums. Actually, there is another point, that is, the water Pokémon here are all preparing for the Whirl Islands competition, so it is also a process of adaptation. Ash added. Yes, this is a water Pokémon competition held every 3 years. Water Pokémon contest? Misty's eyes widened when she heard this. Isn't this her stage? However, this also indirectly reflects how strong the luck of Ash and his group is. Have you seen the Grass Pokémon contest and the Fire Pokémon contest that Ash participated in before? Ash won the final victory. And now they are facing the Water Pokémon contest held every 3 years. The scene alone is much bigger than the previous competitions they encountered. Although the competition will be held in a month, the registration is still as grand as ever, Professor Elm said with emotion. When Professor Elm brought Ash and his group to the Pokémon Center here, Corsola ran away on his own. Where is Corsola going? Misty has been paying attention to Corsola's movements. In response, Professor Elm smiled and said, It doesn't matter, let him go, he should go to the swimming pool in the backyard. The swimming pool here is connected to the sea water outside and he can freely shuttle to the sea and there are many friends here. Yes, Ash is getting more and more powerful now, Misty said proudly. As for Suicune, Ash plans to use it as a trump card and according to Slowking's information, Kingler's strength has improved greatly recently. Old buddy, this time I have to rely on you to help me win. Ash squatted in front of Kingler and Kingler raised his pliers as if responding to him. Wow, so cute. I want to capture one too. Obviously, Misty was attracted to the Corsola. Ash knew it after seeing it. Misty finally captured her own Corsola. There are 4 large islands in Whirl Islands, namely Kingian Island, which is the island where Ash and his friends are, and Huingian Island, Qian Island, and Yinyan Island. As for the venue of the competition, it is located on the 3rd Qian Island. Since there is still a month before the Whirl Islands competition, it would be a pity not to take this opportunity to have a good time in Whirl Islands, right? Therefore, Ash and his friends decided to have a good tour here first, and then set off for Huingian Island. As a result, they really encountered an interesting thing. The thing is, Misty's goal this time is to capture a Corsola, so Ash and Xiaogang have been accompanying her on this island to look for wild Corsola. However, although they found it, these Corsola did not pay attention to them but jumped into the sea and swam towards an island. Where are they going? Xiaogang flipped open his travel guide and said, the direction Corsola is swimming seems to be Big Pidgey Island. Ash, use your Blastoise quickly, let's chase it, Misty said excitedly. There was no way she wanted to subdue a Corsola too much. That's impossible. Before Ash could answer, a man with a backpack suddenly appeared beside them. The whirlpool has begun. At this time, the only one who can reach Big Pidgey Island without being affected by the whirlpool is Corsola. What do you think, Misty? This is why I didn't release Blastoise immediately. Although Blastoise can swim in the sea, it is still a bit helpless when encountering natural phenomena such as whirlpools, Ash explained. Ah, is that so? Misty said disappointedly. If you want to go, I can take you there. Unexpectedly, this man was willing to help Ash and the others. There are some special Pokémon on the Big Pidgey Island. I am the manager there. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fada. Mr. Fada, the special Pokémon you are talking about should be Pidgey, Ash said. Xiaogang also opened the travel guide and saw a photo that was exactly the same as what Ash said, a Pidgey. Then, under Fada's leadership, they came to the island through a bridge. At a glance, the size of the Pidgey growth here is very large, 2 or 3 times that of ordinary Pidgey, but now they have lost the ability to fly. The Pidgey here should be affected by the environment to become like this. This island is protected by whirlpools and has no natural enemies, so there is no need to train flying to avoid it. The long-term environment without natural enemies has made these Pidgey lazy. Slowly, the will to fly gradually disappeared, Ash said. I didn't expect you to know so much, Fada praised. No, I have a Pidgey myself, so I have learned a little about the living environment and habits of Pidgey, Ash evaded. But you are still wrong because there is another Pidgey here and it wants to fly to soaring in the sky. Then a Pidgey flew quickly to Ash. If Ash hadn't reacted quickly, it would have been easy to catch it. This flying speed is already good for the Pidgey family. Later, after Fada's introduction, they learned that this Pidgey like them had lived on this island at first. Please give me flowers, point 0. Until one day, this Pidgey saw a painting and the Pidgeys in the painting were all flying towards the sun. If those Pidgeys are salted fish, then this Pidgey is a salted fish with dreams. He also wants to be able to fly to the sun like the Pidgey in the painting. So with the help of Fada, the little Pidgey kept training his flying, which led to the current flying speed. This is so touching, Misty said. Oh. Don't worry, I will help you realize this dream. Ash looked at the Pidgey and said, but before that. Team Rocket, have you heard enough in the corner? If you are also moved, come to help, Ash shouted out the window. Ah. Team Rocket. Little brat, I didn't expect you to find out like this. Meowth and the other 2 Team Rockets opened the window and said, this time we will cooperate. You provide the hot air balloon, I provide the people. How about helping Pidgey realize this dream? Ash expressed his thoughts. No problem, deal, Meow. Afterwards, Meowth and Ash from Team Rocket boarded the hot air balloon together, and the remaining 2 were watched over by Xiaogang and his friends and sat on another hot air balloon. It is worth mentioning that in order to prevent the flying device from having problems, Ash specially learned the knowledge of transformation exchanged by the system to help strengthen the problem of sudden failure at extremely high altitudes. Finally, this little Pidgey realized its dream, and Ash's path to becoming a Pokémon master took another step forward unknowingly. After helping Pidgey fly last time, Ash had to rest on Kingian Island for a few days under Misty's strong suggestion. Unconsciously, Misty gradually cared more and more about Ash. In order to thank them, Fada suggested that they go to Gina Town as the next stop where they could replenish the supplies of the group. Ash and his friends gladly accepted this. However, something happened during this period. That is, they wanted to take the cable car to Gina Town but accidentally came to a place called Kinghu. This place was exactly the place Ash mentioned before, so Misty Zyoging also had some impression of it. What happened? We actually came to the place 277, Misty complained. There is no way. Who made us take the wrong bus? Zyoging said helplessly. Zyoging, I remember that this place is not far from Gina Town, Ash suddenly asked. After hearing Ash's question, Zyoging also opened the travel guide and said, this place is indeed not far from Gina Town. It seems that we can only rest here. At this time, Misty saw a Chinchou and her eyes lit up instantly. It's Chinchou. Ash and Zyoging naturally noticed this scene. Ash shook his head slightly and said to Misty, sorry Misty, this Chinchou already has an owner. Misty, who was about to throw Pokémon, had to take her hand back after hearing Ash's words and said, is that so? Dawn. Hey Dawn, you came here. At this time, a little boy found this place and his target was obviously this Chinchou. But are you sure that the name Dawn was only given by Salesin? At this time, in Twinleaf town of Sinnoh, a little Stephanie sneezed and rubbed her nose. Strange, who is talking about me? Hello, my name is Dayton. Is this your first time here? The little boy named Dayton said to Ash and the others. Yes, little brother, can you take us for a ride? Of course, you just happened to catch the annual Chinchou migration in our town. You are lucky, Dayton said enthusiastically. When they passed by the Pokémon Center, Misty asked, does your place have a lot to do with Chinchou? Because there is a statue of Chinchou on the gate of the Pokémon Center and every household has a decoration about Chinchou. Yes, it is said that a long time ago there was a Chinchou nest in the Kinghu here, so until now, Chinchou still has the habit of returning to their hometown to lay eggs. Dayton, you know a lot. My father told me all this, Dayton said with a smile. Then, under Dayton's leadership, Ash and his party also met Dayton's father and learned that at this time of year, some people would be selected from the town to accompany the Chinchou back to the sea. And this year it was Dayton and his son's turn. Ash asked to go and see and Dayton and his son naturally agreed. Wow, so many Chinchou! Looking at the large area of Chinchou in front of her, Misty sighed. These are the ones we are responsible for escorting, Dayton's father said, but at this moment many tentacles suddenly stretched out and grabbed Chinchou. Ah, what's going on? Dayton asked. Since you asked sincerely, we will tell you mercifully. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed. In order to protect the world's peace. To implement love and true evil. Cute and attractive villains, Jesse James. 0.076710024 Fulu 233,270,310. We are the rocket team traveling through the galaxy. White holes, white tomorrows are waiting for us. That's it, meow. Finally, I can have a complete opening speech. It feels great. Jesse and James cried with emotion. You two idiots, meow, now it's important to catch Chinchou. Meowth punched them both on the head. We received the Chinchou here, meow. Don't even think about it, Croconaw, use hydro pump. Ash released Croconaw. Croconaw opened its mouth and broke all those tentacles. Starmie, use confusion to catch the Chinchou. Stantler, you also use confusion. Misty and Zyoging also sent their own Pokémon to catch the fallen Chinchou steadily, and Dayton and his son immediately sent them back to the specific environment. Damn, in that case go Arbok, you also go Weezing. Arbok use Poison Barb, Weezing use Smoke 17. Croconaw Bubble Light 3.1 line, Pikachu Thunderbolt. Needless to say, the final result, Arbok and Weezing were beaten back and the Rocket Trio also flew out. What a disgusting feeling. Finally, with the efforts of Ash and his friends, Dayton and his son successfully let the Chinchou return to the sea, and Misty also used her unique personality charm to capture a Chinchou as she wished, which made her very happy. Under the guidance of Dayton and his son, Ash and his friends arrived at Gina Town, and after a day's rest they prepared to take a boat to Makey City in Huangian Island. Everyone, we have arrived at Huangian Island. After a day's rest, Ash and his team boarded the boat to Huangian Island and now they have arrived. Well, the air in Huangian Island is also very fresh. Misty's team has added another person, so she is in a very good mood now. The book says that Huangian Island is not a tourist island but an island mainly based on farms, terraces, and aquatic products. Xiaoging said, "If that's the case, you can buy some specialties from Whirl Islands here," Misty said happily. At this time, Ash had come to a small stall and saw a bracelet saying, "This one is made of Corsola's horn." The clerk nodded. "The customer has a good eye. Our accessories here are all handicrafts made of Corsola's replacement horns." "How about it? Isn't it very beautiful?" After Ash bought 2 bracelets, he was going to take out one to give to his mother, and as for the other one, "Misty, this is for you. Do you like it?" That's right, the remaining one is going to be given to Misty. "Wow, so beautiful!" Misty's eyes immediately turned into stars and she couldn't let it go and kept looking at it on her wrist. Xiaoging patted his shoulder seriously. "Ash, it seems that you have grown up too. Before, it was considered as cultivating feelings. If the time is right, just take the initiative. You can think of this, which means you have really changed. Not bad, you have some of my style." "Xiaoging, do you have any contact with the 2 of them?" Ash looked at Xiaoging with a smirk. He was referring to Miyuki and Vivi, especially Vivi. "I heard that Xiaoging talked to her very intimately." "Ah, this," and unexpectedly Xiaoging, who likes to take the initiative, stuttered at this time. "If you ask me, Xiaoging, you are usually quite proactive when you are flirting with girls but don't fail at the critical moment. The following plot is even more exciting. Don't forget to subscribe." It was a bit funny that these 313 Corsola actually rushed towards Blastoise, who saved them, but Blastoise didn't react and they were hugged by Blastoise instead. The reason why this Corsola likes to charge at others is because this is a special way of greeting between Corsolas, but those Corsolas can't accept it. Misty was also very happy. Although this Psyduck was stupid, it would still play a big role in some unexpected situations. This is why Misty seemed to dislike him on the surface but actually loved him very much. Ash took a look at this very lively Corsola who actually had the purple qualification and also learned self-recovery and mirror coat. If used properly, it is very difficult to deal with. "Psyduck, where are you going?" Misty shouted. Following the direction he pointed, a small house floated over on the sea with a Corsola sitting on it and a little Stephanie who was shouting help. "It's you, Blastoise!" Ash released Blastoise decisively. "Quick, get there immediately." Soon this Corsola found the other Corsolas. "Ugh. Great, I subdued the Corsola," Misty said happily. She gained 2 great generals during this trip to Whirl Islands. She was really lucky. Blastoise was very fast in the water, so he quickly caught up with the house. At that time this Corsola appeared. "So, this Corsola is wild. I've decided I want to subdue it," Misty said with determination. No need to thank me, your smile is enough. My name is Xiaoging." Okay, the action just now was only Ash. "No need to ask." Xiaogang just wanted to chat up the little sister but was pulled back by Misty's ear. "I don't know where he drifted from. He always likes to use impact tricks on our Corsola, and then we found that all the Corsola in the nest disappeared. Because of this, the shell of the nest became hard and brittle, and our house slid into the sea. Corsola wanted to pull it back, but he didn't have that kind of power at all. Little sister, don't be afraid, your brother is here to save you." Ash grabbed the house with one hand and comforted the little sister, Blastoise. "Please pull us back. Wow, this Psyduck is so cute." Speaking of yellow Pokémon, before Misty finished speaking, Psyduck ran out by himself. "This is the one I have." The group followed Misty's Psyduck and found that he came to the beach and pointed in a direction and shouted. Then, Misty sent out the mosquito frog to defeat this Corsola with great potential, and Misty decisively threw the lure ball to subdue this lively Corsola. As for the house that drifted away, it was built on the Corsola's nest, so that it is more convenient to collect the best quality Corsola's fallen horns. When the house returned to the shore, the little girl's family also rushed over. "It was really dangerous just now, but fortunately you saved my sister. By the way, 11 is here. Shouldn't you spend some money, ha? After being touched by the clerk for a while, Psyduck ran in one direction. But now it's most important to help Andrea and the others find the other Corsolas. Ash looked at the Corsola hugged by Blastoise. I'll leave it to you. Wow, what a beautiful Pikachu. People on Huangian Island like yellow Pokémon more. The clerk just noticed Ash's Pikachu and suddenly said, no way, there is only one boat a day from such a big island to Red Rock Island. In the empty harbor, Misty looked at the boat that had already left and couldn't help complaining. Ash looked at the sky. If possible, why don't we take Blastoise? It may be a bit crowded, but this is the best way I can think of at the moment. At this time, Ash thought of Lapras from the Orange Islands. He didn't know if he was doing well now. Are you guys going to Red Rock Island? Just then, a very beautiful lady came over with a cart of oxygen tanks, dive suits and other dive equipment. If so, I can take you a boat ride. This beautiful lady, my name is Zyoging, and my goal is to become a Pokémon breeder. Can you tell me your name? Zyoging teleported over as soon as he saw the lady, and then the daily operation that was a bit eye-catching was carried out. The young lady was also a little confused. Well, my name is Luca. I just happen to be studying the Pokémon in the nearby sea area. But since they have decided to ask for help, Ash had no choice but to agree. Is there anyone who wants to come with me? Luca asked. That's really great. Please let me join the research. Blastoise rushed over, broke the whirlpool with one punch and hit Mantine. Not completely, but this is also my goal. Luca nodded and said. Ash came to Luca's side but found a treasure map on the photo frame next to her with a red dot clearly marked on it. Soon, they were driven out by a Mantine. It's not that kind of thing, but it's also something very important to me. Luca explained, I accidentally found this in my great-grandfather's attic. This position on it is said to be left by the mysterious Pokémon. After my extensive investigation, I found that this is a real silver feather. Silver feather, Misty and Zyoging exclaimed and then looked at Ash. Have you ever seen a silver feather? Luca asked after seeing their expressions. Being looked at by three people, Ash touched his nose embarrassedly. I know a little about this silver feather. In fact, if you ask me what it is the feather of the legendary sea god Lugia. The silver feather that Ash got before did contain the power of Lugia, otherwise it would not be possible to open the GS ball. As for the silver feather that Luca's grandfather mentioned, it is very likely that it was an ordinary feather that fell naturally from Lugia's body. What happened later? Later, the silver feather was caught in the whirlpool with my great-grandfather's raspberry and sank to the bottom of the sea. Therefore, the location marked on the nautical chart is where the raspberry sank. Okay, it's decided. Miss Luca, let me help you find treasure. Let's help you find treasure together. After all, treasure hunting on the sea is a man's romance, Zyoging said with blood boiling. After seeing this, Ash exchanged for a wave incense and asked the Remoraid closest to the Mantike to stick to the Mantike. As Ash released the wave incense, the Mantike evolved into Mantines. Ash's mouth twitched. Brother, if you say that, won't Luffy next door cause trouble to you? Is it a mess? Treasure hunting is not about the result but about enjoying the process. Ash and his friends are enjoying the process now. Very good, use the Megaton punch. To be continued. It doesn't matter, I just happen to be on the way. Is there a treasure? Maybe there will be a large amount of gold and silver treasures. Misty and Zyoging were both imagining what it would be. Ignoring Zyoging who was dragged away, Ash asked, if you send us, is it convenient? Before going to the sea, Ash also released Blastoise and Croconaw to go with him to prevent unexpected situations. Miss Luca released 3 Magikarps. Although their combat effectiveness is not very good, they have the ability to survive in any water environment. Shelder, Tentacool, Horsa, all kinds of water-type Pokémon lived happily on the seabed. Just now, I took a look and found that his qualifications were actually purple. He should have been here to protect the Remoraids behind him. After looking at it for a while, he found that it was only a partial map, so he asked, Miss Luca, is this a nautical map? That's fine, Ash agreed directly. After all, no one would refuse such a pie in the sky. This was also the first time Ash had gone down to the seabed since he had traveled through time. It was indeed completely different from the scenery on the shore, as if he had entered another world. Some settings have been changed here, please don't mind. Go use rapid spin. That's right, Ash knew it was a water type and flying type, so if he attacked directly it would most likely be avoided, so Ash first, okay, let Blastoise block his movement before attacking. Just when they were about to reach the sunken ship, Luca said to them, "You guys step back first, Magikarp is in your hands." This was to let Magikarp explore the way. After they got on Luca's boat, they found that this young lady was probably an explorer. Didn't you see the professional dive equipment on her boat? In addition, there are professional underwater communication equipment. In this way, the group's goal changed and decided to go deep into the seabed to find treasure. On the other side, Luca and his friends also came back with the help of Croconaw, followed by a Mantike and a group of Remoraids. It seems that this should be their nest. Before Zyoging finished speaking, Misty pulled his ear and said, Okay, your mission is over, now it's normal human chat time. Without a doubt, Ash and the other two agreed. Leave this to me. Blastoise, follow me. Ash called on his first water-type general to deal with this flying fish. In this way, after retracting the silver feather, Ash and his friends will rush to the next destination, Red Rock Island. The equipment here is also great. Even in the Cerulean Gym, there is no such professional equipment. Misty also said with envy, Go Pokémon Ball. The Pokémon Ball flashed and then went out. I am willing. Interesting, I will go too. Then count me in. Really learned a lot. I didn't expect Mantine to have such an evolution. There are still many interesting things in the world of Pokémon waiting for us to discover. On the way, Ash and the others were talking about the treasure hunt in the sea just now. It can indeed be a very interesting memory. After all, opportunities like this may not come again in the future. On this day, under the escort of Miss Luca, Ash and his party finally arrived at the venue of the Whirl Islands competition, which is Kako City on Akagi Island. Apart from anything else, just from the many trainers with Pokémon in the bustling crowd, it can be seen that there are quite a lot of people who come to sign up. This time, Zio and Ash signed up together. I will definitely win the championship this time. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen Misty so motivated since I traveled to Johto region. Come to think of it, this is a water Pokémon competition. How can Misty, who aims to become a 550 water Pokémon master, not be excited? She even said, this Whirl Islands competition is specially prepared for me to become a water Pokémon master. Because there are so many people registering this time, the preliminaries of the Whirl Islands competition must be held first to eliminate most of the trainers. The venue can't accommodate so many participants, but before that you should go to the Pokémon Center in Kako City and register for the preliminaries of this Whirl Islands competition. Sure enough, there was a long line. There are so many people registering, Misty exclaimed. There will definitely be a lot of people participating in such an event, so you have to work hard, Ash encouraged. The registration process is very simple, so it was their turn soon. I'm Misty from Cerulean City. Pikachu, tomorrow you just stay by Zyoging's side and watch the game for me. Since you like it, just buy it. So Ash bought 3 takoyaki directly, 1 for each person. The preliminaries were held in a round-robin format and 64 places were finally decided. In short, just win 2 games. For this condition, it is too easy for Ash and Misty. After Ash and Misty nodded, the little boy immediately pleaded, Please, can you have a duel with my Remoraid? Then Misty said to Ash, Ash, let's cheer for tomorrow's game together. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Wow, that takoyaki tastes so good. Misty pointed to a cart selling takoyaki and said, Ash couldn't guarantee that there would be any dark horses in this competition, so just in case, letting Misty's frog evolve was also an extra insurance to try to get a good result. As they were walking and eating, a little boy came over. Frog evolution. Well, it's really delicious. There are 2 ways to evolve frog. One is to use water stone to evolve into a fast-swimming frog of water and fighting type, and the other is to use King's Rock to evolve into a pure water-type bullfrog. Toadby has to behave well too. I guess he wants to evolve his Remoraid into Octillery to prepare for the upcoming competition, am I right? Ash explained for the little boy. Excuse me, are you the trainers who came to participate in the Whirl Islands competition? So you don't have to worry too much during training. After registering, Ash and his team started to eat here. After saying that, Ash left King's Rock and went back to his room to rest. To be continued. But even so, Chinchu's electric type also made Remoraid suffer a little, and when it was almost done, Remoraid won, which was also the case when Misty did not use her full strength. Give the birthplace and name and the registration is successful. Nurse Joy, who is in charge of this place, said to them, "The preliminaries will be held in 16 venues." This is the map of the venues. Ash nodded. "By the way, Misty, your Staryu has evolved into Starmie before. Do you want to consider evolving your frog?" And Remoraid did not disappoint the boys' expectations and evolved into a barrel. During the battle, Misty used Chinchu. She wanted to use Corsola, but Corsola's fighting awareness was stronger than Chinchu, so she had to get used to Chinchu first, even though it could only fight in the water. The boy also knew the game very well and took Ash and the others to a beach. There were several stone pillars on the sea which looked like the game. "In that case, I will be your rival." Misty nodded and agreed. The Whirl Islands competition is about to start. Veilstone. Everyone is looking forward to it. "Misty, I suggest you choose the second evolution method. First, I happen to have King's Rock here which can help you, and second, Bullfrog is a single water type." The little boy also nodded, indicating that Ash was right. However, the evolution still depends on the opinions of Misty, the trainer, and the frog itself. Ash's suggestion is just a reference. From the number of people who registered this year, Ash and his team only need to defeat 2 rivals to qualify for the finals. After looking at the map, they knew which venue they were in. Ash was in venue A and Misty was in venue B. At night, Ash and the other 3 were watching the moon in a square. "Little brother, why are you looking for someone to duel now?" Misty asked. "Final attack, Aquatail." At this time, the most taboo thing to do is to hide in the underwater, because there are whirlpools in the underwater at this time. Once you get stuck in it, the battle situation will become passive. Croconaw began to jump and dodged many attacks unknowingly. Then, Kingdra spun on the spot. Twister itself is a dragon-type move, forming a powerful water tornado above the water surface. "Everyone, welcome to the Triennial Water Pokémon Festival, the Whirl Islands competition." So, Ash sent out 0.076710024 Fulu 233,280,130. Suri threw out a lure ball, and it was indeed Kingdra. Kingdra used Twister. The next day, Misty's game was about to begin. In the second game of the Whirlpool tournament, the trainers in Zone B also started a fierce battle, and the 8th game has ended. In each game, the tacit understanding between the trainers and Pokémon is very good, presenting the most exciting game for everyone. Soon, it will be Misty's turn to play. Now we are going to play the 9th game of Zone B, Misty vs. Zhang Zhao. After Misty saw Ash's game in the audience, her fighting spirit gradually rose. "Okay, I am very motivated now." As for the uncle wearing beach pants on the opposite side, when he saw that 633's rival was actually a young Stephanie, he couldn't help but look down on him. "It turns out that my rival is a little girl. It seems that I can easily enter the second round of the game." At the beginning of the game, he threw his Pokémon ball. "Go, Qwilfish." This is a water-type and poison-type Pokémon. After seeing rival's Pokémon, Misty decided to let it appear. "Let's go, my little baby." Dang dang, that's right, Misty still sent Chinchu to fight. After all, Chinchu has both electric and electric attributes, so it still has a certain advantage in the battle. "Want to use the advantage in attributes?" Uncle Zhang Zhao was a little serious, "but my Qwilfish is not easy to deal with." "Go ahead, Qwilfish, use water gun." "Chinchu, we also use water gun." Spark lit up on Chinchu's head, and then the spark spread to Qwilfish's body, and Qwilfish screamed in pain. Ash was determined to win the prize this time because he vaguely felt that this sea soul had some special connection with him, as if he was waiting for him. Qwilfish lost its ability to fight and Chinchu won. After the 2 skills collided, they exploded directly and the 2 fish also dived into the water at the same time. "As you wish, I will take out my full calendar." With the announcement of this result, Misty also successfully entered the second round of the competition. "Misty has learned my tactics secretly." Ash obviously saw her idea. On the battle hall, Misty and Ash looked at each other. "Politoed, it seems that you have evolved it." 2.4 Ash said. "So try not to let yourself meet Misty so soon. Don't give him a chance, use discharge." As a result, it was not as expected that Ash and Zio met. It was blocked. Q Willfish use pin missile continuously. Uncle Zhang Zhao put away his initial contempt and slowly became serious. Misty, I hope we can all try our best this time and leave no regrets. After all, I am the man who wants to become a Pokémon master, Ash also said confidently. The first one I will use is this Go. The first Pokémon that Misty sent out was a big green frog. By the way, sometimes I don't want to progress too fast, so I will insert some daily plots as a transition so that it doesn't seem abrupt. I hope you can understand, thank you. Uncle Zhang Zhao could only see the light under the water from the outside, but he was powerless and could only watch. The pair of tentacles condensed into an electro ball and hit Chinchu. After an explosion, two fish came out at the same time. The difference was that Chinchu was still fine, but Q Willfish had lost its ability to fight. Now the game begins, the referee announced. To be continued. Ash was helpless about this and fate could not be escaped after all. Chinchu, we use Bubble Beam. Misty also gave the order at that moment and Chinchu also responded quickly, blocking the continuous pin missile with Bubble Beam. The last blow use Electro Ball. Because I guess that you will fight me with all your strength, so, Mosquito, and I will also welcome your battle with the strongest attitude. The two water guns collided with each other, and then the water splashed everywhere, which was also a greeting to the other party. It's decided to be you, Croconaw. Ash's first Pokémon is Croconaw, the evolution of the previous Totodile. In the original book, Totodile failed to beat Politoed, so this time let's win the first game with a stronger attitude. Chinchu Spin. The next day's competition also arrived as scheduled. This time the battle was a random match rival, and the number of Pokémon that could be used was also increased to 2. Q Willfish break free quickly. Just wait and see, Ash. I will let you know the future of Water System, the strength of the Pokémon Master, Misty said seriously. Q Willfish used Takedown. The original book was also the same, and Ash was defeated by Misty. Knowing that Misty also entered the next round of the competition, Ash was happy and worried. He was happy that Misty could get one step closer to her dream, but he was worried that he would meet her, which meant that one of them had to be eliminated. In that case, I will use it. This time Misty did not let Chinchu attack, but let it defend on the spot. Sure enough, the protagonist came to the front of Lantern Corner and was caught in the vortex brought up Misty, and Ash's match is about to begin. The Pokémon sent by both sides are Politoed and Croconaw. It's time to go, Politoed, use Swagger. Misty gave the first order. Politoed's momentum rose and in Croconaw's eyes his figure became huge. Although this move increases Rival's attack power, it can make Rival fall into chaos. If used properly, Rival is likely to cripple himself. Momentum, we can't lose either. Croconaw, use Leer. Leer is a skill that can reduce Rival's defense. Since you want to make me fall into a chaotic contest condition, then I will reduce your defense. At that time, you may not be able to block even one move. And now, Politoed no longer has the momentum just now because it has fallen into fear. Don't be afraid, Politoed, use Water Gun. We use Water Gun too. 24. The two water guns collided and the water splashed everywhere and no one could do anything to the other. Politoed, use Bubble Beam. Croconaw, jump into the water to avoid it. After seeing Bubble Beam, Croconaw jumped into the water and the Bubble Beam attack failed. Let it see your new trick, use Aqua Jet. In Misty's puzzled eyes, Croconaw suddenly jumped out of the water and came towards Politoed with water all over his body. Aqua Jet is a first move. Ash asked it to learn this move to catch the opponent by surprise. Obviously, this goal has been achieved. In this way, Politoed was directly knocked out by Croconaw. Politoed loses the ability to fight, Croconaw wins. You really caught me off guard. I didn't expect you to have such a move. Misty had to admire Ash. He was defeated by a move she had never seen before. It seems that her dream still has a long way to go. But I will never admit defeat. Misty's next Pokémon is her strongest General Starmie, but unexpectedly, Psyduck ran out again without permission and the result was that it was drowned. Drowned. Misty's Psyduck seems to be a landlubber. The commentator also made a perfect addition. How did you get out? Misty covered her forehead because she saw this Psyduck gave her a yeah sign. Who gave you this confidence? The battle is not over yet. Croconaw use Bite Attack. Croconaw opened his mouth and bit Psyduck's head, making Psyduck scream in pain. Finally, the wailing turned into a roar, and a dazzling blue light burst out from his eyes. A powerful mental force pushed Croconaw away, and he also fell down exhausted. Croconaw returned to the duck and lose the ability to fight. Use Hydro Pump. Such an electric ember hit Blastoise's shell just like Tickle. You are really good, Ash, Trinity said with gritted teeth. As for Blastoise, he hid in the water at the moment of the explosion, so he was not affected at all. Gyarados used the Destruction Death Ray. In the next chapter, Ash will add another general. You should guess who it is. After Misty took back Psyduck, she returned to the lounge and found Ash and asked directly, "Why did you let Croconaw bite Psyduck's head?" Blastoise rushed over and knocked Gyarados to the water surface in one fell swoop, losing his ability to fight. "Gyarados," Trinity shouted, "in one move, just one move, Chinchou was knocked out. This is not just a matter of qualifications but also a crushing level in terms of level. It's incredible." Misty's Psyduck burst out with powerful power at the last moment. "It's amazing." Host also reacted and said excitedly, "Humph." Blastoise's attack 950 rhythm is too tight and Gyarados was easily solved before he recovered, Host said excitedly. "My second player is this." Trinity's second Pokémon is a Chinchou, which Misty just captured not long ago. The third round of the competition was held on the second day. Ash's rival was a Stephanie named Trinity, who was the Stephanie who defeated Misty in the original book. Unexpectedly, Ash met her. "It's about to start, go Gyarados." This is a very strong rival. In response, Ash sent out his strongest water general. "It's decided to be you, Blastoise. Now use Flash Cannon." Then the whole audience burst into amazing cheers. In fact, it is also related to Trinity's fighting habits. It is estimated that the previous battles were resolved by a single move of destruction and death, but this time when he met Ash, this fighting method is completely unworkable. Ash knew this very well. He believed that with this ultimate move, Misty's team would be even stronger overall. "Don't be angry, I'll teach you the tricks of Aqua Jet, okay?" Gyarados loses his ability to fight, Blastoise wins. The two metal cannons emitted steel energy and Gyarados was paralyzed at this time, unable to dodge and was hit head-on. Chinchou used Discharge. Then, Ash entered the quarterfinals. "In that case, I'll reluctantly forgive you." In fact, Misty also knew that Ash didn't mean it. She was embarrassed to ask directly, so she took this opportunity to ask for the skill of Aqua Jet. The last blow, Rocket Headbutt. Since he met her, he would spare no effort to defeat her. "Don't get me wrong, Misty, it's just an experiment, there's no other meaning," Ash explained embarrassedly. Blastoise, Hydro Cannon! Since the opponent directly used the ultimate move, he directly used the ultimate move of the three great families to deal with it. After the explosion, Gyarados was beaten back again and again. After entering the quarterfinals, the number of Pokémon used increased to 3. This was not a difficult task for Ash because the Pokémon he had was enough. Except for Suicune, which was too high profile and not within Ash's consideration, there was still Slowking who had not played yet. And rival might become stronger and stronger in the future, so in the quarterfinals and semifinals, Ash let Slowking play as the trump card. After all, he seemed to have never played before. Slowking used Yawn. Slowking opened his mouth and a pink bubble hit the opposite Pokémon, putting the opposite Pokémon into a sleeping contest condition. "Oh no, wake up." Too late, use Psychic Twist. Slowking won with a single blow. It was at this time that Ash's strength was recognized by everyone. "It's amazing that Slowking is so strong. Let's take a break now. We will have the final of this Whirl Islands competition later." Because Ash's game ended so quickly, there was plenty of time to rest. "Ash, congratulations," Misty greeted him. "Keep doing your best. The championship this time will definitely be yours." "Of course, I'm very confident." The final rival was a young man named Dila. Ash had also watched his game and could see that he was also a master of water Pokémon. He was determined to win the championship and the title of the Hero of the Sea. "Ash, you are really strong, but I will never lose to you. The championship will definitely be mine, Tilda." After saying that, he threw his Pokémon ball first and a Gyarados came out, and from the momentum it was stronger than Trinity's. "It's decided to be you, Croconaw." To everyone's surprise, Ash's first Pokémon was Croconaw. Why did Ash let Croconaw play? Wouldn't Blastoise be more suitable? Misty asked. Ash wants Croconaw to evolve in this battle. It must be said that Xiaogang saw through it very thoroughly and detected Ash's idea at once, and in fact it was true. Looking at the leisurely dance of Croconaw on the opposite side, Dila took the lead in attacking. Gyarados use Hydro Pump. Jump into the water to avoid it. In any venue, you must learn to use the venue advantage. Blue Owl quickly hid in the water. Just what I want. Gyarados use Whirlpool. As expected, Croconaw was trapped in the whirlpool and couldn't get out. The current situation is very unfavorable for Ash, and does Ash have any countermeasures? Ash did not feel panic and murmured, "It's almost there, it's almost there." At this moment, a light suddenly burst out in the water. It was produced when Pokémon evolved. As Zyrogging said, I took advantage of this battle to let Bluefish complete the final Akatsuki. His body size grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crimson bone plates grew on his head, back, and tail. He opened his mouth wide and was full of fangs. This was the final form of the Johto region's 3 water-based Pokémons. Feraligatr. Go Feraligatr, show your heroic spirit. The situation has turned around. Croconaw, which was originally in a disadvantageous situation, has evolved at this time. Now the outcome is unpredictable, the host explained. Gyarados use Whirlpool again. Feraligatr Aqua Jet. The evolved Aqua Jet is much more powerful than the Croconaw period. It directly breaks through the whirlpool and hits Gyarados. Make a concerted effort and use the freezing punch. The fist flashing with white light hit Gyarados, causing it to fall into the frozen contest condition. After another punch, Gyarados fell down. Gyarados lost his ability to fight and Feraligatr won, the referee announced. It's incredible. After evolving into Feraligatr, the fighting power has been completely improved by more than one level, overwhelmingly defeated the 10th song Pokémon of the player Dila. Looking at the smiling Ash, Dila said, "You are really strong, Ash, but I will never give up. Go, Golduck." Golduck use Confusion. Dive into the water to avoid it, use Ice Fang. Before Confusion is launched, Force Crocodile dives directly into the water and comes behind Gundam Duck at an extremely fast speed. Not good, Golduck, get out of the way quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Golduck was killed in one move. Misty in the spectator seat was completely fascinated by this Feraligatr. She also wanted to have a Feraligatr, but she didn't have the luck like Ash. I won't give up. Go, Dugong. After Dila released Dugong, used the freezing ray. Yes, he wanted to freeze the entire water field so that the Great Lee Crocodile, Xiao Hao, would not have the advantage of terrain. But is it really like this? On the ice, Feraligatr is not weak at all. Use Ice Shard. Use Aqua Jet. Feraligatr was wrapped in water, avoided Ice Shard and approached Dugong and knocked him out again with a bang. Aqua Tail ended the battle. Feraligatr took advantage of your weakness and used its strong tail to beat Dugong and made him lose his fighting ability. Dugong lost his fighting ability, Feraligatr won, and the champion of this Whirl Islands competition is Ash Feng. While the game was in full swing, on the other side, in a corner that was less likely to be discovered, there were still some people silently observing everything. 3 telescopes looked at the competition venue but at the same time turned the angle to the same position. That was the Sea Soul Scepter in Miss Maya's hand. Wow, it really deserves to be the Sea Soul Scepter. It's worth a lot of money at first glance, a male voice said. If we get that thing, our future will be bright. This was a female voice. You 2 idiots, meow, think about it if we give this thing to the boss. Then these 3 people, no, 2 people and 1 cat said together. Upgrade to executive, take office as a branch director. What a great feeling. It seemed that a bright prospect appeared in front of them. In that case, start the combat operation. After the little devil's game is over, we will prepare to snatch the scepter. After looking at each other, they nodded and disappeared on the spot. Of course, all of the above happened before the finals began. As mentioned last time, the finals also ended very quickly. In this game, Ash's Croconaw successfully evolved into Feraligatr, and he defeated 3 opponents with an overwhelming advantage. Amid the cheers of the audience, Zio 150 Jai took back Feraligatr and prepared to leave the stage. The final award ceremony would be held soon, so he had to leave the stage and prepare for the first area. Suddenly, a hot air balloon appeared in the sky, the water venue. The Rocket Trio had been observing in the dark, and when they saw that Ash was about to leave the stage, they decided to attack decisively and snatch the Sea Soul. Hurry up, while the little devil is not here, let's quickly grab the Sea Soul. Maybe we can also grab Pikachu. It must be said that in terms of wishful thinking, the Rocket Trio played it very well. Meowth, driving the hot air balloon, saw that he had reached the top of the summit and said, "We have reached the target sky, meow." Beside the Sea Soul, Miss Maya and Officer Jenny, who had received the news, also relaxed their vigilance because Ash was too popular today and their attention was attracted by Ash. As for the Rocket team's tool of crime, it turned out to be a fishing rod. Yes, it was a fishing rod. Use this thing to catch the treasure. This is the special event of Whirl Islands, the luxury product fishing game. Jessie held the fishing rod triumphantly, and as soon as the hook was dropped, it hooked the Sea Soul staff in Miss Maya's hand. At this moment, a spark suddenly hit and broke the fishing line. Miss Maya also noticed them and asked, "Who are you?" "Since you ask sincerely, we will be merciful to tell you, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the world's peace, to implement the evil of love and justice." Cute and attractive villains. Jesse James. We are Team Rocket traveling through the galaxy. White holes, white tomorrows are waiting for us. That's it, meow. Finally, I can say complete lines again. So excited, the trio said with tears. Hey, Team Rocket, the farce should be over. At this time, Ash also rushed back, followed by Misty and Pikachu. Team Rocket, I thought you had changed your ways, but I didn't expect you to do bad things again, Misty said angrily. When they were in Whirl Islands before, Ash naturally noticed the trio doing business, but seeing that they didn't move, Ash didn't say anything and asked Misty Zyoging to take care of them more. You are the ones who want to steal the Sea Soul? Miss Juncha also reacted. She had received relevant information before, so she came to the venue specially. As expected, she was waiting for it. Ash, you came just in time. The awards ceremony will start soon. Miss Maya was very calm and looked at Misty's side. Ash smiled slightly and Pikachu returned to Ash's shoulder and then looked at the Rocket trio. Rocket, next time do less bad things. Pikachu Thunderbolt. The galloping spark hit the Rocket trio and then an explosion sent them into the sky. It's not easy to get a chance to play, Seth. I didn't expect it to be like this. When did we become the protagonist of the single card, meow? What a disgusting feeling. After driving away the Rocket team, the award ceremony began. The 6-day Whirl Islands competition has ended, and the final winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Now, please ask Miss Maya to present the prize to the winner. The prize is naturally Mystic Water and the title of the Hero of the Sea. A new Hero of the Sea has been born. Ash, thank you, you are the real Hero of the Sea. Afterwards, Miss Maya took Ash's hand, faced everyone in the venue, faced the contestants on the boat, and raised the Sea Soul under the sunset on the sea. Oh sea, the heroes who were in tune with the Pokémon of the sea in ancient times, please continue to protect Pokémon and everyone in the future. Roar, the water Pokémon also emerged from the sea and roared. It is worth mentioning that just now, Ash felt a ray of light from Miss Maya's Sea Soul which directly reflected into his body. Congratulations to the host for winning the Whirl Islands competition and being awarded the title Hero of the Sea. Hero of the Sea. The host's intimacy with water Pokémon is increased by 1 level and the bond with the Sea God is opened. When meeting the Sea God, the favorability will continue to increase. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the level in this competition. The host's current level is the primary level of the gym leader. Not bad. After this time, the benefits obtained are quite large. Ash took a quick look and found that he had a better understanding of Pokémon. After the award ceremony, Ash and his friends were about to set off. Ash, congratulations on winning, Zyoging said. It's okay, but Misty's performance is also remarkable. Well, although I didn't win, I was also very lucky. Being able to see so many water Pokémon is already a great gain. Misty said, speaking of which, I still like water-type Pokémon more. Yes, so let's work hard together in the future. After the meeting, Ash teleported Kingler, Blastoise and Slowking back and teleported Meganium and Kirlia back. Unconsciously, Ash has a lot of Pokémon. Slowking and Venusaur manage Professor Oak's backyard together. Everything is in order. For example, Houndoom and Typhlosion sometimes fight each other and sometimes train Hounders together. The newly captured Bangira found the Rhydon who can ride the waves and started a hellish training. 30 Tauros kept running under the leadership of number 12, and Ponyta also ran behind from time to time. Vileplume continued to improve himself under the leadership of Venusaur. Pidgeot has been training Noctowl and Yangyangma. Infernape taught Heracross fighting skills. In short, every one of Ash's Pokémon are constantly getting stronger just to support Ash's dream. After Ash and his friends finished the Whirl Islands competition, they were ready to go to the next destination. Although they came to Whirl Islands to participate in the competition, there was only one island left, so there was no reason not to take a look. So, after reaching a consensus, they decided to go to the last island, Silver Rock Island. Silver Rock Island seemed to be particularly fond of silver feathers. From handicrafts to small key chains, almost everything looked like silver feathers, especially decorative items and small jewelry which were made of the specialty silver rock. Although they had seen the real thing, they still bought some of the special products here because of the local customs. It's strange, the characteristics here are all silver feathers, so is this island related to Lugia? Misty was thoughtful and thought of the key point in 10 seconds. If that's the case, we need to investigate it. After all, it's Lugia, Ash nodded and said. Suddenly, a man with a mustache appeared in front of them. Welcome, he picked up the jewelry box in his hand and introduced them. Everyone, if you want to travel happily, you must buy some presents. How about picking a few silver brooches that bring happiness? 100% purity, guaranteed pure silver rock brooches. Buy one now and get 3 for free. How about it? Such an opportunity is rare. After Ash heard what he said, the corners of his mouth twitched. Isn't this the kind of sales promotion in the previous life? You said this is 100% pure silver rock. Ash stepped forward and asked. As a result, before the mustache could answer, a big sister came out and said, Boss, I want to buy one. After getting it in his hand, he broke it in one go. It's obviously a fake. After the scam was exposed, the mustache fled in panic and the big sister scolded. There are too many such deceptive merchants recently. Miss, your family must run a shop, otherwise you can't hate the merchant just now so much. Ash said. The elder sister nodded and introduced. My name is Ariel. I run a silver rock decoration specialty store. On this island, people like to use silver feather decoration made of silver rock, which is believed to have a protective effect. Are there any stories or legends here? Then, under Ariel's introduction, they also learned about the legend of Lugia here. It turned out that a long time ago, on a sunny day, a ship passed through the nearby sea and suddenly encountered a hurricane rain. The scene at that time was turbulent and thunder roared. The ship was in danger of capsizing at any time. When the people on the ship were almost desperate, Twister, which emitted a dazzling light, appeared from the sea. Under the penetration of Twister, soaring in the sky actually cleared up and the ship and the people on the ship were safe. At this time, a feather floated from soaring in the sky, which was a silver glowing feather. The sea god who possessed that feather rescued us. The people on that ship have always believed that since then, silver feather-shaped decorations have been regarded as symbols of good luck. Has anyone looked for it since then? Ash asked after hearing this. After that, the crew went to Okinawa Island. After hearing this, Ash and his friends decided to go to Okinawa Island to see if they could see the legendary sea god Lugia, because according to the legend just now, the Pokémon that saved the ship must be Lugia. After saying goodbye to Ariel, Ash and his friends came to a cave at the mouth of Silver Rock Island. After passing through this cave, they can reach Okinawa Island. Is this the cave under the sea? It's incredible, Misty said in amazement after looking around. Soon, the group saw Cal and Akijima was right in front of them. Running out of the cave quickly, everything suddenly became clear with a cool sea breeze in front of them and a green meadow at the exit. Flowers requested 0. Then, Ash saw a Pikachu with a small tuft of hair on its head. Ryan, Ash thought of this name, and his own Pikachu also jumped off his shoulder and greeted this old friend. The trainer of this Pikachu is named Richie, who was one of the top 16 rivals when Ash participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference. He was both a rival and a friend. When he fought against him, he was eliminated in the top 16 because of Charizard's disobedience. The Pokémon that Richie captured in Kanto are similar to Ash's, including Pikachu, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, and the 3 starter Pokémon, but none of them evolved. However, this also reflects that Richie is also a lucky trainer, otherwise he would not have been able to gather the 3 starter Pokémon. Hey Ash, it's really you've changed so much since the Indigo Plateau conference. Richie also showed up and looked at Ash with a little surprise. I didn't expect that we would be so destined to meet in such a place. Ash smiled. After a while of greeting, Ash asked, "By the way, Richie, I haven't asked you yet, why did you come here?" "I'm looking for the mysterious Pokémon." "It seems that you have also found something." "Yes, before I came here, I investigated a lot of information about the mysterious Pokémon. After listening to the testimony of the eyewitnesses, I sorted out the location and direction of the mysterious Pokémon and found the place of Akinashima, so I came here. The people who were investigating this matter met and reunited in this place, which confirmed that this was the place they were looking for. Ash, I suggest that we start from there. The more uninhabited islands there are, the more likely the mysterious Pokémon will appear." Richie pointed in a direction. "That's decided, let's go." According to the route pointed out by Richie, Ash and his friends immediately decided to go to the uninhabited island. As for how they got there, it was not important. At the same time, in a bay of Oki Island, a little boy was playing with a small mysterious Pokémon with a lantern. When he saw Ash and his friends coming, he immediately asked the mysterious Pokémon to hide. "Silver, hide on the other side quickly, otherwise it will be bad if you are discovered. Don't come out and don't make a sound for the time being." After seeing it hiding, the little boy turned around to face them. After Ash and his group came to him out of politeness, Ash asked first, "Hello, little brother, what's your name? Are you a local here?" Hearing Ash's polite question, the little boy answered truthfully, "My name is 823 Joshua and this is my lantern. I live in Okinawa but I often come here to play." After seeing Lantern, Misty was also very envious because she had captured a Chinchu not long ago. Compared with Chinchu, Lantern's eyes have also changed a lot, from black cross eyes to big red eyes, and the streamlined body has become more perfect, at least in terms of aesthetics. It is still very consistent with Misty. "Joshua, is it? We have something to ask you." When hearing the name Joshua, Ash almost read it as Sho. There is no way, it is still a bit similar in transliteration. "What's the matter?" Joshua asked, pretending to be nonchalant. "We want to get some clues about the mysterious Pokémon here." After hearing Ash's direct question, Joshua's expression began to become unnatural and he stammered, "Mysterious Pokémon? There is no such thing around here." Xiaogang continued to ask, "Then may I ask you, have you seen any special Pokémon?" "Not at all," Joshua said firmly, and also said, "If there really is such a Pokémon, it would have caused a commotion long ago." "Sorry to bother you," Ash had to say. After saying that, he took the people back. Joshua saw that they were far away and turned away. Back to Ash, he said to them, "Let's go, let's follow the little boy quietly." "Ash, you also found out that Joshua seems to be hiding something from us." Richie agreed. Ash nodded and then took them to follow quietly. Of course, all this was not discovered by Joshua. Sure enough, another Pokémon appeared next to Joshua. "Silver, you can't come out easily. What if you are discovered by the bad guys?" Joshua accused it, but the Pokémon didn't seem to notice and still rubbed his head happily. It turned out to be Lugia. But what they didn't know was that there was a group of bad guys watching all this silently. "This is the search team, Professor Rambo, please answer." Under the sea of Oki Island, an underwater base was built at some point. In this base, there was an old man wearing a white coat with red hair and red beard. "My name is not Rambo, but Namba," the old man named Namba said angrily. It was obvious that the people below had called him by the wrong name more than once. "Sorry, Dr. Namba, we found Mew Pokémonks." Then the person who came to report switched the surveillance camera to the big screen in front of Dr. Namba. "Mew Pokémon, it's Lugia." Dr. Namba recognized it at a glance, but it looks very small. Is it a child? "Professor Sambo, what about the capture plan of Mew Pokémonks?" "It's not Sambo, it's Namba," he corrected again. "Let's start with capturing Plan A." After receiving the order, the rocket team immediately took action, aimed the capture net gun at the little Lugia, and then decisively shot to trap the little Lugia. All of this was seen by Ash, Pikachu Irontail. Pikachu moved quickly, and in just a moment he came to the front of the little Lugia and hit the iron tail to break the net. Joshua also reacted at this time and quickly rode Lantern and ran away with the little Lugia. Ash looked back and sneered, "I guessed it was you who did it." Then don't hold back, Pikachu, Electro Ball. This move was added by the skill card rewarded before. The rewards after Celebi will be revealed later, and it's just right to practice with them. And Joshua's side, a submarine appeared and chased them closely. "Joshua, come here," Ash shouted. Joshua also believed them and quickly came to Ash with the help of little Lugia. When little Lugia saw Ash, he threw himself into his arms intimately. "What's going on?" Misty asked, puzzled. Before Misty's question could be answered, the submarine had surfaced. "Who are you?" Joshua asked. "Since you sincerely ask who I am. Normally we won't answer, but we are especially kind to answer you. Since it is the same as the lines of the trio, I won't write it to avoid you saying that I am wasting words. Medu Butch. We are the rocket team traveling through the universe. Pink tomorrow is waiting for us. These two people are very familiar with each other. They can be said to be the rivals of the trio, and they have crossed paths with Ash and his friends more than once. That Lugia baby, we are leaving," Medu said with a power trip. "Really? Do you think you have the strength to do that?" Ash stopped in front of Ziu and sneered at them. Seeing that the submarine also launched a capture net, Ash was not in a hurry. "Meganium, it's you, use Razor Leaf." Meganium was in front of Ash, and a few razor leaves cut the capture net into pieces. "In that case, go Hounder, use Flamethrower. Cabalo, use the 2.1 Wind Kick." Ash was not panicked at all and said the name of a big move, Plant Frenzy. That's right, Ash's 3 starters that have completed the final evolution began to learn their own special moves, namely Plant Frenzy, Blast Burn, and Hydro Cannon. Such special moves are either learned by the Pokémon themselves or taught by the trainer. In addition to the method taught by Ash, Meganium also practiced with Venusaur when he went back, and then mastered this move. I saw Meganium stomped his forelimbs heavily on the ground and thick branches emerged from the sea, not only tying up the 2 Pokémon tightly, but also destroying the submarines of Maduo and Butch. After a battle, the Rockets' first wave of attack was repelled. However, as an elite Rockets team, they still retreated. Watching Cassidy and the others leave, Ash did not chase them but turned his eyes to the other side of the sea and said, "I say, Rockets, have you seen enough of the excitement? Why don't you come out quickly?" In the seabed where Ash was looking, there was a Magikarp dive boat that looked very simple. It was the submarine of the Rockets trio. When Ash was fighting with those people just now, these 3 people had been lurking in the seabed and dared not show their heads because they could not afford the scene at that time. After being called by Ash, the Magikarp dive boat really floated up. After coming out of the Magikarp crown, Jessie couldn't help but say, "Little brat, we are not your subordinates, why should we listen to you?" After hearing Jessie's protest, Ash did not answer her but said to them, "Jessie, James, Meowth, I'll give you a task, follow your mortal enemy and see what 24 is going to do." Yes, Jessie and James accepted the task honestly, and Meowth had no chance to refute. Things like this are what they are best at doing, and they wanted to do it anyway, so they happily accepted Ash's order. In order to prevent them from being unable to contact them, Ash also took out a communicator secretly exchanged from the system and threw it to them for contact. After they left, another acquaintance came. "Miss Luca, how did you get here?" Luca opened the box on her neck which contained a silver feather. She said, "I came here to find the answer to this, and then I heard that someone had seen you here." It was obvious that she came here after hearing about what happened here. Everyone nodded, indicating that they would not tell anyone. As soon as the voice fell, a huge wave suddenly rose on the sea, and then the real Lugia appeared in front of them. "Lugia, don't worry, we are not bad people." Ash walked up slowly and said that the reason he dared to do this was because he had the blessing of the sea god plus his own wave guide, which was enough to calm it down, and the little Lugia kept calling as if saying something. However, for Lugia, he is still too young. Xiaoging looked at him and said, the silver feather in Luca's hand was red at this time, and she said, "This is the appearance of rage. After all, I have the blessing of the sea god. During this period, the company has to work overtime and I am going crazy. I may have to find another one after the Huxia New Year. In addition, my first book needs to be revised, so I have to divide my energy on it." So until now, it has not been revised. Later, after Joshua's narration, everyone learned about the fate of Joshua and him. As a result, when she came to check, she saw Luja, who was still a child. Qualification: deeper gold. Then, a blue light flashed on Ash's body, covering Luja, and Luja's emotions slowly stabilized. It folded its wings and interacted intimately with the little Luja. Pokémon with children are very wary, Richie said with understanding. Learned moves: Destruction Beam, Giga Impact, Mental Twist, Future Sight, Zen Headbutt. Evaluation: a maternal Luja with a child, she is particularly caring for her child, and her maternal instinct is enough to make her give everything for her child. Although she has no role, her strength should not be underestimated. Learned moves: Dragon Rush, Ancient Power, Safeguard, Calm Mind, Extrasensory, Rain Dance, Hydro Pump. I think it's almost time for it to pick up silver. Ability: Pressure. Ash, he is very close to you, Misty said with a little envy. In fact, Joshua still trusted them because Ash had the breath of the sea god, so he could not be a bad person. Finally, thank you to the readers who have always supported this book. Thank you. So, I want to change my mood and tell you that this book has not been released yet. I hope you don't think too much. In this, except for Misty and Zyoging, who could barely remain calm. After all, they had seen Suicune and Celebi, everyone else looked worried. And he, on the surface, had a lot of fun playing with Luja and her child, but in fact his mind was no longer here because he knew the plot well and knew that the Rockets would carry out a capture plan for Silver next. Attribute: Psychic. Flying. After receiving the order, the 3 members of Team Rocket also sneaked into the base where Team Rocket was located. Ash still sent Meganium, and it was perfect to use her to fight against the water-type Feraligatr. Ash stood up instantly after hearing the noise and said with a gloomy face, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Team Rocket, and I know you won't give up." More than 20 Team Rocket members surrounded them, all wearing black uniforms, holding a capture gun, staring at them expressionlessly. Feraligatr's terrifying attack did not scare Ash and Meganium, but he was surrounded by Meganium's Leaf Storm and could not move forward. Meganium, Vine Whip. Now Meganium is the strongest grass-type Pokémon besides Venusaur. Vine Whip also tied up Feraligatr tightly and threw it directly into the sea. But after hearing their report, they asked them to continue to monitor Team Rocket to prevent them from having any other plans. The trio also carried out the plan obediently. Pikachu made a prompt decision, jumped up and fired a thunderbolt at Charizard. There was no need to talk about fairness in front of Team Rocket because they were unfair to begin with. It doesn't matter, anyway. It has been confirmed that he is in this sea area. Next, we just need to make a careful plan to capture him. Charizard and Feraligatr are not high enough. I need Luja's power in my Pokémon strengthening plan. I want to maximize the power of Pokémon and create new energy. Not Rumba, it's Namba. Dr. Namba was inevitably a little angry when he heard that Cassidy didn't even pronounce a word of his name correctly. After hearing this, Ash sneered, "Humph, another idiot who doesn't know his place. He always wants to use some unrealistic methods to find a powerful shortcut, so he uses the Pokémon strengthening plan as a cover tilde letter 3005. Tilde, it's decided to be you, Dazuolian." "Excuse me, Dr. Namba, when we were catching the Luja baby, we met a strong man and failed the mission. I'm sorry." Meganium Leaf Storm. Although Pupitar's evolved form is a quasi-god, it does not mean that he is a quasi-god. He was hit into the sea by Charizard's flamethrower, and then the flame came towards Ash. Rumba Professor. Feraligatr used Thrash. However, it also reflects that Team Rocket is good in other aspects except that they have no talent in catching Pokémon. At least after they disguised themselves, even Cassidy and Butch did not recognize them and followed them to meet Dr. Namba. Suddenly, he heard the Buey boy growl, and then Pikachu reacted the fastest, condensing an electro ball at its tail and throwing it in the direction of Eevee's call. With a bang, the electro ball blew up a capture net. Feraligatr used Ice Fang. Meganium, Magical Leaf. At this point, he could only use this move. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Ash shouted to those around him, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt, delete. Luja capture plan B starts now. As for the strong man you mentioned, After seeing this, Richie also stood with Ash, and one look confirmed that they were going to fight side by side. Ash had always had a feeling that their action must have been prepared, so before the battle, Ash deliberately left Eevee with the little Lugia. It was hatched from the egg that the 5 Eevee sisters gave to Ash. Let me mention here that the rewards of the previous system update included a partner gift package, which means that Eevee and Pikachu became Ash's partner Pokémon, and they also gave him Water Stone, Electric Stone, and Fire Stone, which Ash used on Eevee without hesitation. Then, Eevee's partner moves were increased to Bouncy Bubble, Buzzy Buzz, and Sizzly Slide. It can be said that as long as the trainer commands Eevee properly, its strength is not worse than those Pokémon that have finally evolved. Back to the present, a little Lugia made of iron came to Eevee's side, attracting the little Lugia. But Eevee noticed something was wrong, and while shouting "Buey, boy," he used Swift on the Iron Lugia. But such an attack was far from enough. As a result, the fake Lugia ejected a magnetic rod with electrodes from its back, forming a cage to lock up Eevee and the little Lugia. Accompanied by bursts of power trip laughter, a submarine surfaced, and it was Cassidy and Butch. "Ha ha ha, we'll take baby Lugia and this Eevee." Oh no, Ash turned around, but it was too late, and he was immediately furious because he had promised Lugia's mother before that he would protect baby Lugia, but he did not fulfill his obligations, and even Eevee was caught. Seeing that they were about to run, Ash said, "Pikachu, you and Lantern chase them together." "It's decided to be you, Feraligatr." Ash took back Meganium, rode on Feraligatr's body, and chased after them. Lantern's speed was far behind that submarine, and Feraligatr swam at the fastest speed, but there was still a distance. Eevee Unlimited. Damn it, in that case Feraligatr used the freezing ray to the maximum extent. If Ash's Suicune was here, the power of the freezing ray would definitely be increased to the maximum, but although Feraligatr's freezing ray was not as powerful as others, it also slowed down the speed of the cage. Seeing this, Ash stepped on the back of assist Feraligatr and came to the front of the cage and smashed the cage with his fist wrapped in wave power. To be continued. Just when Ash wanted to try again, for some reason the cage's strength to break free from the ice surface suddenly increased, not only breaking free from the ice layer but also escaping in front of Ash. Ash hoped that Lugia's mother would not come back so soon so that he could exchange her for Suicune and rescue her more easily. If there is a child, there must be a mother. That's right, Dr. Namba's goal is to lure out the snake and lure Lugia's mother. At that time, his plan will be more perfect. Ash resisted the discomfort and said, "Lugia, don't worry, I already know the base of Team Rocket, their target is you, so wait for me, I will rescue your child right away." After that, Ash and Pikachu put on the dive suits brought by Miss Luca and were about to go into the water, but Lugia blocked them. "Lugia, are you going to?" He could see that Lugia's mother wanted to rescue her child herself, so she let Ash sit on her back and took Ash to the base of Team Rocket. "Ash, I'll go with you too. Misty, this operation is different from the past, the situation may be more critical. How can I be missing in the battle in the water?" Misty handed Tojpi to Zyoging and changed into a dive suit. "I don't want to see you being brave alone, so I must go." Ash nodded. "Zyoging, I'll leave it to you on the shore." "Joshua, how long will it take for Lugia to come back?"
Ash.
Seeing the submarine return to the water, Ash had to rush back. "It's useless, the soundproofing equipment here is very perfect. No one will come even if you scream your throat out." On the other side, in the Rocket Team's base, Dr. Namba looked at the little Lugia in front of him with pride. It was separated from Eevee and locked up. This time, he will definitely rescue Eevee and little Lugia. "Happy Peace Festival, did you eat apples?" After hearing the latest report from the Rocket Trio, Ash didn't say anything, thinking, sure enough, it's for Lugia's mother. Gon nodded without saying a word. "I'll update one more picture now, otherwise I'll have to wait until next year." "Excuse me, Dr. Namba, may I ask what this Pokémon is?" "Lugia, believe me. I will definitely save your child, I will." As he said that, Ash once again burst out the blessing of the sea god, and it was even greater than the first time. He even overdrew his energy to maximize the blessing of the sea god. Eevee could feel that his master would definitely come to rescue him, so what he had to do now was to wait quietly, while little Lugia could only keep wailing, hoping that someone would come to rescue him. Thinking of the thrill of this operation, Ash decided to exchange Suicune back to add an extra layer of protection. Although it looks small, it is definitely the Mew Pokémon Lugia. "What does Lugia's child mean?" Dr. Namba said, Professor Zebo. Then Ash followed the directions given to him by the trio and headed for Team Rocket's underwater base. It's not Zebo, it's Namba. Hearing that the two of them called his name wrong again, Dr. Namba emphasized it again without getting tired of it. The problem now is that if Luja's mother comes back now and sees that her child is missing, then she will face the catastrophe of the entire Oki Island, and even the entire Whirl Islands may be involved. Operation Zai. Boom, but it didn't move at all. Finally, Luja calmed down and slowly came to the ground. When he came back, he found a big wave on the sea. Mother Luja appeared in front of Ash and the others. Ash could feel her anxiety. When he took action, Ash jumped on her and said, Luja, your child was taken away. I didn't protect your child well, I'm sorry. But Luja's anxiety could not be calmed down by a few words. It was always churning on the sea. Ash experienced a process more thrilling than a roller coaster. She may come back at any time. This answer is undoubtedly worse than before. After all, who would really feel at ease with her child outside? After comforting Luja's mother, Ash and Misty set off. After diving into the sea, according to the direction given by the trio before, they have found the rocket team's underwater base. Luja was eager to save his son and he could not wait to rush up. His huge silver-white body was so conspicuous that he triggered the alarm of the underwater base as soon as he approached. For a while, the alarm bells rang loudly and the lights in the base were bright, but it was a pity that this base was not equipped with any capture equipment. Otherwise, it would have taken corresponding measures against Luja in the first place. Instead, Luja took the lead and blasted the base with a destructive death ray. Cassidy and Butch also discovered this situation and came in to report to Dr. Namba, Professor Jinbo. It's Namba. I'm sorry, Dr. Namba, Luja really showed up, and with her is the very powerful trainer we met before. But what? Beside that trainer, there is another Pokémon which is initially determined to be Suicune. As a result, Dr. Namba was not surprised at all but looked very interested. In that case, let's start the plan to capture the adult Luja. Operation Plan B Action. With an order, this underwater base actually rose from the bottom of the sea and came to the surface of the sea. Ash, they floated up, Misty reminded. It seems that they want to carry out their plan on the sea surface, Luja. Let's follow them and see what tricks they are going to play, Ash said. When they rushed over, Dr. Namba actually put up the cage that held little Luja, and it was obvious that he was holding a hostage. Not only that, Cassidy and Butch also appeared beside him and threw two Pokémon balls at the same time. Although it was still Charizard and Feraligatr, the contest condition was obviously different. As for the source, it was the device on their heads. Charizard took the lead in Spit-Up Flamethrower. Although Luja dodged it, Ash could clearly feel that the temperature of the flame was very high and very abnormal, just like when it was angry. However, just as Hex and Luja dodged this attack, Feraligatr's attack followed and Misty fell down, so Ash had to reach out and grab her. Suicune? After hearing Ash's call, Suicune immediately rushed to their side as fast as possible. After seeing the performance of Charizard and Feraligatr, Dr. Namba said proudly, "This is my masterpiece, a device for artificially controlling Pokémon's rage trick. Its name is Namba Namba number 5. If Ash heard it, he would have to complain. This name is as bad as it can be. But for now, we still have to deal with these two guys before rescuing Silver." Ash said, "Misty, please take charge of Pikachu and Suicune. I will go to the base to rescue them." Misty nodded. "You go, leave this to me." He also sent out his favorite general, Starmie, to escort him. As mentioned before, Misty also learned a lot of skills in Ninja Academy, including how to stand on Starmie flexibly. This is also the result of Starmie's training in Ninja Academy. Now is the time to show it. Suicune use Hydro Pump on Feraligatr, Pikachu, stare at Charizard and use 10 million volt Thunderbolt. Then, under Misty's command, Suicune rushed up with Pikachu, and the Hydro Pump with the power of the beast knocked Feraligatr down with one blow. Charizard was about to use Flamethrower but was also hit by Pikachu's Thunderbolt and was electrocuted unconscious. At this time, Ash also boarded Luja again and headed towards the base. When he felt that Luja was very anxious and wanted to rush in, Ash stopped it. "Don't go over there, be careful of traps. Just use the destruction ray to destroy this base." Lugia nodded and sent a terrifying destruction ray towards the base. With this power, it was enough to blow up the entire base. However, the base actually took back little Lugia and wanted to escape back to the bottom of the sea. How could Ash let them escape so easily? Lugia chased them. Misty was still dealing with Cassidy Butch at this time and couldn't see Ash at all, so when she noticed it, she could only watch Ash and Lugia go into the seabed. Later, with the support of Zyoging and Richie, Cassidy Butch's remote control was destroyed and she was also blown away by Pikachu. What a disgusting feeling! It was that familiar line again. On the other side, when Ash and Lugia rushed in, they found 4 pillars with metal balls surrounding them from the front, back, left, and right. Ash saw it and immediately ordered destroy the death light. Fortunately, one of the pillars was destroyed in time, otherwise Lugia would have been in danger. In the process of rushing to the base, Ash also adjusted his perception to the maximum just to prevent Team Rocket from having any more tricks. Along the way, although Team Rocket was prepared, they were all vulnerable under the cooperation of Ash and Lugia. Finally, they came to the room where little Lugia was imprisoned, and with it was the cage where Eevee was imprisoned. "You are the pumpkin professor of Team Rocket?" Ash got off Lugia and put his right hand on Lugia's neck to prevent him from making any unusual movements. "It's Dr. Namba, he is really a young man, thank you for sending Lugia to me." Then 4 pillars suddenly rose up and surrounded Lugia. It seemed that the formation formed by these 4 pillars could suppress Lugia's powerful power. "Haha, I finally got Lugia. It seems that I had the last laugh." "What is your purpose in wanting Lugia?" "Since it's not easy for you to come here, I'm kindly answering you. I want to develop a new energy based on the power of Lugia and use that energy to help humans make new developments. Pokémon is a creature that was born for humans. Humans are creatures chosen by God. Apart from that, all creatures must serve humans. It's just nonsense." After listening to Dr. Namba's nonsense, Ash said with a gloomy face, "The meaning of Pokémon is to coexist with humans and make progress together. A beast like you who only treat Pokémon as a tool is not as good as a newly born Pokémon." 10. What are you talking about, kid? Little kid. Tusk, I'm a man who wants to be a Pokémon master. As he said, he took out a Pokémon ball. It's decided to be you, Meganium. Go ahead, Thunder Shock Lu. This Electabuzz also has Namba Namba number 5 on his head. In response, Ash smiled slightly. It's impossible to exert the maximum power of Pokémon just by stimulating rage. It's hard to say Electabuzz rages Thunder Palm. As a result, this attack full of rage was easily tied up by Meganium's Vine Whip, and then with a light swing, Electabuzz fell to the ground. "So I said you don't have any ability to control rage at all." Ash threw the Master Ball around his neck. "Hey, come out and get some fresh air." "Yes, it's Mutwo, you are you." This time, Dr. Namba was really scared. "Mutwo, rescue them both. Lugia is in the same camp as us." Ash didn't forget to comfort him. Mutwo nodded, threw 2 shadow balls and released little Lugia and Eevee. "Very good, next Mutwo, Lugia, leave it to you. This is the base of Team Rocket, Mutwo, you know how to deal with them." Ash sneered, never hold back when dealing with enemies. "Well, that's it, I understand." Then, with 2 figures disappearing and explosions coming one after another, Ash said, "Pumpkin Professor, I have something to say to you. The real power of Pokémon comes from full trust in the trainer, that is, bond. It's Namba, not Pumpkin." He also saw the Rocket team's base surfaced, and what awaited them next was the arrest of Officer Jenny. As for Silver, it would be better to let it follow his mother to train, and Ash promised that when his strength reaches a level that allows him to be independent, little Lugia can come to him. However, before leaving, Lugia gave Ash a special item, Tidal Bell, which can be used to summon Lugia. After saying goodbye to Lugia and Richie, Ash and their Whirl Islands trip officially came to a perfect end. However, "Ash, can we meet them again?" "Yes, we will. To get back to Asagi City from Whirl Islands, you just need to take a boat. However, if you really want to go back, you have to start from a place called Pomfret Town on Akewa Island, where there are regular boats to Asagi City." So under the leadership of Luca, they boarded the last boat without any danger. As for why it was safe, because they fought with Team Rocket again. I don't know what happened, but this trio may have a kind of luck. That is, although they have their shadows in the large-scale operations of Team Rocket, they can always be the luckiest fish that escaped the net under the pursuit of the police. However, after meeting Ash, their luck turned into bad luck. The rest is a sentence, what a disgusting feeling, and there is no shot of this appearance. Later, they also confirmed by phone that Ampharos has recovered. Miss Jasmine is no longer as depressed as before, and contest condition has slowly adjusted, so there should be no problem in the gym battle. On the boat, Ash didn't say much but closed his eyes to rest and thought about which two Pokémon would be more suitable for the gym battle, because he had learned before that the rule of the Asagi gym was that two Pokémon, when all the Pokémon of one side fell, the game ended. According to the plot, the two Pokémon sent by Jasmine were Magnemite and Steelix. Magnemite was easier to deal with, but this Steelix had a move that combined Sandstorm and Dig, so although the Fire-type Pokémon was restrained in attributes, it was also very easy to fall into the passive state. In this way, you have to pay special attention to which Pokémon you choose. Thinking of this, Ash had already made a decision in his heart. The next day, they arrived at Asagi City smoothly. The gym battle was about to start. Ding Dong successfully signed in to the Shalot gym. Congratulations to the host, you have received the sign-in reward, plus 1 emotion with Pokémon, item Hard Stone, Luxury Ball plus Ice Steel, Z Crystal. I didn't expect that this time, he unexpectedly got a Z Pure Crystal. You know, up to now, he only has one Electric Z which was exchanged before. He is going to find a suitable occasion to show the power of Z moves. Interestingly, the referee this time is Kizia. This time, 2 Pokémon are used, do you understand? After the two confirmed, Kizia said, now, the Shalot Gym trainer Jasmine and the challenger Ash from Pallet Town will compete with Badge as the bet. The game begins. First, Magnemite. As a gym trainer, Jasmine took the lead in sending out Pokémon, which was Magnemite that had been on her shoulder before. Is it really Magnemite? In that case, it's decided to be you, Eevee. Ash did not send out his General Pikachu in the first battle but sent out Eevee to lead the way. Ash sent Eevee to fight. That's a bit strange, Xiaogang said. If it was the case in the past, Ash would have sent Pikachu. I guess Ash wanted to have more combat experience, Misty replied. Let's go Eevee, use Sand Kick. Eevee's Sand Kick was dodged by Magnemite. Magnemite, use Thunder Wave. As a result, Thunder Wave was also dodged by Eevee. I thought you would send Pikachu before, but I didn't expect that Eevee alone would be so fast, Jasmine said. After all, this kid has been practicing with Pikachu, but it's not just that. Ash smiled. Eevee agility. Seeing that Eevee was moving so fast, Jasmine said, Magnemite used Thunder Wave continuously. After dodging the continuous Thunder Wave, Magnemite felt a flash in front of his eyes and then he saw Eevee coming to him. Now use Swift. Countless stars hit Magnemite. Although the damage was not doubled, it was still too close to him. Final attack, take down attack. Eevee's petite body hit Magnemite hard and pressed him under her. Magnemite loses its ability to fight, Eevee wins. After Jasmine took back Magnemite, she couldn't help but praise, Ash, you are really amazing. But I will never lose the next Pokémon, go Steelix. After seeing Jasmine's Steelix, Xiaogang said, this Steelix has a very good momentum. I don't know what Pokémon Ash will send out. It seems that Ash didn't exchange the Fire-type Pokémon. That's not right, Xiaogang, Ash said. Steelix is a Steel-type and Ground-type. If you use the Fire-type to fight, the Bamboo-type's special move will be restrained. But use it, it's okay. Ash took out a Pokémon ball. It's decided to be you, Feraligatr. That's right, after thinking, Ash decided to send Feraligatr. By the way, Xiaogang clapped his hands, not only the Fire type can restrain the Steel type but also the Fighting type. As for the Ground type, Feraligatr's attribute can also restrain it. However, does Feraligatr have any special tricks for the Fighting type? Of course, just watch it with peace of mind, Ash smiled confidently. Steelix used Sandstorm. Feraligatr used DK Cannon. The Sandstorm that Steelix just blew up was suppressed by Hydro Pump. But after the sandstorm, Steelix disappeared, leaving only a big pit. Dig a hole in the ground, Feraligatr used Brick Break on the ground. Then, Feraligatr's palm turned into a hand knife and chopped it directly, and Steelix under the ground was shaken out. You're quite good at it, Ash. Steelix used Screech. Don't worry, rush forward and use Aqua Tail. Feraligatr's momentum continued to rise under Ash's command, and it roared and swung its 10 tails at Steelix. So strong Iron Tail counter. After the collision, water splashed everywhere and Ash took this opportunity. Feraligatr use brick break. Steelix use rock throw. Feraligatr's two hand knives kept smashing the stones, and he also used the broken stones to counterattack Steelix. Seeing Steelix, who was a little impatient after being beaten, Jasmine said, "Steelix, Encore Iron Tail. Use superpower to block it." Feraligatr's muscles swelled up and he stretched out his hands to grab Steelix's tail, making it unable to move. At the same time, his feet also pressed deep footprints. Take advantage of 2.2 now, throw it out and use brick break. Feraligatr used both arms to throw Steelix out and chopped Steelix's head with his right hand knife. The double damage made Steelix lose his ability to fight directly. Steelix loses his ability to fight, Feraligatr wins, so the winner this time is Ash from Pallet Town. "Great, Ash wins," Misty said happily. In this battle, Ash fully utilized Feraligatr's advantages and was very good at seizing opportunities. "Not bad," Xiaogang commented objectively. "Ash, you are really strong. I am convinced of my defeat. Here, this is the mineral badge, it's yours." Jasmine took out the symbol of the Asagi Gym mineral badge. After Ash took it, he said, "Okay, I got the mineral badge." Pikachu, Eevee, roar. After getting the mineral badge, Ash now has 6 badges. That is to say, as long as he gets the remaining 2 badges, he will be eligible to participate in the Johto Region Alliance Silver Conference. Under Jasmine's guidance, Ash and his group decided to go to Mahogany Town as their next stop. Before that, they had to return to Yuju City before going to Mahogany Town. They were in a good mood along the way. Pikachu and Eevee were having fun with Ash, and Ash himself was also in high spirits and full of satisfaction. "Ash, you are in a good mood." "Really? Can't you eat in a more civilized way?" Misty said helplessly, covering her forehead. Later, when he knew that they were going to learn dancing, Ash had guessed that it must be the Rocket Team's trick. After they walked away, Ash secretly followed them and didn't forget to tell Misty and Sakura. In order to divert her attention, Misty had to look outside the shop. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a girl's voice. "Misty, long time no see. The new year is coming soon. I wish everyone a bull turn of events in 2021. Fortunately, we didn't come too late and Eevee hadn't taken off their disguises." "Eevee, Eevee!" Ash's Eevee ran over happily after seeing the sun Pokémon and started playing with it. This time, he didn't even have a chance to say his lines before he was blown away by Pikachu's Thunderbolt. After Ash saw it, he did not dodge but looked at the barrels and a blue light flashed in his eyes and the barrels stopped. "That Eevee must be the egg from the beginning, Ash. I didn't expect you to cultivate it so well." After returning to Sakura's house, I met Sakura's 4 sisters at the door and it was the eldest sister who spoke first. "What are you going to do?" Ash saw them going out with their Pokémon and couldn't help but think of one of the plots. Eevee nodded, flashed in an instant and slapped the 3 of them in the face with his tail and took off their disguises by the way. Are we only worthy of appearing in the narration? Now, the 5 Eevee sisters are truly gathered together. After all, these are all the evolutionary forms found so far in the Johto Region Alliance. But the remaining 2 badges are not easier than the previous ones. "Are you so confident?" Xiaogang reminded. "Ash, look." "Of course, just because I have faith in my Pokémon," Ash said, looking at Pikachu and Eevee beside him. Ash's strength is no longer as weak as in the original book. All the Pokémon that should have evolved, and he will never miss the Pokémon that should not be missed in this life. Under the leadership of this uncle, Ash and his friends took a shortcut and arrived at Yuanju City before dark. When 730 caught up, he just saw that they were about to hand over the Pokémon to the Rocket Team trio who had already put on makeup for safekeeping. Then, Ash controlled the barrels and walked up the uphill slope and returned the empty barrels to an uncle, because those barrels were his. "In that case, thank you very much, uncle. Free pickup, don't miss it. It's the same result again." Just as they passed an uphill slope, several milk barrels suddenly rolled down from above. Among them, Xiaogang the SB ran up to chat with the 4 beauties again. As a result, when asked who was the most beautiful, Xiaogang was scared and hid behind Ash. This question was really terrible. "What a disgusting feeling." "It's really you, Sakura. I didn't expect your Eevee to evolve into a sun Pokémon." Suddenly, a Pokémon that looked like a pink kitten with a gem on its head and a forked tail ran towards them. After a good rest in Yuanju City, Ash and his friends were about to head to Mahogany Town. However, just as they were about to move forward, they heard a series of bell sounds coming from the wind. "Strange, where did this bell sound come from?" Misty asked. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the sound coming from the bell tower." Ash listened and said the source of the sound, and at the same time he also recalled this part of the plot. In the original work, after the Rocket Trio was knocked away, they happened to fall near the bell tower. When they knew the value of the clear bell, they had evil thoughts and wanted to steal the clear bell. However, they didn't know the true meaning of the clear bell, that is, it couldn't ring the bell, but because of Jessie's negligence, she accidentally broke one, which resulted in the attack of many Pokémon in Yuan City. Although the crisis was resolved in the end, what impressed him most was the second appearance of Suicune. In this life, Suicune followed him in the Celebi forest. I don't know if there will be any changes. Ash glanced at the Ultra on his waist ball, said, "In that case, let's go and take a look." So they hurried towards the direction of the bell tower. When they arrived at the bottom of the tower, they were stopped by a handsome young man. "You guys, don't you know that this place is forbidden to enter?" Before he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth stretched strangely and he showed a very strange smile. "Jengar, didn't I ask you to find Clear Bell?" He pushed Jengar behind him and said. After hearing Clear Bell, Ash felt that things had developed in a bad direction and hurriedly asked, "What happened to Clear Bell? Ash, is that you?" At this time, a person came down from the bell tower, and it was Morty, the gym trainer of Yuanju Gym. "I see, no wonder this Jengar looks so familiar. It turns out to be Morty's Pokémon." "Ash, let me introduce you. This is Eugene, who is doing research on Pokémon legends in various places and sometimes comes to me to investigate ancient documents." "Eugene, this is Ash from Pallet Town." He met Ho-Oh on the day he set out on his Pokémon trainer journey. "Ho-Oh," Eugene looked at Ash with a scrutinizing look, but Ash ignored him and asked Morty, "Just now we talked about Clear Bell. Could it be that transparent A? It's really bad. All the clear bells dedicated to Ho-Oh on the top floor of the bell tower have been stolen." Morty explained the whole story. "So are the other bells in the bell tower warning us?" Eugene nodded. "Yes, do you know what this means?" "Ho-Oh is watching us. Legend has it that Ho-Oh's rage will only be eliminated when humans and Pokémon truly communicate with each other. However, Ho-Oh sent 3 messengers to this world, namely Entei, Suicune, and Reiku. Ho-Oh prays that humans and Pokémon will coexist peacefully one day and sends these 3 Pokémon as human monitors. When they admit that humans and Pokémon can coexist peacefully, Ho-Oh will return again. Eugene said the above is the result of his investigation. Zyoging thought for a while. That is to say, the 3 beasts should have a unified opinion. At this time, Ash felt the Ultra Ball on his waist move, and Ash could feel that Suicune was a little uneasy. Strange, if only the clear bell of the bell tower is lost, it should be able to be found, but why does it feel like things are still not that simple? Suddenly, the gym students ran over breathlessly and said to Morty, "Morty, something bad has happened. The bell tower has been occupied by many Pokémon." Dividing line. Time goes back a few hours ago. According to the previous Pokémon monthly manual, these bells are the legendary clear bells. I didn't expect these things to be so easily obtained by us. As long as we ring the bells, we can see Ho-Oh. As a result, after shaking for a long time, these bells did not make any sound. "Why is there no sound? Meow," Meowth said in confusion. Come out, Ho-Oh. "There has been no sound. Could it be that the bells have rusted because they have not been used for too long?" "Impossible, how can crystal rust?" Meow. Then Jessie, the eldest sister, wanted to do something powerful to make a miracle happen. She took all the bells in her hands and shook the ropes hard. As a result, not only did they not ring, but one of the bells flew out, and then there was a crisp crack sound and the bell was broken, the kind that could not be repaired. At the same time, the bells of the bell tower stopped ringing. Ash put them down but did not untie them. "Mr. Morty, send them to Miss Kuncha." "Water, Suicune, you actually captured Suicune?" If the shock brought to him by Clear Bell was 1 times the damage, then the shock brought to him by Suicune was 3 times the damage, because that was his dream that was just around the corner. Then Team Rocket was tied up tightly with insect silk by the violent Pokémon. There is really no way. Some chapters of the old book need to be revised and I have to work overtime. But fortunately, I am free now and can continue to update this novel. Ash has been giving you so many opportunities, but you don't know how to cherish them. Misty was so angry that she was speechless. Tilda Team Rocket, it's really your doing. Although Ash had some guesses, it was a different feeling when he saw it with his own eyes. When Ash and the others arrived, the entire bell tower had been entangled by those insect Pokémons into a white kingdom. Hey, why are you blaming me? It's obviously the quality of that bell that's not good. At this time, he was hiding and shirking responsibility. After arriving at the scene, Ash and his team were a little numb when they saw the 3 members of Team Rocket hanging upside down. Finally, I am back. Did you miss me? Then it came to Ash's side and lowered its head. Eugene looked at it and smiled. Yes, he could not keep his face calm in that situation. After all the insect Pokémon went back, Ash put his bell together with the 3 bells before and hung it back on the bell tower. He believed that one day Ho-Oh would come back again with the sound of the bell. With this hope, Ash and his friends said goodbye to Morty and Eugene and continued their journey to Mahogany Town. Curlia, reflect, block these powders. Ash released Curlia, and Curlia also put up a light blue barrier with both hands to let Ash and the others avoid the harm of these powders. The situation is urgent, let's go to the bell tower. Ring! With this sacred sound, the insect Pokémon stopped their actions, calmed their anger, and came here to worship. They are very rage. Ash can feel their emotions. Look, clear bell. Eugene pointed to the 3 bells under the tree and said, it seems that one is missing. Which one? What's going on? All the wild Pokémon in this courtyard are here. It seems that anything related to them is 10 good things. To be continued. At the same time, the Ultra Ball on Ash's waist opened automatically, and Suicune jumped out of it and cleaned up the silk threads here. I will present you with a 3,000-word chapter to show my sincerity. Eugene looked at the Bell Tower and said, these Pokémon seem to be covering the entire area with the Bell Tower as the center. If this continues, not only the gym but also the silk will spread to every household. Morty said, we must stop them quickly. What's going on? How did it become like this? Ash gritted his teeth and said, this is the situation that he and the Phoenix Lord least want to see. Ash, I heard a saying that when the clear bell is stolen, the Pokémon here will lose harmony and make them aggressive. Morty expressed his guess. Ash shook his head, it won't be that easy. The harmonious relationship between humans and Pokémon is not maintained by just a few bells. If this is the case, Ho-Oh will not return. But one thing is certain, Clear Bell must have had an accident and it is something that makes Pokémon angry. Ash said his guess, let's go on. Clear Bell, you actually have one too. Eugene was stunned. This thing is very rare and he actually has it. Okay, Ash, but what are you going to do in this situation? Under the urging of Ash's confusion, the clear bell rose into the air, and colorful ripples rippled on the bell. Broken by Jessie Meow, Sonins. As you can see, that's it. Because we are Team Rocket, this reason is quite reasonable. The journey continues. Ash, Morty, Eugene looked at each other and went to the bell tower, but they were blocked by Tangela's using Vine Whip, followed by a group of Parasects using Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, and Poison Powder. If they didn't block it, they would have to stay in the Pokémon Center. Leave it to me. Ash smiled slightly and then took out his clear bell from his backpack. The most terrifying thing is that these insect Pokémons are attacking the bell tower, constantly hanging up with insect silk. Could it be that you really got the recognition of Ho-Oh? After resolving the bell tower incident, Ash and his friends continued to head to Mahogany Town, the location of the 7th gym badge. Soon, they saw a small town. Finally, we can see a town, we can have a good rest, Misty said. According to the travel guide, Thunder Town should be ahead, Xiaoging said as he flipped through the travel guide. This town was built in the valley and the scenery was quite good. As for Ash, he looked around because he remembered that at this time, Gary would bring his Arcanine to train for the Pokémon race. This kid, since he was defeated by him last time, agreed to compete at the Silver Conference. I don't know how he is doing now. Arcanine, that's it, go. Whoa. Just when they were looking for a place to rest, a voice suddenly came. Ash and the others looked in the direction of the sound and soon saw an Arcanine running over, but there was a ring around his neck and a rope was tied behind the ring, and the person holding the rope was Ash's old acquaintance, Gary. "It's really you, Gary?" When Misty heard that voice, she felt very familiar, but she didn't expect it was really an acquaintance. "Gary, long time no see, what are you doing?" Ash greeted him first, and then pretended to be puzzled and looked at the skateboard under his feet. Although he knew what this meant, in order to avoid trouble it was better to let him say it himself. "Long time no see, Ash." Since the last battle in Professor Oak's backyard, Gary has changed his opinion of Ash, but he is not good at showing it. Perhaps noticing Ash's gaze, he said, "I'm going to participate in the Pokémon race in Thunder Town. Do you want to join? Let's have a full-hearted duel before the Johto Region Alliance Silver Conference." Seeing the fighting spirit in his eyes, it was obvious that he wanted to get back at the opponent. Of course, Ash readily agreed. "Okay, since you invited me, I'll take it, and I will defeat you head-on with all my strength. In that case, I'd love to have it, but I must be the winner this time, Arcanine, go." After Gary made a harsh remark, he continued to practice with Arcanine. "Ash, aren't you a little too careless? You don't have that kind of equipment yet and you don't have much time to practice." What's more, Gary's Arcanine has a very good momentum. Zio-Gang said what he was worried about. "If it's an equipment problem, I can help you solve it." Just then, an uncle came over in a Toro's bullock cart and said. Ash and the others naturally chose to believe him, so they got on it. When they arrived at the uncle's house, they found that his house was a breeder's house. "Huh, Uncle, you have a lot of Pokémon eggs at home," Zio-Odian couldn't help but said when he noticed the dazzling array of Pokémon eggs here. "Yes, I am responsible for hosting Pokémon eggs, helping to hatch and breed and then returning them to the original owner. This is my job as a breeder," Uncle Dazzo said. "And the environment here is very good, the air is fresh, and it is very suitable for breeding Pokémon," Zio-Gang said from a professional perspective. See. After taking them to visit the breeder's house, Uncle Dazzo took out a set of skateboard equipment from the back and handed it to Ash. "You can use this set of skateboard equipment. Although it may be a bit old, it is more than enough for participating in the competition." "Thank you so much, Uncle Tatsuo." Ash took the equipment and thanked him. He was confident that he would win the championship this time. The next thing was to select the participating Pokémon. In the original book, Ash chose Bayleaf to participate in the competition, but now Bayleaf has evolved into Meganium. It is a bit inappropriate to let this little girl participate in the competition. "Ash, have you decided which Pokémon to choose to participate in the competition?" Zio-Gang reminded. "The competition rules do not allow Pokémon to be replaced during the competition. In other words, only one Pokémon can participate. Pokémon racing is a popular competition for all of us. It emphasizes the tacit understanding between Pokémon and trainer. In addition to the physical strength of Pokémon itself, the factors to be considered must also include the unconditional trust of trainer in Pokémon. There are other factors to be considered." De Zhao gave his advice. "For now, the Pokémon that can participate in this competition must have an advantage in speed, and Gary's Arcanine is the best proof. If that's the case, you can use Suicune to participate because you said you want to use all your strength," Misty suggested. "No, Suicune is too ostentatious. Tauros or Houndoom are also good choices," Zio-Gang said. "Suicune is definitely excluded. I guess once it is released, everyone will no longer have the nature of the competition," Ash said. "As for who to choose, I will keep it secret." "Uncle De Zhao, is there anything else you need to pay attention to?" "Yes, you have to bring an egg substitute when you compete. You can practice with this." Uncle De Zhao took out an egg model and said, "In this way, thank you, Uncle." After Ash took it, he said to Misty Zio-Gang, "Misty Zio-Gang, don't come over in the next period of time. I can handle it with 10 people." As he said, Ash ran out. Misty and Zio-Gang were left staring at each other. What secret weapon did he hide? The next day, the competition was held as scheduled. Dear audience friends, the annual Pokémon race is about to begin, as you have been waiting for a long time. As mentioned above, in Thunder Town, a Pokémon race must be held every year. This has always been a tradition. On this day, all the contestants were ready to fight, waiting for the start of the competition. The first place in today's competition can get the title of this year's best knight and the glorious championship. The championship trophy does not look very impressive. It is just a Pokémon ball. It is not as good as the trophy that was won in the Seeking Fishing Conference before. At least they can carve a Seeking statue. I won't say more about this one. For Ash, the trophy is harmless, but the title of the best knight is more attractive. However, none of the above is the point. The most important thing is that he can compete with Gary again to let him know his true strength. The rules of the competition are very simple. There are 2 sections. The first section is from the stadium where the players are through Thunder Town to the turning point, Dazzow's house, and then get the egg substitute from there. The second section is from Dazzow's house back to the stadium. Whoever arrives first wins. The egg substitute is a model of the same size as the Pokémon egg. The implication is that this stadium is both the starting point and the end point. Moreover, there is no fixed route from the stadium to the turning point and the players can choose it by themselves. Ash, let's have a fair duel this time, Gary said with high spirits, but when he saw the Pokémon he chose to participate in today's competition, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. I say, are you sure you want to use it to compete? I remember you have Suicune, right? At present, with Ash's Pokémon lineup, choosing Suicune is definitely the best choice. However, this opportunity is too special, so Ash chose it. Yes, I believe this talented Ponyta will definitely not let me down. That's right, the Ponyta Ash exchanged from Professor Oak was the Ponyta of a different color that he accidentally exchanged in Leaf Town. The last time he noticed this Ponyta, he was completely attracted to it because it not only had the characteristics of Galar Ponyta, that is, a not very obvious horn on its head, but also the mane on its head, limbs and tail was light blue-purple. Out of curiosity, Ash checked its data and found that it actually had both fire and psychic elements, and its qualifications had reached the purple deep level, so Ash took it in regardless of everything. Later, when it came to Professor Oak's backyard, it began to run behind the group of Tauros. Ponyta's nature is to like running. Over time, from eating dust at the back at first to being able to keep pace with them and finally leading them to run everywhere, even Professor Oak was amazed. Tauros number 12 in the Tauros group could willingly follow Ponyta, let alone others. So, after Ash heard Professor Oak's reflection of this situation, he immediately chose Ponyta as the first to participate in this competition. Pokémon? After the exchange, Ash and Ponyta had an intensive training. Fortunately, Ash had some experience in training Charizard before and Ponyta's physical strength could keep up, so the training went smoothly. Okay, in this case, I won't lose to you. Gary could clearly feel that Ponyta's momentum was constantly rising, and he felt that this time it would be a tough battle. Please all players stand at the starting line and get ready. The game will start soon. At this time, the 3 red lights of the competition venue lit up one by one, and the moment they turned blue, the competition officially began. All contestants started at the same time, trying their best to seize the initiative. However, problems also occurred. Either they were carried into the air by Pokémon and then fell down and rolled together with other trainers. Or the Pokémon themselves were not united, that is, Doduo power, and some were tripped by themselves and indirectly tripped other trainers' Pokémon. In short, the situation can be summarized in 10 sentences. Problems occurred at the beginning, and many trainers encountered problems one after another. However, it did not affect Gary and Ash, 2 players who participated in the competition for the first time. Now the 2 players are evenly matched, and neither of them will give in. Arcanine go, Ponyta, let's speed up too. In terms of speed burst, Ponyta obviously has a little more advantage, and soon Ash surpassed Gary. Hey Gary, I'll go first, Ash said proudly. Seeing Ash riding away, Gary gritted his teeth. Arcanine, let's accelerate slowly. That's right, he still chose to play it safe. He still didn't dare to accelerate like Ash. The one leading now is Ash and his Ponyta, who are participating in the competition for the first time. I didn't expect that his Ponyta not only looks different but also has worse physical strength than normal. Ash, your Ponyta is very fast, but that is only fast on the plains. It seems that it has no room to play on this mountain road. Then, Ash and Gary ran side by side and ran out of the mountain road area together, and almost arrived at Uncle Dazzow's house at the same time. Are you satisfied with Ponyta's first performance? Well, I got the honorary title of the best knight. Wow. Not only is it bumpy here, but there are also many bends. If you are not careful, you will be thrown out easily. At the same time, the 3 members of Team Rocket had just stolen all the Pokémon eggs here and wanted to get away quickly before Ash found out, but Ash's car arrived. Please give me flowers. Come on, Ash, Misty cheered for him. I declare that Ash won and refreshed last year's record. This year's best knight is Ash. What a disgusting feeling. The burnt Team Rocket was beaten out again. Don't be complacent, I will definitely catch up with you. Okay, I'll wait for you. Soon, Ash brought Gary and a group of trainers to the highlight of the race, the rugged mountain road. Team Rocket, it's definitely not good to meet you. Return all the Pokémon eggs. Gary, if you want to beat me, this level is not enough. See you at the Silver Conference, Gary said goodbye to them. Ash, I have no regrets about this game, but you won't be so lucky in the Silver Conference. After the two of them got the substitute, they set off again, but this time, Ponyta's physical strength once again refreshed Gary's cognition, and even if he took the risk of taking a shortcut, he still couldn't win the game. Ash received the trophy and Ponyta also had a medal around her neck. Arcanine Flamethrower. Not only that, in order to thank Ash for helping them get the Pokémon eggs back, the Tatsuo couple gave Ash a blue egg that was about to hatch as a thank you gift. Arcanine, speed up! At this moment, Gary suddenly accelerated, leaving other trainers behind and coming to Ash's side. After hearing Ash's voice, the 3 members were ready to run away, but Gary directly cut off their retreat and took back the stolen Pokémon eggs. Since they can live in the forest, it is very easy to go on the mountain road. So Ash shook the rope lightly and Ponyta's speed increased again, which made Gary not eat a day gap. Really? Ash smiled slightly. His Ponyta has the characteristics of Galar. It is said that the Ponyta of Galar lives in a place called the Stray Light Forest. It has special characteristics because it absorbs the energy of the forest all year round. Oh my god, I didn't expect it to rain. What are you waiting for? The Pokémon Center is right in front of us. Let's hurry over there. After leaving Thunder Town, Ash and his friends continued to head towards Mahogany Town. Halfway through, a sudden heavy rain came and soaked them all. Fortunately, they had seen the Pokémon Center ahead on the map before, so they had already walked halfway before. Even after the rain, the Pokémon Center was not far away. After hurrying, they finally arrived at the Pokémon Center. It's raining so hard outside, you're really tired. Nurse Joy gave each of them a towel and asked them to comb their hair. At this moment, Zio Gang suddenly jumped out. No, I think this rain just happened to lead me and you to meet 7097. Misty couldn't bear to listen any longer and immediately pulled his ears to pull him away. Okay, let's stop now. Because the guests tonight were only Ash and his group, Nurse Joy quickly made a spare room for them. After they arrived at the room, they were exhausted after a day of just tidying up and fell asleep on the bed. Even Ash, who was always very vigilant, fell asleep. Even if he was a time traveler, he had to rest well when he needed to. Little did they know that tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night. Late at night, the Rocket Trio appeared in front of Ash and his group's door. Meowth easily pried open the door lock with his claws, quietly opened the door, and his sight just stayed on the Pokémon egg on the table. Then let's start now, Pokémon Egg Snatch Mega Crane Battle. The name sounds weird, but the actual action is also quite speechless. James actually used the fishing rod to lift Meowth up. That is, the so-called crane is to use the fishing rod to lift Meowth up and then take the Pokémon egg. Snaky! Snaky! If Ash saw this scene, he would definitely complain to his face. I say, if you let Meowth steal the eggs, then just put the fishing rod over. What are you doing here? Are you here to cause trouble? Even Wobbuffet couldn't stand it anymore, Sonins. Jesse and James immediately held it down, but their movement accidentally woke up one of Ash's group members. That was Tojby. Tojby looked at the funny look of the trio and seemed to be very happy, waving his 2 little hands. Then, the pair of little hands emitted a faint light and waved gently. The Pokémon egg disappeared from the spot and appeared in the forest outside. If Ash saw this scene, he would also be amazed. This metronome skill is too amazing, he actually used teleport. When the 3 members of Team Rocket came to their senses, they found that the Pokémon egg had disappeared. Before they could look for it, they saw Wobbuffet eating a fruit at some point, so they focused their energy on Pokémon food. When they got up the next day, they had already sneaked away after eating and drinking. Ah. Ash, come here quickly, the Pokémon egg is gone, Misty shouted in panic. In the possum's pouch was Ash's Pokémon egg. Is it going to hatch so soon? Ash was a little unsure about Officer Jenny, who called herself Detective Jenny, but she also brought a Growlithe, which was another guarantee. Ash nodded and then said to the dragon, "Dragon, Pikachu is now following me and has grown up healthily." Officer Jenny came quickly and drifted to the Pokémon Center on a motorcycle. Is this the Pokémon Center where the incident happened? Then Dragon, are you willing to go with me? To see more interesting and warm things in this world, Ash took the opportunity to invite him. In this way, in this Pokémon Egg incident, Ash's team added 2 members again. Ash knew at a glance that it was the work of the Rocket Trio again, but the eggs were not in their hands. After confirming Ash's breath, the possum returned the egg to Ash. After Ash took it, he said, "Thank you, Possum, and thank you for helping to take care of this egg. The Dinobot you asked for has been received, and Fampy has also been received at the same time." System, what's going on? Zio is very familiar with the original work, and Ash can't help but wonder when he sees this scene. Great, then please give me more advice in the future. What's wrong? What happened? Nurse Joy heard Misty's cry and rushed over to check and found that the Pokémon eggs that were placed here yesterday were gone. However, after seeing the possum, Pikachu's expression was a little wrong. At this moment, the Pokémon egg actually emitted a bright light, which was the light of hatching. Please tell me the details of the matter. Roar, the dragon also nodded to show his approval of Ash. As a result, Zyoging went up to chat again. Meeting you is a big event. To be continued. When Pikachu was still Pichu, this dragon took care of him, so Pikachu is so excited. Pika Pika. The dragon looked at Ash, then looked at Pikachu's expectant eyes, and 2.8 nodded immediately. Ninetales is coming! Sure enough, under Growlithe's search, Growlithe led Jenny and Ash to find a possum. Ash, Misty, Zyoging, and Joy Jenny all gathered around to witness the birth of this moment. A blue little guy came out of the egg with big ears and a long nose. This is Fampy. After evolving into Donphin, it will be one of Ash's capable generals. Ash didn't notice it but walked over slowly step by step. Possum, the egg in the pouch is mine, can you give it back to me? Pika, Pikapi! At this moment, Pikachu suddenly called out and came to the front of the dragon, constantly pointing at himself. After looking at him for a while, the dragon suddenly thought of something, so he bent down and touched Pikachu's head. The main task now is to find Pokémon eggs, so don't make trouble. Misty pulled his ear and pulled him away. When she heard that the eggs were missing, she immediately called Officer Jenny over. The front should be empty, Mortar. We should find a place to rest now. We have been walking for several days. Yes, and it is getting late. I heard that the weather here is also very strange. Let's find a place to rest. After several days of travel, Ash and his friends arrived at MT. Mortar. The terrain here is strange and the weather is strange, so they have to speed up their pace so that they will not be scared. As they said, when the night slowly fell, the mountain was foggy. Let's walk more closely. It's foggy and the vision is not very clear, don't get separated. Ash told them and walked in front because he had the power of waveguide and could identify the direction in the garden. However, at this moment, Zyoging suddenly stepped on the air and fell to the ground. Zyoging, are you okay? When Misty saw Zyoging fall, she worriedly said. She was still holding Ash's arm. After all, she could only rely on Ash now. Are you okay? At this moment, a beautiful woman in ancient costume suddenly appeared in front of Zyoging, wearing a long silk dress and holding a lantern of a relatively simple style. Behind her stood a Ninetales. From the color of its fur, it can be seen that this Ninetales breeder is very good. What's wrong, Zyoging? Ash rushed over with Misty. Seeing the ancient costume beauty 24 and the Ninetales in front of him, he frowned at first, then showed a knowing smile. Yes, Ash had another idea this time. System, are there any props in the mall that can modify memory? After the last major system upgrade, there were some other auxiliary props in the mall, but he hadn't taken a closer look. There was a high probability that such things would be there. Yes, but the host, whether you want to add memory or modify memory, these two are different. Is there such a distinction? Very good, then add memory props. So Ash bought a memory adding card, looked at Zyoging and threw it over. Note here, the memory adding card is only visible to the person himself and others cannot see it. What a beautiful Ninetales! Stephanie's first impression of beautiful things is that she was amazed. Obviously, this Ninetales was appreciated by Misty. This Ninetales is indeed extraordinary, with elegant manners and a strong sense of nobility in every gesture. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it is from a wealthy family, breeder, and it seems to be interested in Xiaogang. Just now it came with the mysterious ancient costume beauty. After seeing Xiaogang, it bypassed the ancient costume beauty and came to Xiaogang intimately, whispering softly. But now Xiaogang's attention was attracted by the ancient costume beauty. "Miss, you are so beautiful. Please tell me your name." "My name is Xiaogang." "My name is Luo Qi," the ancient costume beauty, that is, Luo Qi replied. "It's very foggy here and it's too dangerous to walk on the mountain road. Why don't you come to my house to rest?" Seeing her gentle smile, Xiaogang's heart was moved again. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very kind. In response, Ash just smiled helplessly, so this can only be a fantasy. In fact, when Luo Qi and Ninetales appeared just now, Ash had already recalled this part of the plot, so he used the memory edition card, even if it was for himself, but also to make up for Xiaogang's regret. After following Luo Qi to this home, Ash took a quick glance and found that it was a mansion. Although it was a little old, it was magnificent and splendid, which matched the nobleness of Ninetales. After the three of them sat down, Luo Qi served them some fruit. Ash looked around and found that there was nothing wrong, so he started eating. Xiaolai and Xiaogang also started eating. "Thank you for being so kind to us." Xiaogang's contest condition at this time was like being addicted to a gentle place. Come to think of it, there was a beautiful woman here and Ninetales was so kind to him. Ninetales also liked Xiaogang very much and came to Xiaogang's side to eat with him. "You are also very cute, Ninetales." Even after finishing the meal, Ash still did not move. Misty looked at him, then at Xiaogang, and felt something was wrong. Miss Luo Qi saw that they had almost finished eating and asked, "Is this enough? It will take overnight for the fog around here to dissipate. You can stay here tonight." "You're welcome, I'll prepare a room for you." After saying that, Roko and Ninetales left. "It seems that you can be relied on at critical moments." Ash looked at him and smiled. Hearing this, Xiaogang burst into tears. There's no way anyone with a little sentimentality will cry at such a touching story. "Yes, it's hard for me, a woman, to maintain this place, so I want to ask Mr. Xiaogang to stay here with me and Ninetales." After saying this, Misty was stunned. Maybe this is God's will. "In this case, Xiaogang, why don't you really capture this Ninetales? It's also quite pitiful." Hearing Misty's question, Ash replied, "Yes, Ninetales is a very long-lived Pokémon. Each of its tails contains a mysterious power that can live for 1,000 years. Once this Pokémon lives long enough, it will awaken a stronger and more mysterious power and even surpass its own species." While they were talking, Roko and her Ninetales had returned. "You should know that your real master died more than 100 years ago. Xiaogang just happened to look a bit like your master. Is there any point in deceiving yourself like this?" Xiaogang thought about it and nodded. "I'm full, and my heart is also filled by Miss Luo Qi. It's such a good place, I really want to stay here forever." Xiaogang's words were a little wrong, and when he said this, Wu Wei opened his eyes. "It's strange, when I was pushed into that room, I saw the Pokémon ball and something seemed to come to my mind, and then that consciousness made me pick up the Pokémon ball and take Ninetales back," Xiaogang described. Ash nodded. Ninetales really likes Mr. Xiaogang. "Excuse me, Miss Luo Qi, why do you live alone in this big house?" Misty asked. "I'm sorry, maybe I'm being rude." To be continued. So Ash, you. Then Xiaogang was mesmerized by the illusion created by Ninetales and was pushed into another room by Ninetales. Ash showed an expression of as expected. Well, Ninetales was officially captured by Xiaogang, making up for the regrets of the big guys. "Go back, my companions haven't caught up yet, why should we go back?" Ash said as he stood in front of him. "7 okay, now please go back." "Please me." "Don't worry, we can just rest here until dawn." "Maybe it's because I raised Vulpix before, so I like Ninetales the most." Xiaogang could only find this reason. "It's okay, it's just that the owner here has been traveling for a long time and hasn't left for a long time. Because he's really been away for too long, the servants have asked for leave and left. Only I with Ninetales have been here, waiting for the owner to come back." More than 100 years, Ash, is this true? Ash had said that, and Misty felt a little relieved. Otherwise, if she didn't explain it in time, she wouldn't be able to sleep well. So, I have something to ask you, Mr. Zio-gang, Miss Luo then said. Don't worry, there's still something interesting to watch. Ash smiled slightly. Ninetales, come back! Just as they were still confronting each other, Zio-gang came out of the house with a Pokémon ball in his hand and took Ninetales back. I'm really happy to hear you say that. However, Misty noticed that there was only Ninetales in the mirror beside her. She was a little scared and turned her head to look at Ash. Ash, this... Ninetales rushed to Zio-gang again. This time, even Zio-gang himself felt incredible. How could he be so favored by Ninetales? Then, was the illusion we saw Miss Rocco before created by it? After Zio-gang successfully subdued this special Ninetales, everyone was able to sleep well. However, one thing is true, that is, the big house here has gone from being magnificent to being shabby, but it is still no problem to stay there for one night. After all, there is a saying, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The next day, after the fog dissipated, Ash and his team continued their journey. This time they planned to take a shortcut. Phanpy had discovered that there was a cave on MT. Mortar, this cave should have been dug by humans. It was mentioned before that the terrain of MT, Mortar, is very complicated. Basically, people going to Mahogany Town have to pass through this mountain. Later, this cave was dug to facilitate everyone's travel. This cave also has very complete measures. The originally dim road is much easier and safer because of the lighting. Ash and his team quickly passed through and came to the exit. With their current location, they can go down the mountain in a short distance, and they are not far from Mahogany Town. At the exit, they actually saw a Balang. Balang, also called Tyrogue, is the form of Hitmonchan, Shavarang, and Capola before evolution. This Pokémon looks small but full of energy. After evolution, the focus of fighting skills is also different. Hitmonchan is good at boxing, Shavarang is good at kicking, and Capola is good at contest kicking to give a fatal blow to the enemy when it is unexpected. Balang is not outstanding in a single aspect, and it is well balanced in all aspects, so it is not outstanding. However, it looks listless now, sitting under the tree as if thinking about life. Strange, is this Balang in a bad mood? Misty asked in confusion, but Ash did not show any expression but watched all this with great interest. Through the exploration eye just now, this Balang has a chance to break through and is currently at the purple deepening level. Zio-gang took out some Pokémon feed for it to eat, but he was not interested. Just when Zio-gang wanted to change to other flavors of Pokémon food, Balang suddenly jumped up and snatched the Pokémon food in Zio-gang's hand and ran away. This is not a good kid. Ash smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand and controlled Balang's movements. As a result, many fruit cores and small stones were suddenly thrown down from the tree, and Ash and his friends had to dodge, and Balang took the opportunity to escape. Two Mankeys and Infernape jumped down from the tree, took the Pokémon food in his arms, and jumped onto the cliff together. When Zio-gang was about to chase him, Ash held him back. Forget it, don't chase, it's just a few cans of Pokémon food. Moreover, the cliff they jumped onto was also very steep, and it would be dangerous for a person to climb up with his weight. Okay, Zio-gang also stopped. I didn't expect that this Balang was blocking here specifically for the Pokémon food of the Snatch trainers, and he also had accomplices. That Balang's skills are quite good. Ash had observed the cliff carefully. It was so steep that it was difficult for him to climb it even if he was very agile. However, this Balang could jump up easily, which showed that he had a good foundation. You guys, a burly young man appeared behind them with a Hitmonchan and a Shawarang behind him. You said it was the Balang with Mankey and Infernape. After hearing his question, Ash turned his head and looked at the young man. Yes, I like this Balang and want to subdue it. If I'm not mistaken, this young man should be Kyo, the so-called Karate King and the eldest disciple of Chuck, the master of Cyanwood Gym. In the original book, when he saw this part, he was a little unfair because Kyo's strength was not enough to train this Balang well. And part of the reason was that Ash in the original book had not yet reached the strength to train fighting Pokémon, so he could only help others. But now, Infernape has returned and he can train a fighting Pokémon team led by Infernape and let it be responsible for the training of fighting Pokémon. Use shoulder throw. It's decided to be you, Infernape. He is my teacher. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kyo. Everyone calls me the Karate King. Kyo said, Ash, Chuck Teacher is full of praise for you. I heard that you defeated Chuck Teacher in his field of expertise. Teacher himself said that you have the ability to surpass him. By the way, what do you think about Balram's evolution? Feel free to raise your opinions. Infernape dodged the attack with agility and then hit Shawarang with a palm before his legs were retracted and killed him beautifully. Kyo saw that this Infernape was difficult to deal with and he did not dare to underestimate the enemy, so he sent Hitmonchan to challenge. Shawarang used the whirlwind kick. Come back Hitmonchan. Kyo took back Hitmonchan and sent out Shawarang again. What is your relationship with Mr. Chuck? Momentum, momentum, momentum. Seeing this identical buffing method, Ash was sure that he was Chuck's #1 disciple. P1 Champion Cup? Ash took out the gold belt that Infernape gave him from his backpack. Are you talking about this? Ash nodded and then, under the leadership of Kyo, found the Pokémon Center here and exchanged Infernape from Professor Oak. Yes, this is it. It turns out that you are the trainer who won the championship with Infernape last time. Please be sure to have a Pokémon battle with me. Hitmonchan, use Mach Punch. Mach Punch is a move that is fast and powerful. Hitmonchan is good at boxing, and with the help of this move it is even faster than you can imagine. Come back, Shawarang, you and Hitmonchan both performed well. So far, Kyo has recognized Ash's strength. Infernape came to Hitmonchan at a very fast speed, grabbed its arms with both hands and threw it hard and won the victory. Another new member is about to join the team. If you are looking forward to it, please support it. The attack method was still straight and it was very easy for Infernape to dodge. Hitmonchan, use Mach Punch again. Please have a Pokémon battle with me. Please coach me before I participate in the P1 fighting competition. You are Ash, right? I heard Teacher Chuck talk about you. The young man was very excited after coming out of Ash. Infernape nodded, then snatched Ash's hat and put it on his head. Ash was not surprised by this. When Hitmonchan punched again, Infernape jumped back and avoided the attack. At this time, Hitmonchan's physical strength could not keep up. Ash looked at Infernape. Not bad, you haven't regressed. I found you a good apprentice, and you will be busy in the future. Mr. Kyo, Balang is playing a prank again. Ash and Kyo's friendly competition had just ended, and the residents of the foothills came to Kyo for help again. Ash and his group followed Kyo to the village and saw that the buildings here were all damaged and graffitied, and the scene was once very shocking. Are all these done by Balang? Seeing this, Misty understood the villagers' rage a little. He is really a naughty child. Ash looked at Infernape. You will be busy in the future. Moo. After hearing this sound, Ash and Kyo rushed over immediately. They found that Balang was riding on Tauros with Mankey and Infernape, and all the Tauros here ran wildly together. Mr. Kyo, you should have been with this Balang for a long time. The villagers here have been asking you for this matter. How much do you know about this Balang? Ash asked Kyo. To be honest, I have been eyeing this Balang for a long time. At that time, when I met it, it had been abandoned by its previous trainer. I saved it when I met it by the river, but it refused my help. Although I don't know why it was abandoned, I can see that this Balang has reached a very high standard in terms of speed and strength, and even its combat awareness is extremely excellent. I met it many times afterwards, but I couldn't subdue it. I think it's because of the experience of being abandoned that 587 is difficult to get along with trainers and even humans. Ash guessed. When they were talking, they happened to see them riding Tauros. It would be life-threatening if they were hit by such a fierce bull. It happened that they were heading to the same place where Ash and the others were. Ash quickly pulled Misty away, but Tojby ran under the iron hoof of Tauros without knowing when. The situation was very dangerous. Ash, it's bad! After Ash saw it, he was about to use confusion, but he saw that Balang on the back of Tauros actually moved down at an incredible speed. His small body burst out with a speed that exceeded Tauros, and he hugged Tojby in his arms and then jumped back on the back of Tauros. Well, very good, I like you very much, I want you. The potential of Balang deeply infected Ash. If he is trained by Infernape after returning, he will definitely become a general of the fighting department. Ash pulled Kyo, who was about to go forward, and came to the leading Tauros, grabbed the horns with both hands. Balang, follow me. After saying that, he exerted force with both hands and knocked Tauros to the ground. Baling jumped down holding Togepi, looked at Ash and then returned Togepi to him and then left with Mankey and Infernape. In this regard, Ash did not stop him because he still did not trust humans. After Zia took Togepi, "Togepi, are you okay?" Togepi still looked heartless and particularly happy. "I really can't stand it anymore, just find Officer Jenny, please help." "That's right, we must teach this Baling a lesson." Seeing the wounded Baling, Ash did not throw the Pokémon ball but came to Baling's side and stretched out his hand. "Come with me, Baling, let more people see your unknown possibilities." "Very good, I have conquered Baling." "Then I'll trouble you." Perhaps the villagers saw Ash's strength just now, so they felt convinced by Ash, so they stopped the momentum and dispersed. "Ash, do you also like that Baling?" Kyo said. Infernape opened his eyes and exuded a powerful and terrifying aura which made Baling feel scared and terrified. For a moment, he even forgot to attack. It seems that his idea is to conquer this Baling and then train it into Beyblade Boy Capola so that it can be complete. "But, Mr. Kyo, it has been a long time since this matter was handed over to Kyo, but it has never been resolved. No wonder they want to find Officer Jenny." In this way, Baling was relieved. After seeing Ash, Baling's expression became serious. It can be seen from the previous confrontation that the human in front of him is very strong, and he saw recognition and appreciation in Ash's eyes. Kyo looked at Mankey and Infernape, who came to Ash's Infernape, and also had an idea. "You come with me. Use close combat. Since you don't attack, don't blame me for being rude." Infernape rushed forward and punched Infernape, followed by a violent attack. Baling didn't have time to defend and was knocked to the ground. "Take advantage of this moment, Hell Rollout." Infernape grabbed Baling's feet with both hands and rolled out madly on the ground, controlling Baling to smash it continuously on the ground. Finally, Infernape threw it out with a fierce swing. "Is that the end? If so, it's far from enough." After hearing this, Baling stood up despite the pain, used Rapid Spin on Infernape, and then hit it with a flying knee. It can be seen that its parents inherited it from Shavarang and Koporang. This attack hit Infernape, but it also stimulated its ability, Rage Acupoint. Use Brick Break. When Ash's Infernape appeared, Baling's eyes lit up and he felt pressure. Mankey and Infernape behind him also jumped up happily. Maybe they also became fans after seeing the majestic appearance of their kind. "Everyone, please wait a moment, give me a little more time, please," Kyo asked. Unfortunately, his Hitmonchan and Shawarang were defeated by this Baling because this Baling's moves were too tricky, and there were also confusing moves like Double Team, so Kyo's Pokémon could only be defeated by him. "I'll meet you, Baling, for the capture battle." Ash took out an empty Pokémon ball and declared war. "Baling, I finally found you, let's have a fair duel." Kyo rushed in front of Ash and challenged this Baling. The furious Infernape slapped Baling with one palm. Baling's attack just now was an all-out attack, and now of course he had no strength to resist. Just now he also tried his best to protect Togepi. Misty's impression of this Baling has also changed. "Pikachu, it's decided to be you, Infernape. How about this, everyone, hand this matter over to me." Ash stood up and said with a smile, "It is better to teach such a naughty child 10 times. However, Kyo lacks too much experience in Pokémon Trainer. Maybe his own fighting attainments are very high, but he still can't train Pokémon. Even the little girl named Chigusa who met before is better than him. That's right, he never bullies weak Pokémon. The targets of his pranks are humans and Pokémon stronger than him." The next chapter, Flash Gyarados, is going to be online. In this way, Ash's team has one more general. Sure enough, he is not a Pokémon that makes trouble, and he is also very kind to weak Pokémon. Zyoging said approvingly. "Okay, I'll leave it to you then." Kyo had no choice but to retreat to the back in disappointment. When everyone found Baling, he was picking some fruits from the tree with Mankey and Infernape, but after seeing a few Sandshrews and Oddish, he shared the fruits with them. Everyone, please subscribe, it will be absolutely exciting. Well, although he is a naughty kid, he has his own principles. The villagers in the foothills could no longer bear it. It was obvious that the farce just now had already aroused public anger. Everyone was furious and clamored to teach this disobedient Baling a lesson. Infernape swagger. After Ash captured Baling, he did not bring it with him but teleported it and Infernape back to Professor Oak. Now, in Ash's team, only Infernape can teach Balang fighting moves, but he has other Pokémon. During the training process, he will train with other powerful Pokémon in various aspects. I believe that Balang's strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Ash used a secret weapon on Balang which will be very useful in future training. As for some things about Balang, Ash's Slowking had a long talk with him, and the result was the same as Ash thought because he was unwilling to evolve. For Pokémon Trainer, it is very fatal for a Pokémon with excellent fighting awareness not to evolve, because the strength will increase very slowly. Although he will not force Balang to evolve, to be honest, evolution is the fastest way to improve his strength. Like in Ash's team, the most obvious one is Charizard, who was abandoned during the Charmander period because of his own weakness. Later, he was captured by Ash and then became the fastest evolving Pokémon in Ash's early team. Now he has also become Ash's top battle record. So far, Ash's Pokémon have completed the corresponding evolution. Because Ash's team is getting stronger and stronger, evolution is undoubtedly the fastest way to improve strength. It's not that Pokémon that do not evolve cannot become stronger, but because the effort put into it is unimaginable. But since it has been captured, he must be responsible for it to the end. He is not that kind of stubborn person, Tilda. With his current strength, he is not worse than those evolved Pokémon if he trains well. He believes that when he sees Balang again, his strength will definitely change dramatically. As for the issue of evolution, it depends on God's will. After walking out of MT, Mortar, Ash and his party strolled in this forest. After passing through this forest, they arrived at Mahogany Town. However, Phanpy and Togepi suddenly became listless and Eevee's contest condition was a little off. Only Pikachu could barely hold on. "Togepi, what's wrong with you?" Misty noticed that Togepi was off and asked quickly. Ash's body flashed with blue light and he said, "Not only them but other Pokémon in the forest have become like this." As soon as he finished speaking, several Caterpie and string balls fell from the tree, scaring Misty and screaming "Ah." "It's okay, it seems that they are also suppressed by something." "Da." Suddenly, a roar came from the depths of the forest. Ash frowned slightly. This sound showed that this Pokémon was very rage and in pain. After feeling this, Ash first took Phanpy back and then took Misty and Zyoging to run towards the source of the sound. After passing through the forest, what came into Ash's eyes was a huge lake. The sound just now should have come from nearby. Zyoging's judgment was correct. The next second, the ferocious existence suddenly jumped out of the lake. Roar! This ferocious existence turned out to be the Gyarados, who was famous for its ferocity. The only difference from other Gyarados was that her body was blood red, the normal red of blood. "It's Gyarados!" Zyoging and Misty exclaimed. Misty had the strongest reaction because she felt that today was her unlucky day. First, she encountered the insect Pokémon and then the Gyarados that left a shadow in her heart. The two things that scared her the most were encountered today. Is there anything more unlucky than this? Ash looked at his twisted appearance in the water, frowned, and said, "This Gyarados looks painful." At the same time, he also recalled that this was the Lake of Rage Gyarados incident. In this incident, he would also encounter the Dragon Elite Fairy, one of the Kanto Elite Four, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Before Ash could recall the incident about the crossing, the blood-red Gyarados actually sprayed a hydro pump at them. Seeing this, Ash immediately used the Wave Guide to build a barrier to block the attack. This attack is really strong. After launching a hydro pump, the blood-red Gyarados seemed to sense something and immediately went back to the bottom of the lake. Ash looked in one direction and his face immediately turned cold. Sure enough, I can meet the scum of the Rocket team everywhere. At this time, a burly man appeared next to Ash and his group. From his clothes, it can be seen that he should be a leading grassroots member of the Rocket team, and there are several other scums around him. The sturdy man looked very arrogant. "Since you have seen the red Gyarados, you can't leave. Go Fearow." "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Ash's doubts deepened because from the perspective of Fearow's contest condition, he was not affected by such a special effect at all, so there was only one possibility. That is related to the secret actions of Team Rocket. Pikachu's Thunderbolt hit Fearow and also hit Fearow with a freezing ray which immediately made it lose its combat ability. A man in a cloak appeared next to Ash and his group with a Dragonite by his side. After seeing Ash and his group, the handsome red-haired guy said to them, "Hurry up and hide in the forest." "Just a bunch of scum from Team Rocket, why do you need to run away?" Ash smiled slightly. "Since the power is suppressed, then release it completely, Pikachu Thunder." Pikachu's huge and terrifying lightning struck down and knocked Team Rocket away in an instant. "It seems that this flying ability is the glorious tradition of Team Rocket," Ash complained in his heart. After Team Rocket was sent flying, Togepi's spirit recovered immediately. Ash, who noticed all this, was even more certain that the Gyarados incident must be related to Team Rocket. "A very powerful Pikachu with an Eevee beside him, you are Ash, right?" The red-haired handsome guy came to him and said after seeing Ash's performance. "Ooh," Ash nodded. "Yes, I am Ash from Pallet Town, nice to meet you, do Zyania." "Yes, he is Mr. Lance from Elite Four." Zyoging also recognized him, the invincible dragon messenger. As gym trainers, Misty and Zyoging naturally knew Kanto Elite Four. "But how did Mr. Lance know Ash?" Misty asked puzzledly. Hearing this question, Dew smiled and looked at Ash. "I have heard of Ash's name for a long time. Starting from independently solving the crystallized green grassland, Charizard, who could only evolve into a special form again, crushing the conspiracy of the Dark Pokémon Ball, destroying the Rocket Team's base on Oki Island, saving Lugia, saving Celebi, conquering Suicune with his own enthusiasm, and defeating the Rocket Team together with Mutwo in the Clear Lake. Ash's great deeds in the Johto Region Alliance were told in detail. Point 0. It's all thanks to you. We can follow the clues and deal a strong blow to the Rocket Team. I just found out that the Rocket Team has established a secret laboratory in this Lake of Rage. I just came here and saw you. It's just right, Ash. I want to invite you to be a Pokémon investigator. How about it? Because from your deeds I can see that your love and dedication to Pokémon are not inferior to mine. Whether it's character or strength, you have been recognized by the Alliance. Professor Oak also strongly recommends you. When encountering Pokémon events, you are sometimes more attentive than me. But don't worry, you can continue your journey. The position of Pokémon investigator will provide you with more convenience when you encounter major events in the future, and you will also get more support from the Alliance. It sounds pretty good. It will not delay your trip. If you encounter any difficult problems, the identity of Pokémon investigator can also intervene unconditionally. For Ash, it is perfect. Moreover, Professor Oak recommended himself, so he must be trustworthy. Ash thought for a moment and said, "I agree, but Mr. Lance, can I have a request?" "This request will definitely not involve the Alliance but may involve you personally, Mr. Lance." "Don't worry, it's just a small request." Dew nodded. "Okay, whatever request you want to make, as long as it's not excessive, I will help you. Just can I ask for it after this incident is resolved?" "Okay, Ash, your Pokémon Investigator badge and certificate will be given to you when you arrive in Mahogany Town. In the future, as a Pokémon Investigator, as long as you make contributions, the Alliance will reward you. Professor Oak will help you keep an eye on it. In that case, let's get rid of Team Rocket first. This fly in front of us is really disturbing." Because of Ash's outstanding performance, he was invited by Dew to become a Pokémon Investigator. Ash was of course happy to accept this title so that it would be much more convenient to act when encountering any incident. After saying this, Dew immediately changed his expression and said, "Ash, we received intelligence that Team Rocket may be conducting some kind of experiment in Lake of Rage. Judging from this situation, the Red Gyarados may have some secrets, which must be related to Team Rocket." Ash nodded after hearing this. "That's right, otherwise the big fool wouldn't be so nervous." He was indeed stupid. People have sent out Pikachu and you still use Fear of the Flying system. If you are not stupid, who else is stupid? "In this case, Mr. Lance, do you have any plans?" Zyoging asked. After all they can do now is to cooperate with Dew's actions, provide corresponding support to his mistress. "I have already found out the base of Team Rocket and am preparing to sneak in disguise to find out what kind of experiment Team Rocket is going to do." After hearing Dew's plan, they also understood. It sounded like Dew's most familiar method. If it were Ash, he would thrash first and then talk about it. Maybe he could find it out, however, he can do this with their help. Oh, them. "Dew, if you want to sneak in disguise, I can recommend 3 people to you." Ash smiled slightly and then shouted behind him, "You have been watching for so long, why don't you come out to meet us?" Team Rocket. "Hey, little brat, don't talk to us in this tone of commanding subordinates, okay?" The three members of Team Rocket came out from the bushes, hungry and sticking their chests to each other, and Meowth shouted unconvinced. Ash ignored them but smiled and pointed at Dew and said, "You'd better cooperate. This is the Pokémon investigator. If you don't obey orders, you will be arrested in a minute." "By the way, I remind you that Ash is also a Pokémon investigator," Misty said. Looking at this slightly strange trio and the Rocket Team uniform that was completely out of place with what he had seen before, Dew asked, "Ash, who are they?" Hearing this, the trio immediately became energetic and posed in their iconic poses. "Since you are asking sincerely, we will be merciful and tell you. Hey. These three are more than capable of doing other things besides catching Pokémon. With their cleverness, they swaggered into the Rocket Team's laboratory base. By the way, who is the one standing behind you? Ash, I'll go with you, I can help too. Misty also stretched out her hand. Yes, Sonins. The foreign aid Ash found for himself was quite interesting. Stop! Ash quickly interrupted their self-introduction. Now you take the investigator to sneak into the Rocket Team's secret laboratory. You are members of the Rocket Team. Find out what they are doing and report immediately. Do you understand? It's very simple. The three members of Team Rocket have been sent to capture the Red Gyarados. We will start at that time and save the Red Gyarados. This time we must stop them. Ash clenched his fists and said, "In the Lake of Rage there is a Red Gyarados lurking. I want you to catch it back. It is an important experimental material that is indispensable for the R project. It must be captured in the wild contest condition." "That's right, Ash, what do you think now?" Zyoging asked. "So I said the Rocket Team's top management is dreaming of using this thing, Solison, to control Pokémon." Ash was also angry. Evolution is the most important moment for Pokémon. Team Rocket wants to use this thing to surpass everyone 3.9. It's impossible. Ash, in this case, did the Gyarados evolve under the influence of the evolution-promoting radio waves? Zyoging thought of this. No wonder it was so painful. Okay then, let's start the plan to save Gyarados. Not only can I have a full meal, but I can also participate in the Rocket Team's official operations. It feels great. Because of the lack of manpower, the trio successfully stayed, and after a feast, their lives were suddenly complete. By the way, the communicator I gave you last time is still there. Right. It's still there. Tyson didn't care about the three of them and said casually, "Don't you know who he is? Professor Sierra is the person in charge of our project this time." "But you said it very clearly, but we were confused when we heard it," James said. "I don't know what we need to do." "After eating, I will work." Tyson, the big fool in Ash's mouth, walked in with a cold smile. "Evolution promoting radio waves?" Ash thought about this word. Then the Red Gyarados makes sense, because it was still affected by this radio wave during the Magikarp period and forced to evolve into Gyarados, but it still retained the color of the Magikarp period. Go report anytime if there is any situation. "May I ask, what is the purpose of catching that Red Gyarados?" James' questions always hit the key points, so their progress will be much faster. To be continued. We will definitely work hard. Little did they know that the conversation just now was secretly recorded by the trio, and Ash heard it clearly outside. Another general is about to join, so why don't you support them quickly? This R project is the most proud revolutionary project of our rockets. Professor Sierra's gloomy voice revealed his determination to win this project. While they were being questioned, Dew also changed into a Rocket Team uniform and sneaked in. When he saw the Rocket Team trio's funny face full of nonsense saying that they could do anything as long as they had enough food, Dew couldn't help laughing. "I will be your strongest backing." Zyoging also stretched out his hand. "Yes, forcing evolution before evolution is the most painful for Pokémon," Misty said. "I will tell you some of the contents of the R project. Anyway, they are about to become cannon fodder and Professor Sierra doesn't mind telling them. Our plan is our Rocket Team's great plan to control the evolution of Pokémon. The Red Gyarados is the ironclad proof of the success of the evolution-promoting radio waves we developed. They will destroy themselves sooner or later and I won't let them succeed. In this way, Team Rocket began the operation to capture Gyarados. The specific method is also very simple. Team Rocket used equipment to detect the location of Gyarados and then asked the trio to lure it out. That's right, these three people were used as cannon fodder. Not long after, Team Rocket sailed to the top of the red Gyarados and the trio put on underwater stealth equipment and were ready to go. Do you know, it is our mission to lure Gyarados out, Jessie said seriously. These three idiots don't know that they are being used as cannon fodder and they still want to prove their strength to Giovanni through this operation. Then they will be reused. Target the deep Gyarados and start the assault. As a result, when they went into the water, Jessie pointed her hand and James jumped down with blood boiling while Jessie and Meowth didn't look like diving at all. Koji24 stopped and asked them, "Why don't you sneak in with us? We need to observe the combat area to make appropriate judgments." Jessie and Meowth didn't move forward at all. It was obvious that the trio was used as cannon fodder by Tyson. Jessie and Meowth, who valued their lives, used James as cannon fodder. The three were about to quarrel when suddenly a pair of scarlet terrifying eyes appeared behind James. That was their target, the blood-red Gyarados. Roar. Gyarados roared and rushed towards them as if he wanted to swallow them. Ah, run! The trio struggled to float up and finally returned to the surface. Gyarados also jumped out of the water but was ambushed by the trap that Team Rocket had prepared long ago. A large electrified net instantly trapped the trio and the blood-red Gyarados, and then there was a very strong electric current which made the trio and Gyarados numb. Okay, leave this to me. After this period of training, Meganium's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The speed of condensing Sunshine Flame alone is not comparable to that of normal Pokémon. In just one breath, Sunshine Flame hit the Rocket team's ship. Soon, Tyson also found something unusual. That's it. Feraligatr U/. Seeing that the Rockets actually took the Gyarados away, Ash was angry. "I will never agree to ignore the efforts of the trainer and Pokémon. Come back, Feraligatr." Ash saw that the situation was not good and quickly took back Feraligatr. "Well done. Gyarados has been captured. It seems that those trash are still useful." Tyson felt particularly smart about his behavior. After arranging Professor Solano, Tyson took a rubber boat and came to Ash again. Under 3 strong attacks, the 3 Fearos lost their ability to fight. "Kid, I'm going to make you pay this time. Not only you but also Pikachu, Eevee and Meganium beside you. I will capture them and give them to the organization." Group fight. Pikachu Thunderbolt, Eevee, Swift, Meganium, Plant Frenzy. "No, that's the Rocket's great plan and it must not be destroyed." Seeing that the lighthouse could not be salvaged, Professor Sheila quickly asked the Rockets to take the blood-red Gyarados away by helicopter. And also took this opportunity to ride on Dragonite and leave here. After avoiding the attack, he added a destructive death beam and the Rocket team's ship was penetrated. However, there was an iron chain connecting the net and the boat. Although Feraligatr was strong, he still couldn't break the chain. "Humph, I will defeat anyone who dares to resist me. Be prepared, kid." Tyson threw 3 Pokémon balls at once, releasing 3 Fearos to be continued. Go Dragonite. This kind of electric current was nothing to the trio because they were used to being electrocuted by Pikachu. The next chapter will capture Gyarados. Please support me. "Okay, just take it back to the Research Institute," said Syllabber with a gloomy face. "It's decided to be you, Meganium." Go Feraligatr, use Tread the Wave. Ash sent Feraligatr to rescue and evolve. In this Lake of Rage, the water-type Feraligatr is the best choice. After seeing this, Misty also sent her favorite General Starmie to help. But it was very painful for Gyarados, who was water and flying type. The electric type is the biggest weakness. It is already very painful because of the forced evolution. Coupled with the effect of the electric current, it fainted directly from the pain. "I will never hand over Gyarados to you. Wait for me, I will rescue you immediately." Ash quickly led a group of people to the direction where Team Rocket escaped. After 30 finished speaking, he drove Dragonite towards the Rocket's base. His first target was the lighthouse that promoted the evolution of radio waves. "Damn, these little ghosts are so hateful." Tyson helped Professor Solano sit on the lifeboat and looked at Ash and Dew in the sky with hatred. Tyson noticed Ash and his group following him at a glance. "Those little devils are here to bother us again." Really? Ash smiled slightly. Mr. Lance, the rocket's base is now in your hands, I'll hold them back. Then he looked at Dew on the boat. Dew nodded. The two of them only looked at each other and knew the next move. It can be said that they had perfect tacit understanding. I see, let's let them know how powerful we are. Professor Solano ordered his men to turn on the evolution-promoting radio waves. Under the influence of these radio waves, Feraligatr and Starmie immediately became miserable. As for the extra chapter, I will update it tomorrow. I just changed my teeth today and I feel very uncomfortable. The goal has been achieved and it can be encouraged. Ash looked up and said, "Today is a good day, Meganium, use Sunshine Flame." The rocket team was about to tow Gyarados away, and Ash saw it and took action. Use crazy attacks! With the joint efforts of Ash and Watari, the rocket team's evolution-promoting radio tower has been completely destroyed. However, the blood-red Gyarados, a product of the evolution-promoting radio wave, was still taken away by the rocket team. In order to completely save Gyarados, Ash and his team followed the direction of the helicopter. While the rocket team's helicopter was transporting Gyarados, Gyarados suddenly woke up. After waking up, it found that it was not in the water but was hung in the sky. It couldn't help its temper, so it struggled madly in the net. The violent force even made the helicopter unstable. After Professor Solano felt the change in the helicopter, his face changed instantly and he quickly ordered, "Hurry, hold on, send it to the headquarters anyway." However, this helicopter can't hold on just by talking. After a while, the helicopter crashed and Gyarados was successfully rescued. At this time, Ash and his team had come to the downstream, close to Mahogany Town. The river became shallow and Gyarados couldn't dive into the water. At this time, Gyarados was also in a furious contest condition. Hydro Pump sprayed everywhere as if it was free, as if venting the anger in his heart. Everything around him turned into ashes along with Hydro Pump. Professor Solano floated on the water, watching all this gloomily, unwilling to see all his efforts for so long turned into nothing. Don't let Gyarados escape, chase him. It must be said that these members of Team Rocket are not comparable to the trio at all. They are very strong in execution. They quickly drove the vehicle, set up the capture net again and recaptured Gyarados, and then they were about to discharge it again to paralyze it. However, at this moment, Ash and his group met the fairy, Mr. Lance. "Ash, I have investigated everything. Through the information I have investigated on Team Rocket, I learned that they once shone evolution-promoting radio waves into Lake of Rage, and a Magikarp was affected and evolved into this red Gyarados. They speculated that the reason why this Gyarados is red is that the red color of the Magikarp period has not faded in time. Watari and Ash's way of doing things are still different. He did a detailed investigation before taking action. After getting the evidence of Team Rocket's crime in his hands, the bad guys of Team Rocket will never turn over. If that's the case, this Gyarados is the product of incomplete evolution, which is exactly what Ash guessed. The scum of Team Rocket must not be forgiven, Mr. Lance. The current priority is to calm this Gyarados down. If it continues like this, Mahogany Town will suffer," Ash said, looking at the angry Gyarados with burning eyes. Although Gyarados has a bad temper, it will never hurt anyone easily. Its current state is all caused by Team Rocket. "Ash, do you have any ideas?" Misty could tell from his expression that he was trying to find a solution. "It is now full of rage. If it continues like this, the affected area will continue to expand." Zyoging looked at all this and said worriedly, "System, is there any way? It is recommended that the host exchange a heal ball which can quickly calm the rage of this Gyarados." Ash didn't care so much, and exchanged one directly and then pretended to take out the heal ball from his bag. "Is this heal ball?" Dew recognized it at a glance, but he really didn't expect that Ash actually had this thing. If there is this heal ball, it will be much easier to deal with. "It's not that easy." Professor Solano saw them and stopped them with a few people. "Our plan is the greatest revolutionary plan. I will never allow anyone to destroy it. It's all because of you." As they said that, they released 2 more Fearos. "What a bullshit great plan, it's obviously just your delusion," Ash sneered. "Do release Dragonite." "Ash, go quickly, leave this to me." "Okay, please. It's decided to be you, Meganium, use Razor Leaf." Ash sent Meganium again and let it cut the net with a flying knife. Now in the shallow water, Ash has an advantage, but before that he still has to drive away the obstacles. Meganium, Petal Dance, Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Starmie, Hydro Pump. The 3 attacks plus Gyarado's Hydro Pump knocked all the minions of Team Rocket away and landed in front of Officer Jenny. Team Rocket, I arrest you for violating the Pokémon Protection Act. Ash, we still need to support Mr. Lance, so I'll leave this to you. Ash nodded, then took the heal ball and said to Gyarados, "Let me comfort you for the pain you've suffered." Gyarados roared and spit up Hydro Pump at it. Meganium, Safeguard, Leaf Storm. Meganium first set up a barrier to block Gyarados' Hydro Pump attack, then the petals on its neck shook and countless leaves rolled Gyarados into it, and then it was blown away. After being blown away, Gyarados did not lose his ability to fight but instead wanted to continue to fire Hydro Pump at him after getting up. "Don't resist any more, Meganium, Plant Frenzy." Meganium stepped on his feet and suddenly countless vines emerged, trapping Gyarados firmly in them, making it unable to move. "Now go, Heal Ball!" Ash threw the Heal Ball at him. After the Heal Ball took the red Gyarados in, damn, it just flashed for a moment and the red light stopped moving and the Heal Ball was taken back by Ash. "Okay, I have captured the red Gyarados." Pikachu, noticed all this and said with relief, "Ash, Professor Oak really didn't make a mistake in you. You have the potential to become a Pokémon Master. I originally wanted to capture it, but I believe that it can also shine in your hands. If there is a chance, let's have a battle together, all members of the Nature of the Warehouse." "Okay, I'll wait for you, Silver Conference. I have confidence in you." This moment, if seen by someone with a heart, will definitely be recorded because one day in the future it will really come true. You are Ash, right? I heard mentioned you. You still left Pikachu and Eevee outside. After reuniting with Misty Zyoging again, they came to the Mahogany Gym together and found that it was closed. "I wish you all a happy new year and I hope this sentence is not too late." "Impossible, I also have a Swinub. I know their habits very well. They have a very good sense of smell, and the Swinub was also because of this spring to find hot springs for people." "Aunt Sima, do you know if there is a place in this mountain where herbs grow?" Ash asked Aunt Sima. It has to be said that it's not easy to come to Mahogany Town, but the harvest is also full. The addition of Balang, Bag Dragon and Blood Red Gyarados has largely made up for the attribute gap in Ash's team, and the strength has also been further improved. "We've finally arrived at Mahogany Town. We can have a good rest." Ash nodded. "Then take us to that place. At that time the answer will be revealed." On this day they finally arrived at Mahogany Town. Gyarados roared, then looked down at Ash, and his originally fierce look became a little more gentle because it was he who saved him from the rockets. In response, the system responded to him like this: "If the host does not believe it, you can recheck Gyarados. If there is any problem, this system can return it and compensate at any time." After arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ash handed his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for inspection, and 963 specifically asked to focus on checking Gyarados' physical condition. "Ash, your Pokémon have recovered very well. Gyarados' injuries have improved a lot. He will be back to normal as soon as tomorrow," Nurse Joy said to him, and was also amazed at Ash's heal ball. It can heal such injuries. However, she did not ask more questions because this is also a secret of the trainer itself and it is better not to ask too much. "Thank you, Nurse Joy. Do you have a new Jade Pond?" The most important thing now is to check whether Gyarados' injury has improved. Even if Ash's heal ball is exchanged by the system, he still has a little doubt. Pokémon Dugong Piloswine lost. Evaluation: he was a competitive trainer when he was young. Later, Siege was burned by Charmeleon in a battle. Piloswine left him in Blizzard. He mistakenly thought that Piloswine abandoned him, so his temperament changed drastically. He deliberately kept a distance from Pokémon and did not have a trusting relationship. To be continued. Good at attribute Ice. Ash followed Nurse Joy to the new Jade Pond in the backyard, took out the heal ball and released Gyarados. "Come out, Gyarados." Ash nodded. "Yes, they are all my trusted partners and my most trustworthy partners." "Hello, do you want to do the gym challenge?" At this time a burly ant asked them. Price, Mahogany Gym Trainer. Speaking of this, Price and Sima's eyes lit up. "If it is that place. Told me that you will definitely become a Pokémon Master, but I don't think so." If you don't correct this, you will not be able to reach that level because you will be affected by the emotions of Pokémon and then it will be easy to lose. Ash was not angry, nor did he argue with him, but smiled and said, Senior Price, this is not what you really think in your heart. You are right, my feelings for Pokémon are sincere, and because of this I can put myself in their shoes. When Pokémon fights, most of the time they turn their backs to the trainer because they firmly believe that the trainer will give them spiritual support. And isn't it the same for us? Senior Price, when you blocked Flamethrower for your Piloswine, weren't you also sincere? Pokémon will not easily abandon their trainer. Piloswine may have left to find herbs to cure your burns. At the end, Ash's tone was obviously higher. What? But I went to look for it and the snow covered the Piloswine. More than 10 years have passed and it has never come back. Obviously, Price's emotions were aroused by Ash. Of course, come with me. Level. Senior Master. It's me. Ash stood up and said, I'm Ash from Pallet Town and I want to challenge the gym. So Aaron isn't here, Aunt Seema said regretfully. Aaron is the gym trainer Price that Ash is looking for and people call him Winter Price. If he's not in the gym, he should be practicing under the waterfall now, Aunt Seema said. You're really a gym trainer, you're always exercising your body and mind. As a colleague, Xiaogang couldn't help but admire him. That's it, I'll take you to find him. Aunt Seema was kind enough to do it and she took Ash and the others to the waterfall. Suddenly, I saw the backs of 10 thin old men. At this time he was meditating under the waterfall, but there was no Pokémon around him. Ash said politely, Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, please join me in the gym battle. At the same time he began to investigate Price, but we've experienced a lot along the way. Give me more advice in the future, Gyarados. Gyarados nodded in cooperation. With a new partner, I'm really looking forward to what kind of trainer the gym leader will be. After saying goodbye to Dew, Ash and his group continued to walk towards Mahogany Town. The journey was very peaceful. Recently, there are too many things at home and I haven't had time to update. Today is finally free. Ash smiled, then walked to Gyarados and stretched out his hand. Gyarados also lowered his head in tacit understanding and rubbed him intimately. Hint: the host's philosophy is different from Price. It is recommended that the host help him find Piloswine first and then challenge the gym. It's useless. There must be a boundary between trainer and Pokémon. It won't work if we don't maintain that tension, Price said as he put on his clothes. After Ash's reminder, Aunt Seema and Price went to the deepest part of the forest together. Misty Xiaogang, let's go and take a look. Ash turned back and said to them, The trees in the forest are very dense, follow me closely, otherwise it's easy to get lost. Ash relied on the powerful wave power to catch up with Aunt Seema and Price. Soon they came to a valley. I have been here once or twice. In this valley there are all kinds of herbs growing. According to Ash's previous speculation, Piloswine may have come to this valley to find herbs for Price. As for the reason why he has not returned yet, it is very likely that Aunt Seema found a rope and Ruengren really found a rope in the depths of the valley. Piloswine is here indeed. Price picked up his feet and hugged them in his arms. He couldn't calm down for a long time because of the guilt in his heart. Ash, you are right, I was wrong, I was really wrong and I have been wrong for so many years. Let's find Piloswine first. Ash could clearly sense a weak wave guide, so he walked in that direction. But he didn't expect that after so many years Piloswine was still alive. It was frozen in the ice at the bottom of the valley and it still had a herb for treating burns in its mouth. Piloswine, my Piloswine, I didn't expect that you really found herbs for me. Price realized his mistake and how outrageous it was. If Ash hadn't woken him up, he would still stubbornly think that he was betrayed. He could not help but bend his legs and kneel on the ice. I'm sorry, Piloswine, I'm a big fool. I mistakenly thought you betrayed me. Forgive me, ball hair pig. Price, now is not the time to confess. Let's save Piloswine first. Then Ash threw a Pokémon ball. It's decided to be you, Gyarados. Is this the Gyarados who wreaked havoc in Lake of Rage yesterday? Price was stunned. Gyarados used Scald. Compared to Flamethrower, Scald is more effective. At least, Flamethrower may cause secondary damage to Piloswine, but Scald will not, and the thawing effect is no less than Flamethrower. Piloswine was quickly rescued from the frozen contest condition but still couldn't move. Pikachu, a lighter thunder shock. Under Pikachu's thunder shock, Piloswine finally woke up. It still remembers Price's smell and Price, the trainer. In order to let Piloswine rest better and Price compensate Piloswine better, Ash did not challenge him but rested for a night. During this period, he also exchanged Balang, Swinub, and Houndoom back to prepare for tomorrow's gym battle. The next day, Ash and his friends came to Mahogany Gym. This is the battlefield of Mahogany Gym. Because of what happened yesterday, Aunt Sima and Price entertained them very warmly. From Price's smile, it can be seen that he is not the original Price who was serious in winter. This is the ice battlefield, which is covered with a thick layer of ice and many icicles are placed irregularly. There is only a small pool in the center of the field which can be used as a foothold for water Pokémon. How to fight in such a field is the first thing that the trainer who comes to challenge Mahogany Gym should think about. Aunt Sima was the referee. Later, I learned that Aunt Sima was a certified professional referee of the Johto Region Alliance. Then the official gym battle will begin now. Both sides can use 2 Pokémon. Ding! Check-in to Mahogany Gym is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Nevermelt Ice, 2 ability activation cards and 2 ability enhancement cards. Ash didn't have time to check the rewards because Price had already sent out his first Pokémon. Go Dugong! Dugong's attributes are ice and water, so if you only take out fire it will be easily targeted by water. Therefore, Ash sent out first. It's decided to be you Balang. Balang's attribute is restrained against Dugong, but on this ice you still have to consider strategy more. Balang, use focus energy. For such a rival it is right to make your attack advantageous first. Balang took a deep breath but Price would not let it go so easily. Dugong, use freezing beam. Balang, double team, get out of the way. At this moment, Balang's figure became dozens, making Dugong unable to distinguish the real from the fake. Price, can you still see Balang's movements now? Balang, use bulk up. Another skill to increase his attack power. Dozens of Balang's bodies flashed red light. Dugong, use Aurora Beam on all Balangs. After the Aurora Beam swept, Balang was not in the same place. Price was shocked. Not good. Dugong, dive into the water quickly. Too late. Balang, spin jump kick. This is a combination of rapid spin and megaton jump kick. The friction generated after the rotation will increase the strength of jump kick to a certain extent. Dugong was unable to dodge and was taken out of the field. Only Balang returned to the ice, panting because of his mouth. It seems that it is still a bit difficult. Balang's contest condition shows that it still takes time to master this move. Dugong loses the ability to fight. Balang wins. Dugong, can you still fight? Ash asked with concern and Balang nodded firmly in response. Very good combo. Then the second rival I sent out is it. Price praised it first and then sent out the second Pokémon, which was Piloswine, who had a tacit understanding with Price. Piloswine, even if you are my lifesaver, you don't have to be polite, use Blizzard. Balang, rapid spin. Balang crossed his hands in front of his chest and rapid spin his whole body, but despite this, Balang still felt the coldness of his body. Balang, jump up with all your strength. Balang seized an opportunity and pushed his feet hard, and the height was infinitely close to the roof of the Mahogany Gym. Balang, megaton jump kick. Ugh, yeah. Piloswine, use takedown. After the 2 powerful forces collided, Balang flew backwards and hit the icicle, never getting up again. Balang lost his ability to fight. Piloswine won. You did a good job, Balang. This jumping power really surprised me. Ash touched Balang's head and took it back. It's decided to be you, Houndoom. Swinub, watch the battle. Ash sent Houndoom out. Since he subdued it, he has not let it participate in the gym battle. This time he will treat it as a training. At the same time, he released Swinub to let it learn from its predecessors. I didn't expect that Ash actually has a Swinub. Of course, it's not bad to let it see more. Houndoom vs Piloswine start now. Piloswine, use Blizzard. The same move won't work on me. Houndoom, use Flamethrower. Through the previous battle, Ash has seen that Price's way of fighting Piloswine is to first use Blizzard to block rival's action, and then use Takedown to complete the final kill. However, Blizzard has been restricted by Flamethrower. What should Price do next? Piloswine, rush up and use Takedown. Houndoom, use Foul Play. The moment Piloswine was about to charge, Houndoom's figure split into two and Piloswine was stunned for a moment, not knowing which one to attack. Foul play skills can use rivals' attacks to attack, and it depends on how Price responds. In this case, Piloswine used Earthquake. Price chose this range skill so that whether it is real or fake it will be affected. Houndoom's steps became unstable because of this. Houndoom jumped up and used Dark Pulse. Piloswine Icy Wind. The power of Dark and the blue-white wind collided and exploded instantly, and smoke blocked their sight. Houndoom Odor Sleuth and then use Fire Blast. Ash gave the order decisively. Houndoom's sense of smell was also very sensitive and it could detect Piloswine's position and launch an attack. As a result, just when it was about to attack, Price threw out the white towel. Piloswine conceded defeat. Houndoom won, so the winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Well done, Houndoom, Ash said. Ash, you are really strong. Whether it is the use of skills or the grasp of the battle situation, you are very good. After all, Piloswine has not recovered yet, and it is very difficult to fight again. I am really sorry, Price took back Piloswine and said, it doesn't matter, I should be the one to say sorry. This is the symbol of defeating me, the badge of ice, take it. After Ash took it, he said, okay, I got the ice badge. Pikachu, roar. Next, it's the location of the last badge, Blackthorn City. After getting the 7th badge, the Ice Badge, Ash and his friends continued to the location of the last badge, Blackthorn City. Ash knew very well that Claire and Dew, the gym trainers of the Blackthorn Gym in Blackthorn City, were both Dragon-type Pokémon trainers and Claire was Dew's cousin. He also remembered that Dew still owed him a promise. Dew would most likely share his own affairs with Claire. As long as he defeated Claire head-on, it would be much easier to make requests and at the same time prove his strength, which could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Besides, he had already thought about what requests to make. What he had to consider now was what Pokémon lineup to use. The Bloodred Gyarados and the Mega-Evolved Blastoise were the strongest Pokémon he had to use to deal with the last gym. These two were the Pokémon that could be used at present. It's not that other Pokémon are not strong, because the 930 to be faced is a very difficult dragon type to target. In addition to the same attribute, there are Ice and Fairy attributes, but these two attributes are Ash's weaknesses. For Ice, Swinub does have it, but the level is too low. Jigglypuff can only be left as a backup plan. If your Eevee can evolve into Sylveon, you can also send it out or comprehend the special moves of the Fairy type, but the means are too limited. In any case, take one step at a time. Unknowingly, they came to a grassland. Ash, look, Misty pointed to the 3 injured Oddish in front. That's Oddish. Just under a tree in front, there were 3 sick Oddish lying. All of them looked injured and covered. These Oddish look very weak, Misty said worriedly. Zio Gang went forward to treat these Oddish and fed them some Pokémon food, and they quickly recovered. As a result, these recovered Oddish all clamored for Ash to help them. It seems that they have encountered some difficulties. Ash and his friends followed them with a helpful nature. In the center of this grassland there is a huge 1,000-year-old tree. Right under this tree, several Vileplume and Gloom gathered together to fight, and the fight was in full swing. As they fought, they became angry and sprayed stun spore everywhere. Ash saw it and immediately released Meganium to block these stun spore and used Sweet Breath to temporarily stop them. However, even if the dispute was temporarily stopped, they still didn't see eye to eye with each other and snorted coldly and walked away. At this time, a young man in a white coat ran over. Hey, did you stop Vileplume, Gloom, and the others from quarreling? Thank you so much. The young man squatted down, looked at them, and found that they were safe and then said, I'm so glad that you guys are okay. I was worried to death. Hello, my name is Saiga and I'm doing research on grass Pokémon here. Then after Saiga's introduction, Ash and the others learned that it turned out that this grassland had plenty of sunshine and there were rivers nearby, so there were many grass Pokémon living here, the most obvious of which were Oddish, Gloom, and the evolved forms Vileplume and Bellossom. Gloom has 2 evolved forms. Using Sunstone will evolve into Bellossom and using Leafstone will evolve into Vileplume. At the beginning, Ash used Leafstone to evolve Gloom into Vileplume. They originally had their own territories which were separated from each other. In that case, there should be a lot of Bellossom and Vileplume around here and there must be a reason. Saiga nodded, yes. The secret is in the wind. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew. After feeling it, Saiga said, "Is it the wind from the northeast? Gloom is going to evolve into Vileplume." Sure enough, under the breeze, several glooms basking in the sun released the light of evolution, and then, as Saiga expected, they evolved into Vileplume. "I think you can see the mystery of the wind," Ash asked. Saiga nodded. "When the northeast wind blows, Gloom evolves into Vileplume. When the northwest wind blows, Zhenzhenhua evolves into Bellossom. I think it should be that the wind contains particles of evolution stones, the northeast wind is mixed with particles of leaf stone, and the northwest wind is mixed with particles of sun stone." It sounds incredible. But the problem is there. After saying that, he pointed to the 1,000-year-old tree. "This is why they have been arguing." It turns out that the sun shines in different places as the sun's altitude changes, and the phototropism of plants also makes them go to places with plenty of sunshine. This results in the morning sun being in Bellossom's territory, and when Vileplume wants to come over, he is treated as an invader and gets beaten. In the afternoon, when the sun comes to Vileplume's territory, Bellossom is treated as an invader instead. Over time, the two races started arguing, and when Saiga wanted to stop the dispute when it was about to happen again, Ash held him back. "No need, stopping it now will only make both sides accumulate anger. It's better to have a good fight, and when they are tired they will naturally not quarrel. As for the solution, it's very simple, just cut down the tree." Cut it down? Everyone present was stunned. This is a 1,000-year-old tree, how can it be cut down just like that? What's the big deal? This tree has been growing for 1,000 years, every plant has life. It doesn't want to watch the two races keep fighting like this. "Meganium, safeguard, protect us, come back when the fight is almost over." Then he sat aside and became a spectator. Misty and the others looked at Ash's leisurely look and naturally obeyed and sat down with him. After a while, both sides had almost finished fighting and Vileplume and Bellossom both collapsed on the ground. After fighting for so long, they could also sense the war-weariness of Oddish and Gloom. Then this emotion dissipated and everyone had no intention of fighting. After all, in 3.3, they are all one family. "Ash, they have stopped, so what's next?" Xiaogang asked. Ash smiled slightly, then took a step forward and came to the front of the tree. He stretched out his right hand and a lightsaber condensed by the power of Waveguide appeared in his hand. Then he slashed it with force and with a swish, the 1,000-year-old tree fell down. Strangely, when the tree fell, it did not fall to the ground but turned into a cloud of dust and flew away with the wind. Everyone was stunned. Can Waveguide be used like this? It was a bit beyond perception. After Ash took back the lightsaber, he turned back and said to them, "Okay, it's solved." That indifferent look as if it was just a later move. "Ash, why did the tree turn into ashes after you cut it down last time?" Misty asked curiously. "That's what I said, every plant has its own life. Moreover, this is an ancient tree that has lived for thousands of years. It has such a strong vitality and naturally understands some things," Ash replied. "So, did the ancient tree disappear by itself?" Xiaogang said. Ash nodded. "Only this explanation makes sense. The road to Blackthorn City is still a long way." One day they came to a volcano. "Xiaogang, there seems to be a volcano ahead." "Are you sure we are not wrong?" Misty kept fanning with her hands and said, "It's too hot here." "But according to the guidebook, we do have to pass through here." Xiaogang looked at it and said that he had never seen it. "Forget it, let's keep going forward, maybe we'll get through it." Ash said. He remembered that there should be a big guy blocking the way ahead and there was also a very annoying person. When watching this episode, he couldn't help but want to complain. Helping that guy to capture Pokémon, to put it bluntly, he has a brain defect. The three of them kept walking up the mountain and Misty noticed a Pokémon that looked like a snail. "What is that Pokémon? It looks so hot." "That's Magcargo, a social Pokémon of the fire and rock type. Be careful when passing by, their body temperature can reach 10,000 degrees. Ash explained, and the high temperature made Misty shiver all over. Ash looked at their reactions and shook his head. "Don't worry, we are just borrowing the road to pass through, there will be no problem, they don't like to fight by nature." That's good, let's leave quickly, I feel a little uncomfortable when I see them." Since Misty specializes in water Pokémon, she is naturally not interested in fire Pokémon. Sure enough, it feels much cooler after walking that section of the road. After passing the living areas of those Magcargo and Slugma, Ash and the other two felt the long-lost coolness. BT. Is this a mistake? It's a bit too big. It's blocked the exit, how can we pass? What made Flail collapse was that the exit of the only way through was blocked by an oversized Magcargo. How big is it? Just from the size, it is equivalent to 5 or 6 times the Magcargo seen before, and the height of the snail shell is higher than Zyoging. It leaned forward and blocked the road directly. Moreover, it was sleeping soundly. The bubble on its nose was the best proof, and there was a scar on its shell which showed that it was not easy to mess with. How about taming it? Zyoging suggested. Zyoging, I think you should taming it. It is also a rock type. It is very suitable for you. Forget it, my gym doesn't seem to have a place to accommodate it. Don't do it, that Magcargo is mine, it's mine. A voice came from the rock wall above. A middle school boy in shorts stood there. As for why he was called middle school, the pose he made was really hard to appreciate. That kid, first of all, the height here is 3 meters high. It will definitely be a problem to jump directly. Then, the noise you made just now will easily wake him up. Stop talking nonsense. After saying that, he jumped up in a very stylish way and then landed on his beautiful face first. He isn't dead, Misty asked. You are so rude, how could I be in trouble? I am using this method to make rival careless. I don't know why, but I hate him, Misty said. I hate you too. Let me introduce myself. My name is Egan. I am a fireman who only likes fire Pokémon. You can also call me the King of Fire. Hearing this, Ash couldn't help but complain. You still call me the King of Fire? Ah Huo in a special episode expressed his dissatisfaction. No wonder I hate you. You are the type I don't like. If you are the King of Fire, I will be the Queen of Water, Misty said disdainfully. KZE. I say Egan right. Instead of arguing with us here, you might as well go and subdue that Magcargo. It has already left. Ash pointed to the narrow corridor and saw Magcargo walking deep into it. Damn it, how are you going to compensate me? It's all because of you that it ran away, Egan said angrily. Come on, even if it doesn't go away, you are not its rival, Misty said sarcastically. Why didn't you chase it? Ash suddenly asked. What a joke. That passage leads to the depths of the volcano mouth. The temperature gets higher and higher as you go inside. I'm not Magcargo, how can I go in? You can't even overcome this difficulty, and you still dare to call yourself the King of Fire. You are not worthy of conquering it, Ash said, turned around and walked in, followed by Misty and Zyoging. Egan also wanted to follow in, but he found that he couldn't walk at all. He could only sleep on the ground with his fists in anger. Ash sent Feraligatr, and Misty also released her water Pokémon to cool down the place. The task of opening the way was handed over to Houndoom, who had not yet teleported back. Originally, Snorlax was the most suitable for this occasion, but he didn't have time to teleport over. Ouch. Houndoom, do you want to fight? Ash understood what he meant. Ash looked around and said, it's very dangerous here. If you are not careful, you will fall into the lava. Ash will not fight an unprepared battle now. Magcargo has a special move of Rock Collapse 510. If this place collapses, no one can escape except Magcargo himself. Houndoom's fighting spirit is detected. The host can exchange Houndoom Mega Evolution Stone to increase the probability of winning. The system prompts, Mega Evolution Stone. It's worth a try, so Ash exchanged the Mega Evolution Stone without hesitation and put it on it. Take this, I guarantee you'll be fine. Houndoom jumped in front of Magcargo and opened his mouth to fire a flamethrower. Magcargo lost his balance and fell on the platform with a bang. It looked at Houndoom indignantly and responded with another flamethrower. This time Magcargo learned its lesson and also spit up a flamethrower. The two flames collided and exploded with a bang. Respond to my heart, Houndoom Mega Evolution. At this moment, Houndoom's body became huge with a white breastplate and helmet on his body. That look was like a demon dog from hell. One move to solve it, Giga Impact. Mega Houndoom rubbed the ground with his right foot and burst out with unprecedented power. With just one move, the supergiant Magcargo flew backwards. Ash took this opportunity to throw the Pokémon ball to subdue it. Very good, Magcargo was successfully captured. Pikachu, after exiting the volcano, Ash and his team came to a forest again. Ash felt a familiar wave in the jungle not far away. You felt it too, right, Pikachu? Pikachu. Ash, what happened? Misty asked. I'm afraid we've encountered something good, Ash smiled. He also remembered this part of the plot. He estimated that his electric team would have 10 generals, so Ash and his team walked forward carefully to prevent being discovered by the people over there. Are you all ready? Our target this time is not only Zapdos, but the most important thing is the legendary mysterious crystal in the ruins. This voice always sounded a little familiar. Ash thought about it and found that in the Clear Cliff Rocket team's action against Mutwo, the leader seemed to be her, named Domino. When he subdued Mutwo before, Ash asked it to erase all the related memories, which means that Domino and the others can't remember Ash now. Zapdos, are they going to take any actions against Zapdos? Zyoging thought for a while and said, no matter what, we will never let them succeed. Misty has never had a good impression of them. After hearing about their combat operations this time, she is more determined to stop them. Since we have encountered them, we can't just sit back and watch. We must stop them, but at present we know too little about the situation. We might as well follow them quietly and find out what they are going to do. After listening to Ash's words, Bulu and Zyoging nodded in agreement. With the cover of the woods and Ash's wave power, the group followed behind without falling behind. Who are you? Suddenly, a little sister appeared beside them. Ash quickly took her into the bushes on the other side. Domino noticed something was wrong, looked back and found nothing, and then continued to move forward. After seeing them leave, Ash took out the relevant documents. I am Pokémon Investigator Ash. We are investigating Team Rocket's upcoming action against Zapdos. If you know anything, I hope you can provide us with effective information. It must be said that this identity is really very convenient. At least the young lady in front of them believed them unconditionally. Hello, my name is Yusha. I do know something about what you said about Zapdos, but please promise me one thing. Yusha's expression looked serious. Ash nodded. Okay, you say. I am responsible for managing a mysterious area in this place. I will take you there, but I hope you will keep secret anything you see there. Anything, probably involving Zapdos and the mysterious crystal mentioned by Team Rocket. The group nodded one after another. Okay. Then please follow me. Led by Yusha, Ash and his group arrived in front of a lake on the top of a mountain ahead of Domino. Ash frowned. He could feel that this lake was extraordinary and the surface was reflecting a faint blue light which was very beautiful. The Pokémon in this lake were all electric Pokémon such as Electabuzz, Naughty Bomb, Ampharos, Thunder Pokémon, Chinchou, Magnemite and other Pokémon. They looked very comfortable in the lake water. They are all injured Pokémon who have accumulated a lot of fatigue. Yusha introduced, this lake is a special lake that is good for electric Pokémon. Ash, why don't you put Pikachu in the water and try it? Yuji suggested. Ash looked at it and put Pikachu into the lake. Sure enough, Pikachu flashed spark in the lake and then ember continued to emerge on its cheeks. Pikachu, how do you feel? Pika, it looks very comfortable. After letting Pikachu soak for a while, Ash took it out of the lake and continued to ask. Miss Yusha, what is the mysterious crystal that Team Rocket mentioned? Generally speaking, since this lake has the effect of healing electric Pokémon, it is obviously related to Zapdos plus the mysterious crystal mentioned by Team Rocket. These must go have some kind of connection. Miss Yusha nodded. Then please come with me. She rowed a boat to send the group to the center of the lake but opened a small window at the bottom of the boat where transparent glass was set up, so that people on the boat could see the situation in the water through here. The lake water was clear and everyone saw that there was a relic in the center of the lake bottom, and in the center of the relic there was a crystal emitting a faint blue light. It looked comfortable and shocking. That is the source of the healing electric Pokémon, which is the mysterious crystal that you have always been curious about, Ash. Yusha introduced, electric Pokémon are attracted by this crystal and come to this lake. But why are there relics in the lake? Zyoging asked. It seemed to be on the top of the mountain before, but I don't know when it sank to the bottom of the lake with the ruins. Treasures like this must be kept secret. No matter what kind of protection is done, it will be useless. Once it is targeted by people like Team Rocket, it will be very troublesome to protect it. But now, Team Rocket has set its sights on this crystal and Zapdos. After Ash and his group got ashore, they turned their heads and found that the color of the lake was getting lighter. Oh no. At the same time, in the depths of the forest, a pair of eyes were watching all this, and its eyes seemed to be looking at Ash. Noticing that the water in the lake had become lighter in color, Ash immediately used the power of waveguide to detect the bottom of the lake. The power of waveguide detected the bottom of the lake and found that a tentacruel had taken the crystal with its tentacles and was floating up to the surface of the lake. On the other side of the lake in that direction, Domino came out, took the crystal back from the tentacles of the tentacruel and placed it in a transparent device. "It's you, Domino," Ash said, rage. He had been using waveguide to sense the breath of Team Rocket, but he never expected that Team Rocket would send water Pokémon to steal the crystal. "Ash, what should we do now?" Misty asked. Before Ash could come up with a countermeasure, the electric Pokémon in the lake had waded towards Domino. Those Pokémon seemed to want to take the crystal back. Zyoging had already understood their intentions. Zapdos's breath is obviously a little unstable, but it is still struggling. In soaring in the sky, electric snakes are surging and sparks are flashing in the thunderclouds. It seems that Zapdos has no problem. Zapdos also noticed the changes in the lake and then looked at Domino with a sharp gaze. At this time she was holding a transparent container with crystals, to be continued. Now, Zapdos feels that his dignity has been violated and challenged, so a stronger thunder trick hits the machine. Just based on this, next time you meet Team Rocket's trio, just knock them out. Trio, when have you ever turned around? Among the three birds, Zapdos seems to be the easiest to target. After consuming all the power in its body, it can be captured. Of course it is activated. Because it was a sneak attack, it was easy to succeed. The machine was scrapped with one blow. After there was no machine to absorb it, Zapdos' Thunder Shock finally hit the Rocket Team and immediately chopped the Rocket Team, Domino, and the minions to a crisp, and then exploded and flew away. "Take a rest first, I'll help you get rid of the pursuers behind you." In an instant, the flashing lightning, snakes and soaring in the sky seemed to be attracted and all came to Pikachu's body. Pikachu hand bond contest condition. Pikachu use Iron Tail to break that machine. "This is Domino, Zapdos has appeared." After Domino reported in the communicator, her machine turned to Zapdos in the air. Pikachu and many electric Pokémon used Discharge to attack Domino. Such power was enough to turn a 507 man into charcoal. After that, he never paid attention to these Pokémon again but made the next battle plan. It is detected that the bond between the host and Pikachu is enough to activate the bond form. Do you want to activate it? When being knocked out, Ash took the opportunity to snatch the crystal back. After seeing this, Zapdos came up with a thunder trick to hit Domino and the Rocket Team on the ground, but all the sparks were absorbed by the Rocket Team's machine. "Pikachu, you go too!" Ash also sent Pikachu out. The tail, flashing with golden light, turned into a long sword, and with a swish, it swung out a blade of air and slashed at the Rocket Team's machine. In the eyes of Team Rocket, the value of the crystal is undoubtedly the greatest. But Domino didn't care at all. Several Rocket Team minions actually pushed a machine out and absorbed all the discharge of Pikachu and others. This plan, which is linked together, is really a lot of work. Of course, the crystal itself is also Team Rocket's goal. However, it was absorbed without any surprise. As he said that, Ash handed the crystal to Misty and walked towards the direction where Zapdos flew with Pikachu. When the predecessor Ash was in the Orange Islands, the collector used this method to capture Zapdos. However, after Zapdos ran out of power, it fell from the air and landed right in front of Ash. At this moment, a thundercloud suddenly appeared in soaring in the sky. As expected of the Thunderbird, it always appears with thunderclouds. "It seems that we have to take action," Ash pondered. "Pikachu, follow me." Ash quickly called Pikachu to move with him. "Prepare for battle, the elite troops are forcing Zapdos here." At this point, Ash also understood the purpose of the Rocket Team. I know, the Rocket Team first sent out the elite troops to encircle Zapdos, and when Zapdos' power is almost exhausted, Zapdos will definitely come here and take him down when his power is restored. The reason why Team Rocket got the crystal was that they didn't want to give Zapdos a chance to recover. Hearing her voice, Yusha's heart tightened. Oh no, Zapdos will only come here when the power is insufficient. It's bad, Miss Yusha has noticed something was wrong with Zapdos. What a disgusting feeling. To be honest, I haven't forgotten this classic line that Team Rocket taught Domino. It's still pretty good. I have to say that the identity of Pokémon investigator given to me is really useful. After just calling Officer Jenny, she came here as quickly as possible and caught the rest of Team Rocket's minions. Ash didn't care about the rest of the things. For him, Zapdos was the most important. When he came back, Zapdos was lying on the ground and couldn't move. After feeling Ash coming, it slowly opened its eyes. Its inner feeling told it that the boy in front of it must have a way. It's just that the power is exhausted. Just let it restore the power. After seeing Ash coming back, Yusha said, "Ash, Zapdos seems to have been waiting for you to come back." "Ash, just now I put the crystal back to the position of the ruins at the bottom of the lake and the sleepy crystal didn't light up and the lake water didn't have the same color as before," Zyoging said. Ash looked at the lake and frowned. "Pikachu, go down and try it with Thunderbolt." Pikachu nodded and jumped into the lake. Electric Pokémon gathered around Pikachu and all of them used their discharge skills. When the other electric Pokémon ran out of power, only Pikachu was left struggling. Alas, if there was a sudden lightning in soaring in the sky, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I don't know who heard this sentence. Suddenly, the sky was overcast and a thunderclap fell from the sky into the lake, or more precisely, onto the crystal in the lake. The blue light in the center of the lake flickered and finally produced healing power. Zapdos' physical strength recovered a little. Ash used confusion to lift Zapdos up and slowly put him into the blue light in the center of the lake. At this time, Zapdos in the lake suddenly opened his eyes. As the thunder and lightning surged, it suddenly splashed out of the lake. The thunderclouds that had been condensed became thick again and the thunder snakes raged like a god coming to the world. A powerful thunder and lightning hit the lake again. This time, the mysterious crystal has been completely activated and the entire lake emits a faint blue light and all the electric Pokémon have recovered their spirits. The power of the Thunderbird is indeed well-deserved. Pikachu returned to Ash's side, however Zapdos did not fly away but landed in front of Ash. "Okay, Zapdos, let's trap the enemy and conquer him." Ash took out an Ultra Ball, don't ask how he got it. "Ouch!" Zapdos yelled, and in an instant, thunder and lightning struck and his momentum increased a lot. Pikachu's cheeks were also flashing with sparks at this time, and infinite fighting spirit emerged from Pikachu. "Pikachu, it's decided to be you, let it see our bond." In soaring in the sky, countless lightning strikes Pikachu and Pikachu bond form faces Zapdos. With the passive skill of the partner, Pikachu is absolutely confident to fight Zapdos. "Pikachu, use thunder to say hello to your friends on the other side." Right at the beginning, it is a big move showing respect for Zapdos. The vigorous electricity hits the thundercloud and after the reaction it forms more terrible lightning. Zapdos does not retreat or give in and accepts this attack calmly. Then, with a flap of wings, the surging lightning is instantly torn apart, followed by a spark. Volt Tackle! With Pikachu's extraordinary jumping power, it rushed towards Zapdos like an arrow with lightning. And Zapdos, flapping his wings and rushing over, used the Drill Peck skill. This is an upgraded version of Peck which is very powerful. In this case, use Iron Tail. The golden tail turned into a long sword and slashed towards Zapdos's Drill Peck. With a ding sound, the two were evenly matched, but Pikachu was pushed back. Encore, Thunder, Iron Tail. Ash noticed that Zapdos was in the air, so he used confusion to control Pikachu and threw it towards Zapdos. The thunder and lightning roared and the golden and blue currents were pulled to Pikachu's tail and condensed into a golden long sword again. Seeing this, Zapdos exuded a white surging flying light all over his body, and with the addition of Spark, this was an enhanced flying ultimate move, Sky Attack. However, in Zapdos's case, it could probably be called Thunder Release Sky Attack. This, get your recognition, what does it mean? How about it, the two Thunder Gods were successfully conquered, and I didn't disappoint you. Punish Thunder God's Sword. This was a big clash in terms of momentum and moves and no one could retreat. Ash, we should set off. This Reiku has been following us all the time. Misty and Zyoging were stunned. The collision between the Thunder Gods, countless lightning snakes continued to surge out of them, crossing the lake to produce white air waves and crossing the grass to leave scorched streaks. It looks like a saber-toothed tiger with saffron-colored hair, strong limbs, sharp fangs, white mane on its face and long hair like a thundercloud cape on its back, symbolizing clouds and rain clouds, but it is generally believed by humans to be a thundercloud that can release lightning at any time. This is the thunder beast among the three beasts, Reiku. Reiku's eyes flashed and Ash came to its spiritual space. I don't know if it has this skill, don't worry, this is all for the development of the plot. Roar! They saw the thunderclouds that had originally dispersed in soaring in the sky gathered again, as if to welcome its arrival. Soaring in the sky, it actually started to rain because of its arrival. Now go, Ultra Ball. And there is another one. Everyone was confused. She has been in charge of the lake, so she naturally recognized Zapdos nodded to her. The golden and blue sparks were so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes, but the winner was still decided. Pikachu retreated back and was caught by Ash. Well done, Pikachu. Okay, I've captured Zapdos. This is what happened on my way. You saw it all. Boy, it means that I voluntarily follow you without going through the battle of conquest. Pikachu. Then they saw Ash saying to the depths of the forest, "Friends hiding in the depths, are you coming out to see me? As for the rest, I will see if there is any plot worth writing about. If not, I will go directly to Blackthorn City." "No, there is another partner," Ash said with a slight smile. "The reason for this is to speed up the plot. After this part, the last one badge is not far away, so Ash took out an Ultra Ball and Reiku was conquered with a light touch." Ash felt a little incredible, but since he said it, there was no reason not to accept it. After the Ultra Ball was thrown out, it just flashed for a moment and went out. The boy chosen by Ho-Oh, your wisdom, courage, guts and courage and other qualities touched me. It seems that Ho-Oh's vision is not wrong. Suicune will not suffer if he follows you. You have successfully obtained my recognition. Boom! It jumped lightly and appeared in front of everyone. Zapdos fell into the water and was quickly healed and jumped out of the water. I can't find a suitable picture, so please just look at it. Come out, Zapdos, and say goodbye to Miss Yusa. After taking back the Ultra Ball, Ash released Zapdos again. Zapdos stood with Ash and looked at Miss Yusa. "Team Rocket, how long have you been following me? You're so persistent." Ash was speechless as he looked at the trio that appeared in front of him again. When they were at the lake before, the trio rarely caused trouble for him, which made Ash a little uncomfortable. But no one expected that the trio would appear here and look for trouble with him without knowing their own strength. Yes, they didn't know their own strength because with Ash's current strength, it would be easy to beat them away. Okay, Team Rocket, tell me your purpose. If it's still for Pikachu, I advise you to run away by yourself, otherwise I won't be responsible if you get caught and fly away to the point of screaming and howling. Little brat, this time our purpose is not only your Pikachu but also your newly captured Zapdos, Jessie said. Hey, Team Rocket, we won't say anything about snatching Pikachu, but you actually want Zapdos, Misty said. We are Team Rocket. We are not only targeting Pokémon but also legendary beasts, meow. Ash smiled slightly. I will not give you 750 on my own initiative. If you have the ability, come and grab it yourself. James took out the Pokémon ball. Let's see the truth in our hands. Wait a minute. Just then, a very beautiful lady came to them with a slowpoke. Fighting is prohibited here. Misty Zyrogging, you take this lady to the side to hide first, don't hurt you. At this time, Ash said something inexplicable. Don't worry, I won't use Pokémon to fight, this place will never be destroyed, I promise. Ash made a promise and Misty Zyrogging naturally trusted Ash unconditionally, so she took the lady to hide. Team Rocket, this time let you experience a different way of exiting. Ash smiled evilly, and a ball of energy had already condensed in his right hand. Little brat, what are you doing? The three members of Team Rocket trembled, and their intuition told them that this smile of Little definitely had no good intentions. Ash waved his right hand, and the three members of Team Rocket immediately closed their eyes. After a long time, they found nothing unusual, but they felt that they could not move. It turned out that Ash used the power of Waveguide to form a rope to tie up the three of them. Experience the pleasure of the windmill. What? Ash saw that the three members of Team Rocket floated in the air as soon as he exerted force with his right hand. Ash waved his right arm and spun hard and finally said go to throw Team Rocket out. Is this another way to exit? It feels so exciting. The only bad thing is that my head is still dizzy. Let's find a place to vomit after landing. What a disgusting feeling. Ash looked up. It seems that it is a good choice to practice with them when I have time. Ash, you have opened up another way for Team Rocket to exit. After Ash came back, Misty said. It's good to have more fun during the trip, Ash said. Are you passing by here? At this time, the lady just now said to them. Yes, I am Ash from Pallet Town, and these two are my companions, Misty and Zyoging, Ash introduced. My name is Masako. This is Slowpoke Lake, and the Slowpoke Temple is further in. By the way, did you say you are from Pallet Town just now? Yes, what's the matter? Before, there was also a trainer from Pallet Town who practiced enlightenment here. I think you should know him too. Oh, after hearing this, Ash had already guessed that it was Gary. In that case, Miss Masako, I also want to practice enlightenment here, Ash said. Okay, then you follow me. Then Ash and his group followed Masako to the Slowpoke Temple. There was also a huge golden statue of Slowpoke in the center, which looked quite spectacular. Ash traded back the 3 newly captured Pokémon before enlightenment. I believe Professor Oak would be surprised when he saw it, but he only traded back Slowking. With Slowking's interest, he must be interested in this temple. Come out, Slowking. After Slowking came out, he looked around and then looked at Ash. Ash, there are many auras of the same race here. This is the Slowpoke Temple, and that is the Slowpoke Lake. I called you here to accompany me in enlightenment and practice, Ash said. Take me to the Slowpoke Lake, I'm interested. When Ash came back, Masako saw his Slowking and was surprised. Ash, I didn't expect you to have another Slowking. Well, he is also my most important partner. When I came to the place of the same tribe, of course I had to call him over to see, Ash said with a smile. At this time, Miss Masako's Slowpoke was on the shore of Slowpoke Lake with its tail hanging in the water, looking very leisurely. After a while it caught a Goldeen, but then Slowpoke put it back. Oh really? I've been fishing for a long time and got nothing. Misty, who was standing by, complained when she saw that she hadn't caught anything for so long. At the same time, she noticed that Ash's fishing rod didn't move at all, so she couldn't help asking, Ash, aren't you anxious? Well, it is indeed a good practice and it seems to be very good for me. Ash did not open his eyes. Then the white evolution light flashed in Slowpoke and a silly hippopotamus appeared in front of everyone. Then he put the Magikarp back into the lake. This part is mainly to try to promote the relationship between the protagonist and Misty. As the first female protagonist, if there is no foreshadowing, it would be a bit abrupt to be together suddenly, right? Gary, I'm definitely better than him at 4.1. Ash smiled and said, Silver Conference, just wait to be defeated by me. Great Slowpoke, you have grown up like this, Miss Masako said with surprise. Grown up? It's amazing, all the fish caught are big fish. Zyoging sighed. Miss Masako nodded. Yes, only people who really have no desire can catch the shelter in this lake, which is really an amazing thing. Ash held the fishing rod and closed his eyes waiting, and Slowking sat beside him and waited together. Everyone. After Misty heard it, although she didn't understand, she still sat back and continued fishing. To be continued. The champion of this silver conference is Ash from Pallet Town. Such voices rang in Ash's mind, but Ash was not moved at all because his goal was far more than that. It's getting closer and closer to the Blackthorn Gym. Besides, the water Pokémon in Slowpoke Lake are very smart and can feel the desires of us fishermen, so when you fish with a purpose, they won't eat your bait. As a result, Ash's fishing rod moved again, and the one caught was also a shelter. The game is over, and the champion of the Hone Alliance Evergrande Conference is Ash from Pallet Town. What's the hurry? Fishing is to make your mind brighter. As for the harvest, it's just the result of your practice. It seems that some of Ash's actions can affect herself. After a fierce battle, Ash from Pallet Town successfully won the Sinnoh Alliance Lily of the Valley Conference. The purpose of Slowpoke is not to catch fish, fishing is practice, Miss Masako explained. Not long after, Miss Masako's Slowpoke also had a harvest with a shelter on its tail. It's a pity that they were all let go, Misty also said. It's okay to tame it. So Misty and Ash decided to practice together in this Slowpoke Lake. At the same time, he turned around and said, Is that so? If you can catch it, it's fine. What a pity, Misty said regretfully. Pa, Miss Masako couldn't help but applaud after watching. You are so amazing, Ash. The trainer from Pallet Town I mentioned to you before took 3 whole days to catch a Magikarp. I didn't expect you to catch a fish in just 10 minutes. It's amazing. Splash! At this moment Ash's fishing rod moved. Ash pulled hard and a Magikarp was caught. Slowpoke came to his side. Ash, your mind is confused. To be honest, if it was her in the past, she would definitely not be able to resist. But after being in contact with Ash for a long time, especially when he became so reliable, Misty was slowly affected and she didn't even know it herself. As soon as the voice fell, Slowpoke caught another seeking but still put it back. Ash, you've given me too many surprises, Professor Oak said in shock on the video phone. Just now, Ash gave Professor Oak 2 Ultra Balls and a regular Pokémon Ball, which were Raikou, Zapdos, and a giant Magcargo. Professor Oak's eyes almost popped out when he saw them. Ash really gave him too many and too big surprises. Let's not talk about the huge Magcargo. What kind of Pokémon are Raikou and Zapdos? They are legendary beasts. In addition to the Suicune that Ash captured before, the 3 legendary beasts of the Johto region will be gathered. Professor Oak, I'll leave them to you to take care of them. Don't worry about Raikou, he will go find Suicune and let them meet and everything will be solved. Ash said. Well, Ash, where are you now? Have you arrived in Blackthorn City? Dew told me that Claire, the gym trainer there, is his cousin and you can ask her for the request he owes you. I haven't arrived in Blackthorn City yet, but I'm almost there. Now I'm in the athletic park. Oh, the athletic park. There are many Pokémon trainers there and there are many Pokémon training battles. Ash, for you, that place is the one you always want to go to. Yes, I want to go there after the phone call. By the way, Professor, bring Feraligatr and I want to exchange them with Typhlosion. I want to use them to gain combat experience in the athletic park. Okay, I'll be there right away. After saying that, 2 Pokémon balls appeared in front of Ash. Ash, I won't say anything for now, you must gain something in the competitive park. Don't worry, Professor Oak, bye. After hanging up the phone, Ash and his party came to the competitive park. The competitive park is a place set up by the Alliance for Pokémon trainers to fight freely. Here, you can fight freely with many kinds of Pokémon. The most attractive thing is that there are all kinds of Pokémon here. There are special trainers in charge of management here. The Pokémon in the park obey the instructions of the trainers and can respond to different challenges. On the way, Ash also met a female trainer. She challenged Ash's Pikachu with Jinx and was naturally defeated by Ash's Pikachu. At the same time, Ash's Pikachu also mastered the Electro Ball skill in this duel. But strangely, I didn't catch up with the good time today because there didn't seem to be many people in the competitive park. It doesn't matter. Although there are not too many people today, this trainer can still be arranged to fight. Please wait a moment, the staff said and then left. Really, the mysterious Misty said in confusion. Ash smiled slightly. No matter what the situation, he could handle it. Hello, I am the trainer of the athletic park here, who wants to challenge the athletic park. It's me. Ash stood up and said. Under the leadership of this unknown trainer, Ash and his team came to a rock venue with a pool in the middle, a relatively standard battle venue. I'm going to send it out. The staff took out a Pokémon ball with the park's logo printed on it. After it was released, it was a Venusaur, but compared to Ash, it was still a little less bold. In that case, the first battle is decided to be you, Typhlosion. Ash arranged Typhlosion for the first battle. The Johto region Go Sangia versus Kanto Go Sangia. The battle is about to start. Venusaur use Razor Leaf, the trainer said. Typhlosion Flamethrower. After all, fire is better than grass, and all grass moves are useless in front of Typhlosion. Damn it, Venusaur, use the impact. Agility dodge. Typhlosion looks big, but it is relatively agile compared to Venusaur. Typhlosion just jumped lightly and dodged. Venusaur then used the Sunshine Blaze. Typhlosion Flame Charge Flame Wheel. After Typhlosion landed on the ground, it jumped in place to stockpile, while Venusaur stayed on the opposite side with the flower buds behind it still in stockpile. Go Typhlosion! Roar! Typhlosion roared, then curled up into a ball and rushed towards Venusaur. Venusaur's Sunshine Flame arrived at the same time. With a bang, Typhlosion rushed out of the smoke and hit Venusaur hard. Venusaur lost the ability to fight. Typhlosion won. Yeah, Ash won the first battle, Misty cheered. After this trainer left, another trainer followed closely. Hello, I'm your next rival, I'm going to use it. Feraligatr stretched out his strong arms and caught Charizard's tail. The sound of ding-dong was heard, and the Flying Leaf 490 blade was blocked by Blast's shell. After seeing this, Ash took back Typhlosion and sent Feraligatr out. What, they are Team Rocket. Won't come out, Meganium, tie it up with Vine Whip. Don't be so polite. After saying that, Ash stretched out his right hand and tied them both up, then swung them in a familiar whirlwind circle. Go. Don't be afraid, you have accompanied me in 3 battles. As a reward, I will personally send you away, not bad. Damn it, come back to me, Charizard. After the trainer took back Charizard, he took out another Pokémon ball which was used in the last game. What? What a disgusting feeling. Charizard used Thorium. Boom. Little brat, no, big brother, this is not a problem, we can go by ourselves. We attacked first this time, Meganium Razor Leaf. Meganium use Energy Ball. The new trainer released Charizard. If it was Ash's original Charizard, it might have an advantage in size, but now, it has no advantage. Feraligatr used both arms to throw it to the ground, then opened his mouth and hit Charizard directly with a water pulse, and Charizard immediately lost his ability to fight. Feraligatr superpower it. Meganium stretched out 2 Vine Whips and tied up Blastoise directly, throw it out. Team Rocket, the farce should be over, Ash said to the 2 trainers in front of him. Throw it hard and use Water Pulse. Charizard, use Iron Tail. At the trainer's command, Charizard came out from the ground and swept the long tail behind him to hit Feraligatr, to be continued. Hey, Charizard doesn't have the trick Poison Barb, the trainer who just got off the field reminded. Feraligatr, use Hydro Pump, good opportunity, use Rocket Headbutt. After opening it, it was Blastoise, but it was far inferior to Ash's. Blastoise, retract your shell. Humph, little brat, since you have discovered it then. Before Jesse and James finished speaking, they saw Ash's right hand condense a blue chain again. Charizard, dig a hole to avoid it. Charizard also moved quickly and dodged the Hydro Pump attack. Jesse, James, wait for me, meow. Blastoise lost her ability to fight after falling to the ground. There was no other way. Meganium had experienced too many battles and she was not afraid of even the final evolution of the 3 great families. With a force, Meganium threw Blastoise into the sky. Meganium opened her mouth and spit out a green energy ball which collided head-on with Blastoise. Ash also took back Feraligatr. I'll send you for the last battle, Meganium. Ziogang, is there any shortcut around here that can quickly get to Blackthorn City? Ash asked. Let me see, Ziogang flipped through the travel guide in his hand. Oh, I got it, there is an ice and snow trail here, you can take a shortcut to Blackthorn City. Since there is such a shortcut, let's get to Blackthorn City quickly. I don't want to continue to take a detour. As the only Stephanie in the team, Misty suggested, well, in this case, let's just get through quickly. After Ash finished speaking, he suddenly frowned and his left hand instantly condensed an aura sphere and threw it in one direction with a swish. Then a boom was heard and the Rocket Team trio was blown out. Rocket Team, it's you again, Misty said. Little brat, how did you find us? After they stood up shakily, Jesse asked. You are really persistent. Didn't we defeat you in the athletic park that time and come with us again? Ash asked. Humph, brat, this time it won't be that easy. That's right, let them have a taste of our secret weapon, Meow. Meowth took out a water gun and Jesse James also took out a water gun. Water gun war, let's start. After saying that, the water guns in the trio spit up a large amount of water at the same time. Ash took a step forward, stretched out his hands, and a blue circular barrier appeared in Ash's hands and the water gun's attack was blocked. What? The trio felt incredible. Brat, what tricks are you playing? This is not what you care about. What other means do you have? Use them together. Damn it, increase the amount of water. Jesse directly adjusted the water gun to the maximum attack power, and James and Meowth followed closely behind, but even so, they still did not break through Ash's protective barrier. Want to taste the taste of being hit by your own water gun? Ash grinned. The Rocket trio looked confused and saw Ash's hands move slightly, and the water gun that was originally reflected on both sides suddenly went towards the Rocket team. Before they could react, they were sprayed far away by their own water gun. What a disgusting feeling. Looking at the water gun that was still spraying water, Ash lightly snapped his fingers and the water gun stopped by itself. Okay, Misty Zyoging, let's go quickly, Ash turned around and said to them. At this time, Misty Zyoging and the other two were completely stunned by Ash's methods. For a moment, they didn't even recognize Ash. What are you looking at? Even if I have many means, after all, I am still your companion, right? Ash smiled. After hearing this, Misty just realized it. Yes, no matter what strange tricks Ash has, isn't he still her companion? And the more tricks he has, the more it means that Ash is slowly starting to become independent, isn't it? That's right, let's get through it quickly. So Ash and his group took a shortcut and walked into the snowy trail. Hiss, it feels so cold, Misty rubbed her arms and gritted her teeth. When Ash saw this, he took off his coat and put it on Misty. Be careful, don't catch a cold. After hearing his words, Misty felt warm in her heart. It seems that Ash has not only transformed in strength but also improved in emotional intelligence. She unconsciously wrapped Ash's coat a little tighter. After Zyoging noticed this action, his narrow eyes revealed appreciation and relief. At this moment, Nurse Joy took the initiative to come up and said, "Excuse me, are you Pokémon investigator Ash?" Nurse Joy, in this world of ice and snow, it is simply, Okay, I'm here to find Ash, don't make trouble, Misty said impatiently, pulling his ear. I am Ash from Pallet Town, Nurse Joy, what do you want to see me for? Ash asked. This may be a little strange, don't tell anyone when you leave. Missy looked at Misty and Zyoging again. Don't worry, they are all my companions and they will keep their mouths shut no matter what happens. Ash promised and Misty and Zyoging nodded. Then, please follow me. As she said, Nurse Joy led Ash and his group to the depths of the cave. All the Pokémon here are Ice-type Pokémon. The most common ones are Swinub and Smoochum, but one of the white figures caught Ash's attention. This Pokémon has a white body, white hair on its head and tail, and its eyes are a gradient color from blue to white without pupils. The inside of the ears is dark blue, there are 2 tufts of thick hair outside the ears and the 4 paws are light blue. The most eye-catching thing is its fluffy tail. If you don't look closely, you really can't tell that it has 6 tails. This is Vulpix. Zyoging has raised Vulpix and Ninetales, so he is very familiar with this special Pokémon in front of him. But aren't all Vulpix fire-type? How could it be? Misty asked in confusion. No, this is not a local Vulpix, Ash said confidently. This should be a Vulpix from a certain region. After seeing it, Ash was basically sure that it was the end of the Alola region. When I first saw it, I was also very surprised that Vulpix actually had such a posture, but when it came, it was already very tired and hungry, so I brought it here, Nurse Joy said. But I know that if such a thing is known by someone with ulterior motives, someone will definitely plot against this child. So, I want to ask Inspector Ash to leave this child to you. I am not strong enough to protect it. Hearing this, Ash felt a little unbelievable. Nurse Joy in front of him asked him to subdue this Vulpix. To be honest, he really liked this Vulpix. In his attribute team, the Ice team has always been a shortcoming. So far, there is only one Swinub, but the level is not very high. And this Vulpix has the qualifications to meet his subjugation standards. The most important thing is that after the evolution of Ninetales, it also has the fairy attribute. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, Nurse Joy, since Zhao Kaians has asked me, then I agree. As he said that, Ash squatted down and looked at Vulpix. Vulpix, are you willing to come with me? I will take you to see this beautiful world, okay? Vulpix looked at him, feeling the sincerity and innocence in his eyes. Vulpix put his front paw on Ash's outstretched hand. Ash smiled slightly, then took out the Pokémon ball. Well, please give me your advice, Vulpix. Vulpix nodded, slapped the Pokémon ball with his little paw, and was captured without any hesitation. Okay, I captured Vulpix. Pikachu, after Ash and his group said goodbye to Nurse Joy, they crossed the ice and snow trail smoothly. On this day, they finally arrived at the location of the last badge, Blackthorn City. Ash, look, Dratini! When passing by a lake, Misty noticed the Dratini lying by the lake at a glance. Lying by the lake was the original appearance of Dragonite, known as the Kanto Quasi-God. Dratini's body is a bit like a snake, covered with light blue scales, and its abdomen is bright white. It has a pair of purple eyes, a little white protrusion on the forehead, white fins on both sides of the head, and a big round white nose on the face. So Stephanie will be melted at the sight of it. Why is this Dratini lying here? Misty walked forward curiously to take a look. Ash grabbed her and said, "You can't go over there, the Dratini is molting. Its trainer must be nearby." Dratini has a special ability, which is that the life energy in its body is constantly expanding and cannot be suppressed, so it will molt repeatedly at a frequency of nearly once a day and grow up little by little. The skin of the Dratini after molting is very delicate, and most of them will do it under the waterfall. So at this time, there will be trainers around or Pokémon responsible for taking care of it. Sure enough, at this time the lake was churning and a hideous Gyarados emerged, and without saying a word it hit them with 10 hydro pumps. Ash stepped forward, propped up the circular barrier with both hands to block the attack, and said at the same time, "We have no ill intentions, please calm down." Then his mind moved slightly and his own wave power was released from his body. Now, the wave power that Ash has used to his advantage is not only limited to communicating with Pokémon, but also has the function of calming Pokémon. After a while, Gyarados' attack stopped and Dratini's body was more relaxed than before. Pikachu and Eevee came forward to play with it, and even Togepi in Misty's arms couldn't help but join in the fun. "Dratini, you found a new friend?" A tall girl with light blue hair ran over. Obviously, this was Dratini's trainer. After seeing this young lady, Dratini and Gyarados also took the initiative to approach her. The young lady touched Gyarados' big horn and hugged Dratini. "Good girl, good boy." Looking back, he saw Ash and the others and his eyes lit up. "You can stop Gyarados' attacks and play with them so well. I guess you are the Ash that Du mentioned, right, 11? Ash nodded, then stretched out his hand. "Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town." "Hello, my name is Claire." The young lady also introduced herself. "Miss Claire." Before Zyoging could approach to chat, Ash threw him behind and said, "Miss Claire, is Dratini here because it is about to evolve?" Claire nodded. "You are quite accurate." At this time, Ash noticed that Dratini was going upstream and said to Claire, "Miss Claire, Dratini seems to be going upstream." Claire looked back and said to Gyarados. Gyarados followed Dratini and Ketchup. "Ash, see you at Blackthorn Gym." After Claire left, Ash and the others also wanted to follow. After all, this involved the evolution of Dratini. To be honest, Ash has never seen the evolution of Dratini since he traveled through time, and it is also a good thing to see it with his own eyes. Just as they were about to leave, an old voice sounded behind them. "Miss, wait for me, miss, today is important." The old man was old and carrying a package, so he couldn't keep up with Claire, and he was about to fall to the ground. When Ash saw this, he gathered the power of the waveguide in his hands and turned it into a pair of big hands to support the old man. The group also rushed over. "Old man, are you okay?" Unexpectedly, the old man opened the package first and found that his thing was fine, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When Ash saw it, he was also a little surprised. "This is Dragon Fang, but why is it so big?" When he heard Ash mention Dragon Fang, the old man said, "This is our Blackthorn Gym's heirloom passed down from generation to generation. My name is Kabu, and I work at the Blackthorn Gym. Miss Claire just now is the trainer of our Blackthorn Gym. I guess you have guessed it." Kabu carefully put away the Dragon Fang and said to Ash and the others. Ash nodded. "Mr. Kabu, why don't you follow Miss Claire with us? I guess you must have something important to do with Miss Claire." "In that case, I will agree to it, old man," Kabu agreed. On the way, Ash and the others asked about the origin of this Dragon Fang, and Kabu told them this story. A long time ago, there were many dragon Pokémons here. Later, the largest dragon Pokémon at that time was pacified by the first generation trainer of the Smoke Gym, and then this Dragon Fang was obtained. Later, this Dragon Fang became an item passed down from generation to generation in the Blackthorn Gym, and today is the day to hold the ceremony of purified Dragon Fang, which is an important job for the lady as a gym trainer. "What kind of ceremony is this?" Misty asked curiously. "A ceremony to cleanse Dragon Fang and pray for the health and prosperity of all dragon Pokémon. This is an important day that takes place every 3 years," Kabu explained. After hearing Kabu's voice, Claire responded, "Okay, I know, but Dratini's molting is more important now. For the upcoming molting, Dratini is constantly storing up energy. It's not okay to keep it quiet and not protect it by its side. Mr. Kabu, what Miss Claire said makes sense. Miss Claire is now thinking about the health of her own Dratini. Since this ceremony is also for the health of all dragon Pokémon, Miss Claire can't ignore her own Dratini. As a trainer, shouldn't you be responsible for your own Pokémon first? After hearing Ash's words, Kabu stopped trying to persuade him. Indeed, what Ash said made sense. In this way, with the efforts of Ash and his team, Kabu decided to wait until Claire's Dratini evolved before performing the ceremony. Soon, it was dinner time and Dratini stopped to rest. Everyone also sat down to rest and prepare for dinner. Because there were a little more people this time and due to time constraints, Xiaogang made some simple dishes, but the taste was still very good. It's delicious. Claire took a bite of the rice ball, then took a sip of the drink and praised, then looked at Ash. Ash, Dudu told me about your matter. He owes you a request. Now you can also ask me, maybe I can help you complete it. Actually, this request is not particularly excessive, but the reason why I didn't tell Dudu before is because I know that you are Mr. Lance's cousin. If Dudu tells you this request, he will think I am a little ungrateful, Ash explained. Oh, then I'm even more curious what exactly is the request. I want to go to Dragon's Den and pick a Dratini myself. To be honest, Ash has been coveting Dratini for a long time. Since there is this opportunity, it is more appropriate to say it in person. After hearing this, Claire thought about it and said, although this request is not too excessive, it is still difficult. Ugh. How do you say it? Ash's eyes lit up slightly. This seems to be possible. Claire explained. If it is just a Dratini, either me or Du can give you one, but you said you want to go to Dragon's Den to choose in person and you have to go through 2 difficulties. The Dragon's Den behind the Blackthorn Gym was built by the first-generation gym owner of the Blackthorn Gym. It is for all dragon Pokémon to live in for generations. Du and I have practiced in it before and its difficulty can be imagined. After saying that, Claire looked at Ash and her face became serious. The 2 difficulties are 1. You have to defeat me and get the Rising Badge. 2. You have to get the recognition of the Guardian of Dragon's Den, that is, Dragonite. Dragonite's recognition? Misty Xiaogang asked in confusion. Yes, Dragonite has been guarding Dragon's Den for many years. In addition to our Blackthorn Gym trainers, there are also trainers related to Dragon Pokémon. For others who want to enter Dragon's Den for training, one is strong strength and the other is your sincerity. By the way, Ash, how many badges do you have so far? Kabu asked. Now we only need the last badge, Ash said, and then he took out a badge collection box from his backpack. There were 7 badges in it which carried Ash's travel memories and proof of his strength, even the ice badge. It seems that you have been to the Mahogany Gym, Ash, Kabu asked. I heard a while ago that the red Gyarados was causing trouble in Mahogany Town. How is it now? Don't worry about it, Xiaogang answered first. Now the Gyarados has been subdued by Ash with the heal ball. It has recovered and is recuperating in the backyard of Professor Oak's house. Well, it has become my most important partner now, Ash added. I see, no wonder Du praised you so much. Claire's impression of Ash was much better. I am looking forward to fighting with your gym. Me too, and this time I will fight you with all my strength. Ash showed a mysterious smile because just now he had decided on the lineup for this time. Maybe Ash and Claire's fighting spirit was a bit excessive. The Dratini resting in the lake actually slowly began to shed its skin for the last time. Then, the whole body of Dratini emitted a dazzling white light which was the light of evolution. What is this? Everyone gathered around after seeing it. In the white light, the body was gradually getting longer and the long snake-like body grew to more than 2 meters long. After the light faded, the figure of Dragonair appeared in front of everyone. After the evolution, Dragonair is more slender than Dratini, covered with sapphire scales and bright white belly. It has a pair of bright black eyes, a small white horn on its forehead and 2 small wings on both sides of its head. Dragonair has 3 crystal blue beads, one at the bottom of its neck and the other 2 at the end of its tail. The most special thing about Dragonair is the beads on its body. When its whole body is covered by the aura, the surrounding weather will completely change. Therefore, Dragonair has been worshipped by agricultural people as the one who controls the weather since ancient times. Dratini evolved into Dragonair. Claire's heart was full of emotion. It was so touching for her to witness this moment. After the evolution, Dragonair glanced at everyone and then rushed upstream again. After seeing this, Claire and others hurriedly followed the direction of Dragonair. Under the leadership of Dragonair, everyone came to a waterfall, and a pair of stone pillars like dragon teeth stretched out from the waterfall. At this time, the sky was dark and a bright moon was hanging high in the sky. Moonlight sprinkled between the pair of dragon teeth, giving the atmosphere a mysterious and sacred atmosphere. So that's it. Did Dragonair lead us here after evolution? Ash murmured. If so, Ash looked at the dragon fang in Claire and Kabu's hands. Was the original purpose here, sure enough. Hey. Miss Claire, Mr. Kabu, isn't this the most suitable place to hold a ceremony? Why not? Ash said, and his eyes pointed at the thing in Kabu's hand. Hearing this, Kabu also reacted and quickly took off the package on his back and handed the dragon fang to Claire. The moonlight was bright. Claire set up the altar in the water and put the dragon fang on it. Dragon of the sky, dragon of the earth, dragon of the water, give all dragons peace, give all dragons smile. Give all dragons happiness. She scooped up a handful of water and poured the water from the source on the dragon fang. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared from Dragon Fang. As the golden light became stronger and stronger, it actually rose from Dragon Fang, forming a shining ball of light and flew up to the sky. Roar. The magical thing is that the sound of a dragon's roar came from the void, and the ball of light also turned into a dragon, circling in the air, and then turned into stars and scattered. Ash smiled slightly. This is the magic of Pokémon. The light dragon that turns into stars will protect all dragon Pokémon. This is the legend of our place, Kabu said with relief. After Claire came out of the water, he looked at Claire and said, Claire, the trainer of the Blackthorn Gym, I'm betting on the reputation of the dragon Pokémon trainer. Ash, I want to fight you with all my strength. I couldn't ask for more. The battle for the last badge is about to begin. After a night of rest at the Blackthorn Gym, Ash finally had his last gym battle in the Johto region. For this battle, Ash exchanged the Pokémon he needed to fight the night before and exchanged an ice stone through the system, allowing Vulpix to successfully evolve into Ninetales. In short, I promised Miss Claire that I would go all out, so I must go all out. Now, the gym competition will begin. The two sides are Ash, the challenger from Pallet Town, and Claire, the gym trainer of the Blackthorn Gym. Both sides can use 3 Pokémon. When all the Pokémon of one side lose their combat ability, the other side wins and the game ends. Ash has seen Claire's strength. She is an elite level advanced and very strong. Ash dare not be careless about this. When Ash arrived at the 407 site, the system opened the sign-in again. Blackthorn Gym has been detected. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward for living. 1 Dragon Fang, 1 ability enhancement card, passive skill, Dragon Guardian. Dragon Guardian, when the host comes into contact with a wild dragon Pokémon, the intimacy is automatically increased by 30%, which can greatly increase the capture rate. Passive skill, Ash feels it is very good. What's wrong with Ash? Why don't you let Ninetales dodge? Misty asked. Kingdra lost 5.0 combat power, Ninetales won. Old Man Kabu announced the result. Miss Claire, Ash's strength is definitely not simple. In the first game, he was restrained by attribute. You have to be more careful in the next game. As for Kingdra, Ash has seen it on Whirl Islands, but compared with the one in front of him, it is much stronger. Just the posture of standing upright in the water exudes a kind of arrogance unique to dragon-type Pokémon. To be continued. Sure enough, Kingdra's speed was seen to decrease. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Miss Claire, do you know that there is a kind of attribute dragon attack that can't cause any damage to it? Ash explained. The venue of the Blackthorn Gym is also very interesting. The venue is in the shape of a U with a large pool in the middle. Obviously, Claire's Pokémon has water-type Pokémon. Since it is a water-type and a dragon-type Pokémon, Ash has already thought of the first Pokémon. What? How is this possible? Claire was completely surprised this time. Even this attack had no effect. After Claire took back Kingdra, she nodded solemnly. In that case, let's have a showdown between Gyarados. Kingdra reacted very quickly, jumped into the pool and moved quickly, confusing rival's sight, but this was not a problem for Ash at all. It's the fairy type. My Ninetales is an ice and fairy type, so any dragon type attack from Kingdra will have no effect. Even so, I won't give up easily. Kingdra, use Hydro Pump. Since the dragon type attack doesn't work, then we can only use water type moves. Although Claire didn't know what the so-called fairy type was, she could tell from the other party's tone that her Kingdra was completely restrained by this special Ninetales. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ash, you really brought me too many surprises. 1. Go, Gyarados! The second Pokémon sent by Claire was Gyarados. After a gust of wind, Ninetales still stood there motionless. Gyarados, it's you. Ninetales used the Ice Wind. Now, use Dazzling Gleam to let Miss Claire see the fairy-type moves. When Hydro Pump and Freeze Ray collided, Hydro Pump was completely frozen into ice, and it continued to move towards Kingdra. Ninetales' eyes lit up and this strong light hit Kingdra directly. Kingdra felt uncomfortable immediately. After all, this was double damage. Ash, you are really powerful, but it is not so easy to get this last badge. Kingdra. Ninetales opened his mouth and exhaled very cold ice air. The most fatal thing is that this attack is still a range attack. No matter how fast you are, Kingdra, you will only be in the pool, so I only need to exhale a stream of cold air in this area and your speed will naturally decrease. Seeing this, Ash also smiled slightly. After taking back Ninetales, he took out a special Pokémon ball. Misty Zyrogging recognized it as the heal ball at a glance. Ninetales used Freeze Ray. Boom! The rainbow light hit Kingdra. Kingdra was knocked to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Ash, go all out. According to the gym rules, the gym trainer will send out the Pokémon first. Go, Kingdra. Zyrogang also shook his head. I don't know. Even I can hardly see through it now. I didn't expect that your Ninetales is not a fire type but an ice type. Claire was a little scared because if the attack just now hit Kingdra, although it would not cause a lot of damage, it would definitely be attacked first, and it would be easy to fall into a passive state at that time. The last attack, Aurora Beam. Kingdra used Twister. After being attacked first, Claire naturally would not fight back. Kingdra resurfaced and its body rapid spin and a wave of Twister hit Ninetales. Strangely, Ash did not give the order to dodge but let it stay there. Kingdra, dive into the water and use agility. In that case, it's you, Ninetales. Ash was not polite and sent out his first Pokémon. Ninetales stood on the ground, staring at Kingdra in front of him with bright eyes. Is this Ninetales? Claire looked at the Ninetales in front of her and couldn't help but wonder because in her impression, Ninetales' hair is all yellow. Why is this one so different? This is what I prepared for you for this game because you are a trainer of Dragon-type Pokémon. Since you want me to go all out, I will naturally not be polite. Ash smiled. As for why it is different, Ninetales use Ice Shard. Ninetales' 9 tails shook slightly and countless ice cubes appeared and floated around in an instant and then moved again and the ice cubes hit Kingdra. Kingdra, get out of the way! This sudden attack caught her off guard, but Claire's reaction was still fast. Kingdra also dodged the attack by diving into the water. As a Dragon-type Pokémon trainer, she naturally knew the weaknesses of the Dragon-type, so it was obvious that Ash was prepared. In the first match, Ash defeated Claire's Kingdra with Alola Ninetales by virtue of his attribute advantage, and won the first victory. In the second match, Claire sent out her second general, Gyarados, and Ash also sent out his blood-red Gyarados to participate in this match. Is this the Gyarados that caused trouble in Mahogany Town? It was really subdued by you, Claire said. Then let me see if you can really make good use of it. Gyarados use Hydro Pump. Gyarados, let's use Hydro Pump too. The two hydro pumps collided in the sky and then formed a sky full of water splashing on the ground, which also meant that the game officially began. Gyarados use Aqua Tail. Claire took the initiative. Even in the face of such a demon, her Gyarados was not willing to be outdone. After a roar, the long tail emerged from the water with water entangled on it and hit Ash's Gyarados 24. Gyarados splash and use Whirlpool. Ash's Gyarados has been trained many times in Professor Oak's backyard and has excellent reactions. It can be seen that its long body splashes from the water surface and then its whole body spins, forming a fierce water flow that traps Claire's Gyarados inside. Gyarados don't lose, use Twister. It must be said that the combat awareness of this Gyarados trained by Claire is also very good. It opens its eyes hard and then spins its whole body, but after it spins, it is a strong twister which breaks the whirlpool in one go, and Ash's Gyarados is also swept into the sky. In this case, Gyarados used this wave to use Surf. The blood-red Gyarados roared, and its long tail hit the water flow rolled up by Twister. These water flows instantly turned into waves and hit Claire's Gyarados. Now Waterfall Crunch. At this moment, Ash's blood-red Gyarados exuded a terrifying aura and instantly pressed towards Gyarados, then it opened its bloody mouth and bit its own scales. Roar! Claire's Gyarados roared in pain. Gyarados use Outrage. Miss Claire's Gyarados lost its combat ability and Ash's Gyarados won. Old Man Kabu announced the result. The orange Destruction Light and the blue Dragon-type energy collided with each other, and then the blue Dragon-type power directly overwhelmed the Destruction Light and hit Gyarados, making it lose its combat ability. What? Boom! The double damage of the same Dragon-type instantly killed Dragonair. When the light dissipated, Mega Blastoise stood on the field in a brand new posture, and the 3 steel cannons emitted bursts of cold light which made people shudder. In the first game, he lost due to Attribute Restraint. In the second game, he lost due to Momentum. In the third game, he lost due to Bond and Mega Evolution. In these 3 games, Ash used all his strength to fight against him, which made her feel respected. That light is, although she had heard about it, Claire was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. Ash won the game with a score of 3-0 and Claire was convinced. Dragon Pulse. After Claire's Gyarados used Outrage, its eyes turned blood red and then it shook hard and broke free from Ash's Gyarados, and then while it landed, destructive death light began to gather. Someone stole the Dragon Fang. Dragonair lost his ability to fight and Blastoise won, so the final winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Sure enough, it was a Dragon-type move. This skill was the same as Thrash's skill, but in terms of strength, Outrage's move would cause more damage to rival, and at the same time it would cause more damage to itself. It's bad, Miss Claire. Respond to my heart. Blastoise Mega Evolution. Mega Blastoise's 3 steel cannons gathered powerful Dragon-type power at the same time and fired at the same time. The 3 forces gathered together to form a huge blue dragon. To be continued. Miss Claire, since you want me to go all out, then I will naturally use all my strength to complete this last battle, and this is my full strength. However, this attack was blocked by a mysterious light. As a result, before Ash and Claire had more exchanges, a staff member of the Blackthorn Gym suddenly broke in. That's right, Ash taught his Gyarados this Dragon-type trick. After all, in front of a Dragon-type gym, he had to use a Dragon-type trick to show the greatest respect to the gym trainer. Ash! Misty Zyoging also shouted after seeing this. This could be said to be the most critical moment, but Ash did not panic at all. Instead, he gave orders decisively. Gyarados, well done! Ash clenched his fists and praised. To be honest, he was a little nervous because he was a little worried whether the power of Dragon Pulse would be fully exerted. As it turned out, Gyarados lived up to Ash's expectations. It turned out that it was the light produced by the connection between Ash's Evolution Keystone and Blastoise's Mega Evolution Stone. Before Claire could react, Ash's order was issued. Mega Blastoise Dragon Pulse, one shot decides the outcome. But it's too late. After Kabu announced the result, he looked at Miss Claire. Miss Claire, Ash's strength has exceeded our imagination. The last attack just now would not have been possible without strong trust and bond. He could also see that there was undoubted trust between Ash and each Pokémon, so no matter what order Ash gave, Pokémon would execute it unconditionally, which also led to the diversification of Ash's tactics. Miss Claire nodded. Yes, Ash, your trust with Pokémon really makes me jealous. I think you guessed the last Pokémon. Ash took back Gyarados. For the last battle, he would send out his first Water General Blastoise, and Claire's last one was of course the newly evolved Dragonair. It's decided to be you, Blastoise. The last battle, Dragonair versus Blastoise. Dragonair, use Thunder. The blue crystal bead on Dragonair's neck flashed, and a thundercloud gathered in the air in an instant. Then a yellow lightning struck Blastoise. Is this Mega Evolution? Ash, congratulations on your victory. Now you can make your previous request. Well, actually my request is... Oh no, Miss Claire, someone stole the Dragon Fang. After the gym match, when Ash was about to make his request, a panicked staff member ran in and said that the Dragon Fang was stolen. What? Where are they now? Claire asked hurriedly because the dragon fang was an important treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Blackthorn Gym. If it was lost, Claire would be the biggest sinner. They are fleeing in the direction of the dragon cave. In that case, Miss Claire, we will go with you to take the dragon fang back because I have already guessed who stole it, Ash said. Then Ash and his group rushed over. After arriving at the lake, they saw the Rocket Trio riding a speedboat and the Blackthorn Gym staff were chasing them closely. Let's go up and help. It's decided that it's you, Gyarados Blastoise. Please, Dragonair. Ash and Misty sat on Gyarados' head together, and Zyoging sat cross-legged on Blastoise's shell. Claire and Kabu sat on Dragonair's body and floated in the air. The Dragon-type Pokémon itself has a strong physique. After resting in the Pokémon Ball, it returned to its original state. Everyone assisted the Pokémon's power to catch up with the staff of the Blackthorn Gym. As for the matter of taking back the Dragon Fang, it was left to them. Miss Claire, my request is to go to Dragon 6 to pick a Dratini. Ash took this opportunity to express his request. Claire thought about it and nodded. Ash, I can agree to your request, but we have to wait until we get the Dragon Fang back. The place they are going to is the Dragon Cave and the end of it is the Dragon's Den. It's up to you then. Okay, after Ash agreed, they gradually caught up with the Rocket Trio. Team Rocket, before I lose my strength, quickly get the Dragon Fang back, otherwise you know the consequences. As he said that, Ash gathered the wave power in his hands, and then with a flick of his right hand, many poker-shaped energy bodies appeared. Everyone knows the source of this. Jessie saw what Ash had in his hand, and noticed that the red Gyarados was a character that was not easy to mess with. She was anxious. Can you hurry up, James? This is already the fastest, James said helplessly after looking at the dial that had already reached the end. Suddenly Meowth's eyes lit up and he pointed ahead and said, Look there, let's escape there, Meow. The direction it pointed to was the Dragon Cave. The Dragon Cave was a complex cave formed by the dragon Pokémon that had caused trouble before. It was very difficult to walk through. After passing through it, you will reach the Dragon Sanctuary, which was where Claire and Dew practiced before. Miss, the Dragon Sanctuary is a paradise for dragon Pokémon. We must not let the scoundrels like Team Rocket go in and make trouble, Kabu said firmly. I know, Claire and everyone quickened their pace. Ash, the Dragon's Den you want to go to is at the end here and the Dragon Sanctuary is under the 10 waterfalls in the Dragon Wood. On the other side, Team Rocket's speedboat fell on a waterfall and broke into pieces, and the trio also came to the Dragon Sanctuary. What a disgusting feeling. After the trio fell into the Dragon Sanctuary, they thought they were smashed to pieces, but they felt that they were supported by a pair of broad arms. This is Dragonite. Dragonite, why did you save us, Meow? Meowth asked. Dragonite roared a few times with a smile and Meowth said to Jessie and James after listening. It said that we should help each other when we are in trouble, Meow. Anyway, thank you for saving us. Dragonite nodded, then roared a few more times at them, but his attention was on the box behind James. It said there's a dragon fang smell in it. Jessie and James' hearts tightened immediately. Could it be a bad feeling? No, this situation can be used. Next, it was the Rocket Trio's performance time. If Ash saw it, he would definitely applaud after eating popcorn. To be honest, this kind of acting can't fool Ash, but it can fool Dragonite, who has lived for 100 years. Sure enough, they gained Dragonite's trust. At this time, Ash came here first. Seeing the Rocket Trio standing with Dragonite, he frowned. Rocket, did you really use Dragonite? When he came here, he asked Grandpa Kabu about the guardian of this place, Dragonite. It is said that it is the previous generation of Pokémon in the Blackthorn Gym, responsible for guarding this holy land. It is a kind-hearted Pokémon, but now it is used by the Rocket team in turn. Rocket, how did you get Dragonite? Misty also ran over to question Chi. What responded to her was a beam of destructive death. Ash immediately put up a barrier to block the attack from the king, and Dragonite took the opportunity to fly away with the Rocket Trio. Claire and Kabu also rushed over, and after seeing that Ash and the others were fine, they apologized to them. I'm really sorry. Ah, Ash, you really guessed it right. Kabu also sighed. Dragonite must have been confused by the Rocket team, so he attacked you. Ash shook his head. It doesn't matter, I think, since Dragon Fang is still in the hands of the Rocket team, Dragonite will never take them out of the sanctuary. After all, as the guardian god guarding this place, it will never allow Dragon Fang to leave the dragon sanctuary. Pika, at this moment Pikachu shouted, and Ash also felt a very familiar wave and couldn't help but look up at soaring in the sky. So you are here too, roar. To be honest, excluding the captured legendary beasts, Charizard is undoubtedly the #1 among Ash's Pokémon at present, because it is the first Pokémon to establish a bond with Ash and successfully have a bonded form. Of course, there may be more in the future, but no one can shake the position of the old spray. Charizard, Misty exclaimed. For them, they have witnessed Charizard's growth step by step to become Ash's strongest trump card Pokémon. Now its appearance. Ash had good eyesight and noticed the fire and gunpowder smoke in the distance at a glance, and immediately thought of the worst possible situation. There were other Pokémon living there. If this continued, the Pokémon would be in danger. Ash is always like that, always the first to rush forward when encountering something related to Pokémon. Misty Zyoging was not surprised at Ash's ability to act because she had seen it too many times. Is undoubtedly the most surprising. I didn't mean it, please spare me. Good boy, you have grown a lot recently. Through the fist fight just now, plus the Eye of Exploration, Charizard's current qualifications have broken through purple and reached the point where orange gradually deepens. In time, he may reach red or even black. Following closely behind Charizard, there is also a fire dragon wearing a pink bow and a little sister is standing on it. That is Miss Jai Ki, the head of Charizard Valley, and her mother Charizard Lisa. Hi, how are you? Jai Ki descended from the sky and high-fived Claire. It can be seen at a glance that they have a good relationship. Then Jai Ki looked at Ash. I didn't expect to meet you here, Ash. No wonder Charizard's speed suddenly became faster. Thank you for taking care of Charizard for a long time, Ash also said. Hearing this, Claire also understood, so this Charizard is the Charizard with a new posture, right? Charizard's unique bond posture is no longer a new thing. Professor Oak and Watari knew that Ash's Charizard had beaten Entei in the Crystal Tower. So it wouldn't be surprising if Zio Bang knew about it. Yes, I'll keep it for him and let him practice in Charizard Valley. Jai Ki nodded and explained to Ash. Claire and I have been good friends since childhood, so I often bring Charizard from Charizard Valley to practice here. Isn't this a good place for Charizard to train? Yes, Ash thanked again. Thank you for your trouble. I should be the one to say thank you. You let me see more possibilities of Charizard. Oh, by the way, how did your gym challenge go? Of course I won, and Ash won all the one-on-ones except for the badge, Misty said first. Yeah, I was defeated in this gym battle. Claire shook her head and said, speaking of badge, Ash, come with me. I'm going to take you to the Dragon Temple. If you want to enter the Dragon's Den, you need the Rising Badge. The destructive death ray hit them mercilessly. Here, an important artifact called the Flame of Prayer is enshrined, which is a symbol of the protection of the sanctuary by humans and dragon Pokémon. What you said makes sense, then let's go now. Claire and Ash were going there to take down the badge of the Flu Museum, the Rising Badge, hanging on the wall of the Dragon Temple. Claire nodded and the group's pace quickened again. In ancient times, when Pokémon were still considered a threat like nature by humans, people built this small temple to pray and live in peace with Pokémon. The Rocket Trio had no idea what the flame symbolized. They only saw that the container holding the flame was made of gold. They thought that the flame must have some extraordinary meaning, so they wanted to take it away. This sound can it be? The fire is on. But no matter how they apologized, Dragonites seemed to be unable to hear them at all and continued to shoot destructive death lights at them. At this time its outrage rose up, causing indiscriminate attacks. No, Miss Claire, we'll go first. Charizard, Ash waved his hand and Charizard flew to his side in tacit understanding. Ash immediately rode on it and accelerated in that direction. After the loud dragon roar in the air, Charizard flew down and punched Ash. To be continued. As a result, James Flashfire burned himself and accidentally dropped the golden plate into the flower bed and picked it up 10 times. Until now, the flame is still burning. You know, it has been burning for 500 years, representing an incredible fire. Ash frowned. Now is not the time to talk about this. We must try to get to the Dragon Temple before them. Could it be that Dragonite really took Team Rocket to the Dragon Temple? If so, how can I face my ancestors? At the same time, they also heard Dragonite's low roar. The Dragon Temple is a small temple located by the lake deep in the sanctuary. Don't look at the small temple, but the evil wind is strong. No, although the temple is small, it is very old, as if to destroy this place. Oh no. This is a familiar sound to Ash. Ash smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand without even looking, blocked a flamethrower, and then turned to look at soaring in the sky. So, it's you. Ash also understood instantly, and gently aligned his fist with Charizard. And the development of things was just as Ash expected. Dragonite brought the Rocket Trio to the Dragon Temple and told them clearly that there was something very important inside. Miss Claire, if you go to the Dragon Temple, you'd better go quickly, because Dragonite is likely to take the Rocket Trio there. After all, they have Dragon Fang on them. If they encounter any accidents, it will be bad, Ash said, because he remembered that in the original book, Dragonite brought the trio to the Dragon Temple and then accidentally set the flower bed on fire. In the end, Dragonite had an outrage and almost beat them to death. This is the way of greeting that is exclusive to the two of them. Seeing that the place he liked was destroyed by these people in front of him, Dragonite was so angry that he opened his mouth and shot a destructive death light. The powerful power and destructive power of the dragon system burst out in an instant. As the saying goes, if a dragon is outrageous, it will die. And starting with this sentence is to explain one thing. As we all know, the patron saint of the Dragon Temple is Dragonite. Dragonite is a Pokémon with a gentle personality, but this does not mean that it has no temper at all. For it, if its favorite place is destroyed, it will also be angry. For example, now, because Dragonite is too kind, he accidentally brought the Rocket Trio who stole the Dragon Fang to the Dragon Sanctuary. As a result, these three people are troublemakers and accidentally knocked over the basin containing the flame of the sanctuary. Then this place was set on fire. As a result, the trio was chased by the Dragonite who was outrageous. They fled in a panic with their heads in their arms. Dragonite kept sending out destructive death rays. It seemed that he would never give up until the rocket's main country was destroyed. Therefore, the fire in the vicinity is also spreading. The Pokémon here were also running around. The guardian god they admired and respected the most before had now become a god of destruction, bringing a fatal blow to this place. Jessie released Wobbuffet in a panic. Wobbuffet, please, you must succeed, use the return punch. Now they can only pin their hopes on Wobbuffet. If the return punch succeeds, they can still have a glimmer of hope. However, the destruction of the death ray is a special attack, and Wobbuffet's return punch cannot bounce it back. 3 people and 1 Pokémon, no, 2 people and 2 Pokémon were hit hard and flew out. Now they were completely scared because they felt that death was so close to them for the first time. The trio was covered with wounds and knelt on the ground. Please, Dragonite, let us go. We know we are wrong. They kept kowtowing while saying this, and it was obvious that their attitude was still quite sincere. But Dragonite didn't listen to the explanation at all. Those who destroyed their home must be severely punished. So the destruction death light condensed from its mouth again. Just when the 3 of them hugged each other and trembled to welcome death, at the critical moment, the destruction deathlight was blocked by a huge figure. It turned out that Ash and his Charizard rushed here without stopping. As soon as they arrived, they saw the embarrassed look of the Rocket Trio, so they asked Charizard to fly over and block them. Ash reacted very quickly, and in an instant he came in front of Claire, and with his hands, a rectangular blue barrier blocked the ray of destruction. Is that another form of Charizard? Claire had just finished the fire at the Dragon Temple when she saw this scene that she would never forget. Dragonair, go help Miss Claire. After Ash finished speaking, he stared at Dragonite with gloomy eyes. Be honest, Charizard, Dragon Claw. Team Rocket, look at the good things you have done, Ash said to them with rage. Dragonite, what's going on? As a trainer of the Blackthorn Gym, Tsubaki has a good relationship with this Dragonite. Ash, boss. The trio breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him, and they were finally able to survive. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Then Claire took Mr. Kabu away, leaving only Ash and Charizard here to confront Dragonite. At this moment, Ash and Charizard were united in mind and spirit. Charizard roared and turned into a ball of fire, and then the fireball was broken by Shisong's strong claws. Pikachu nodded and took Meganium and Eevee to organize the evacuation of Pokémon in the forest. Ninetales and Blastoise used Rain Dance at the same time. The fire has been significantly reduced. Blastoise took Gyarados and Ninetales to put out the fire everywhere. Please give me flowers. Just after Ash did all this, Claire and Misty Zyoging and others came late. Miss Claire, Dragonite is now in the outrage contest condition and no longer recognizes you. The best way at the moment is to calm it down. Ash took back the barrier and then spread his hands, and many circular halos trapped Dragonite and tied its mouth to prevent it from continuing to release the ray of destruction. However, the Dragonite is now in the outrage contest condition. Not only does it not recognize Claire, but it is even more disgusted by her approach. After all, if the three of them were missing, the trip would still be meaningless. Since you are trapped in outrage and can't smelling salts, I will wake you up. After Dragonite came out of the lake, he saw that everything around him had turned into a scorched earth. His beloved place had become like this. He suddenly realized how stupid his actions were. Ash put Dragon Fang back on his back and released all the Pokémon he was carrying. After Ash's Pokémon saw this scene, they also shouted to cheer for Charizard. Pikachu, Eevee, Meganium, you take the Pokémon here to a safe place, no matter what method you use. Blastoise, Gyarados, you are responsible for organizing the firefighting. Ninetales, you use Rain Dance to help them put out the fire. After the battle just now, Ninetales actually learned the move of Rain Dance, which is also a pleasant surprise. And now, the Dragonite in front of him saw Charizard blocking it and transferred its anger towards Team Rocket to Charizard. DS! Guess what method Ash will use to restore the Dragon Sanctuary to its original state? Hint. It is related to a certain character's special skills. If you guess correctly, there will be an additional chapter to enter the theater version of the Lati-Yas siblings. Bang! Dragonite also broke free from the Waveguide stop ring released by Ash at this time, and looked at Ash and his Charizard with an unusual rage in his eyes, then suddenly flapped his wings and flew away, and the pair of wings behind him flapped violently and once whirlwinded Dragonair who stayed here. It seems that this can't hold for long, Ash said. Miss Claire, the Dragon Temple is left to you, this place is left to me. Dragonite, it's me, Claire. As a result, what Dragonite said was a merciless ray of destruction. Charizard flapped his wings and flew, and his claws formed a cyan dragon claw, and he knocked Dragonite down with one claw. Stop talking nonsense, give Dragon Fang back. Ash stretched out his right hand, and they had to hand it over obediently. After Dragonite felt that he was tied up, he flew around, and his arms were still trying to break free from the restraints of the stop ring. Charizard, let it see our bond. Dragonite's outrage contest condition was successfully removed by Ash and Mega Charizard bond form, and Smelling Salt's contest condition was restored. Then, he saw that his beloved place was destroyed by himself, and he regretted it because he still remembered what he had done at that time. After seeing this scene, the Pokémon in the sanctuary also came out of the corners of refuge and came to Dragonite to comfort this guardian. I think those kids also understand that Dragonite is not to blame. Claire couldn't help but explain when she saw this scene. At this time, Jaiki and the others also rushed back, and this incident was perfectly resolved. Speaking of the culprit, Misty looked at the Rocket trio with a rage. It's you! The trio's heart skipped a beat. It would be great if Dragonite's anger could be calmed down. As she said that, she moved her feet slightly, wanting to take the opportunity to sneak away. As a result, a bunch of countless playing card energy bodies flew over and instantly tied up the Rocket trio, and Ash still kept his hands outstretched. It was obvious that he did it. The trio struggled and found that they couldn't get away at all, so they pleaded with Ash. Boss, please forgive us this time because we returned Dragon Fang. Humph, since you finally came to your senses, I won't throw you out, Ash said gloomily. You just stay here and wait for Officer Jenny to catch you and reflect on your actions. As for your restraints, Officer Jenny will remove them as soon as you get to the Dragon Temple. After arriving at the Dragon Temple, Zyogang's Graveler held the golden basin and put the prayer flame back to its original place. Great, Miss Claire, the prayer flame has not been extinguished. After all, this flame has been burning for nearly 1,000 years. How could it be extinguished so easily by Blastoise and others? Yes, it's everyone's credit that the Dragon Temple was protected this time. After Claire finished speaking, she took out the Rising Badge and handed it to Ash. Here, Ash, this is the Rising Badge. You have made the greatest contribution this time. This is what you deserve. After Ash took it, he said, "Okay, the last badge, Rising Badge, I got it. Pikachu. Now you have the first key to Dragon's Den. As for Dragonite's recognition after the battle just now, I think it should recognize you too." Dragonite, Ash came to its side and gently stroked its head. Attribute, Dragon. Dragonite patted the Dratini's head and then the Dratini came to Ash. Is it possible that Ash wants to restore this place to its original state by reversing time? As a travel partner, Xiaogang saw Ash's intention at a glance. Feeling the eager gaze in its eyes, Ash nodded, then took out the Pokémon ball. "Please give me your advice, Dratini." Dratini stretched out his head and gently touched it and was taken into the ball. "Okay, I have captured Dratini. Pikachu, to be continued." The future Dragon General Dratini came to report. The next one, if nothing unexpected happens, will be the Laisha's brother and sister movie version. Everyone please support it. "But if that happens, his body," Misty said worriedly. "Roar!" Dragonite shouted happily when he saw his favorite place restored to its original state. After getting the badge, he left the Dragon Temple, but what caught everyone's eyes was just a scorched earth. "Ugh!" Dragonite called a few times out of thin air and the Dratini appeared in front of Dragonite again. "Misty Xiaogang, you and Miss Claire and Miss Jai Qi should step back a little. If you don't avoid it in time, you will be easily hurt," Ash said solemnly. Dratini, Dragon Pokémon. "Ash, you've worked so hard, you've done so much for this place." Claire didn't know what to say after seeing what Ash had done. It seemed that no amount of words could describe all that Ash had done for them. Ash shook his head and slowly stood up. "As long as everything is fine here, that's fine." Suddenly, Dragonite picked up Ash and flew to Dragon's Den. It seems that Ash has also been recognized by Dragonite. Claire had expected all this, so she didn't stop him. Dragon's Den is located on a waterfall in the Dragon Sanctuary. Even so, even if the people from the Blackthorn Gym want to find Dragon's Den, it will take a lot of effort, unless they can get the recognition of Dragonite, and Ash is such a person. After Ash arrived at Dragon's Den, he saw more than a dozen Dratini, molting and growing under the care of several Dragonair and Dragonite. After seeing Ash, these Dratini only took a glance at him and ignored him. And such Dratini are naturally not what Ash likes. Suddenly, Ash clearly felt a gaze looking at him. Ash looked in that direction and found a Dratini coil on a stone with a pair of curious big eyes staring at Ash. What Ash said was right, he didn't understand the true meaning of the word guardian. Ability, shedding 4.4 qualification, deepening purple. Dragonite was still sitting there, his eyes revealed an extremely sad look, because he also had an unshirkable responsibility for this incident. Ash looked at it, gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said, "Don't worry, Dragonite, I will restore this place to its original state." They nodded and then walked back a distance together. Even Dragonite flew up to soaring in the sky, watching what the boy in front of them was going to do. Then, soaring in the sky suddenly changed from day to night and night to day, and it kept repeating endlessly. Ash just walked over and suddenly it flashed and disappeared in front of Ash. If so, it couldn't be better. Ash was very excited at this time. He finally had his first Dragon-type Pokémon. Evaluation. A rare Dratini with Dragonite parents, so it inherited the Dragonite's extreme speed skill. It has a strong learning ability and is quick enough to react. It will become a powerful Dragonite in the future. What is this? With Ash's efforts, the burned sanctuary returned to its original vitality. Ash took a deep breath and then an extremely strong waveguide burst out from his body, and the momentum even blew up a violent wind around him. Ash also put down his right hand and his body was about to fall to the ground. Dragonite caught him. Everyone came forward and found that Ash's forehead was sweating a lot and he was breathing heavily. His eye sockets gradually became a little sunken and turned purple. Ash was not panicked because the skill just now was the extreme speed skill, which is an egg move. That is, no one can learn this move by nature or by learning, and it was born with it, which means that its parent 10 is a purebred Dragonite. Moves learned: Extreme Speed, Leer, Agility, Dragon Tail, Aqua Tail, Dragon God Dive. After countless days and nights, the flowers and trees regained vitality. In the scorched earth, beautiful flowers grew again. The burned trees also sprouted new buds which were soon covered by the grown leafage and then flowers bloomed. "Ash, do you have any ideas?" Misty heard Ash say this and thought he must have come up with something. Moves that can be learned. Safeguard, Dragon Dance, Twister, Blizzard, Destruction, Death Ray, Freezing Ray. Woo! Dragonite looked at the flower in his hand that was not burned and passed it to Ash. Although the Rocket Trio was the most guilty if he had not chased them madly at that time but had taken back the prayer flame in time, I'm afraid this place would not have become like this. "Waveguide Star Drive!" Ash shouted, and the dragon energy here resonated with Ash's waveguide, bursting out with an extremely amazing power. The effect was that the whole world changed color. Then, he stretched out his hands, condensed a blue ball of light in his hands, and then held the ball of light in his right hand and raised it up. Countless particles instantly gathered on the blue ball of light, and everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Ash gained a lot from the event at the Smoky Den this time. The Rising Badge means that Ash has collected all 8 badges in the Johto Region Alliance and is eligible to participate in the Silver Conference. Secondly, he got the first Dragon-type Pokémon in his Pokémon team. This Dratini is not only of good aptitude but also has mastered the bug skill of extreme speed which can only be inherited from parents. In other words, this Dratini has pure dragon blood. "Pokémon Water Race?" Ash Misty said at the same time. It would be a pity not to participate in such a competition. Since there are still 3 months to go before the Silver Conference, there is still plenty of time. Perhaps, after it evolves into Dragonite in the future, it will become the Will General of Ash's Dragon-type team and may even become the most ugly card in the Dragon-type team. I said, "Ash, your efforts in Blackthorn Gym and Dragon 860 Domain are insignificant. Ash, if you rush from Blackthorn City to New Bark Town, I can suggest a route for you. Water City." Ash was slightly stunned when he heard this. In his previous life, he had watched this part of the theater version, and it was still a bit difficult to accept the final result. Although he finally gained the friendship of the mythical beast Latios, in order to save the Water City, its brother Latios sacrificed himself and turned into a new soul to protect this beautiful place. When he came out of the Dragon's Den, Claire, as the gym owner, entertained Ash and his group again and fulfilled her hospitality. 24. Ash, Claire saw Ash in a daze and couldn't help reminding him. Claire smiled slightly. "If you go, you can catch up with the annual Pokémon Water Race in Odomare. For Ash Misty, she should not miss it. Although it takes a detour, 3 months is enough." With the help of Kabu, Ash and his friends quickly arrived at the legendary Odomare. It was evening and they could register for the Pokémon Water Race. "Thank you, Mr. Kabu. They need to go back to New Bark Town first, go there to participate in the Silver Conference qualification certification, and then go to Silver Town." To be honest, after seeing this result, Ash couldn't accept it, because Latios lost his brother and the original Ash has never been to the Water City Odomare since this time. How lonely Latios must be here alone. However, it is late now and they are too late to visit it up close, so they have to go to the Pokémon Center to find a place to stay first, and then register for the Pokémon Water Race with Misty tomorrow morning. No, these things are nothing compared to your help to Dragon's Den, Ash. Because this place is also a regret that Ash wants to make up for, there are also flat-bottomed boats unique to this place on each canal. I don't know what unknowns are waiting for them here. After they have eaten and drunk enough, they will prepare to set off. However, we should still plan the route to register for the Silver Conference first. As the big brother in the team, Zyoging first thought of clarifying the next route. To be continued. Claire borrowed the travel guide from Zyoging, turned to a page, pointed to a place on it, and said, "Look, this place is called Odomare, known as the most beautiful city in the world. Because of the intricate small canals in the city, it is also called the Water City." After Ash reacted, he said, It's okay, but after hearing your introduction, Miss Claire, I have already conceived the whole beautiful place in my mind." As if she had expected Ash's reaction, Claire continued, "I have arranged for Kabu to prepare a speedboat. If you leave now, you can reach Odomare in half a day." Before leaving, Ash and the others thanked them specially. "Miss Claire, I am really grateful for your thoughtful arrangement." After saying goodbye to Mr. Kabu, Ash and his friends began to look at the scenery of Odomare. The architectural style here is unique. There are many small canals crisscrossing in the city as if all the buildings are in the water, which looks very unique. Another point is that although Dratini looks cute, that is just its appearance. Ash knows very well that once this Dratini bursts out with fighting spirit, not to mention other Pokémon, even its own species may not be able to withstand it. So this time, Ash must save this rule no matter what. Among them, a Winot followed behind Ash, and it seemed that it wanted to go with Ash. Of course, Ash did not hesitate to subdue it. After Audemare, he planned to send it to his mother Delia. It was good to accompany his mother instead of himself. Ash, the Silver Conference will be held in Silver Town at the foot of Mt. Silver. I look forward to your wonderful performance at the Silver Conference. Claire sent a lot of delicious food, which is undoubtedly the best during the trip. You're welcome, Ash. I should be the one to thank you. I wish you a pleasant journey. Miss Claire, I am so sorry. It is very easy to sign up for the water Pokémon race because Altamari is a tourist destination and the number of applicants for this event increases every year. Therefore, many residents here will provide equipment rental, which is perfect for Ash and Misty. Their registration was very smooth and they rented the right equipment. Everything is ready except for the competition. Misty's partner Pokémon is Corsola, and Ash decided to send Mantine to participate this time. One feature of the track in Audemare is that it is full of uncertainty because the waterways here are complicated and there are countless more corners. If you accidentally get the wrong direction and walk out of the corner, it will be more trouble than gain. Originally, sending Dratini with the skill of extreme speed was the best choice, but in the previous experiment, Dratini was slippery and could not be caught at all. After weighing the pros and cons, Ash asked Professor Oak to teleport Mantine here. It seems that he has not participated in any competitions with it since he captured it. Ash sensed it slightly and found that a Pokémon was helping them. It's a pity that Ash, who was originally in the lead, got the wrong direction of the track. At the starting point, 3 Natu spread their wings. After the last Natu spread its wings, the competition officially began. This handsome guy is called Rossi, and he was the champion of last year's Pokémon Water race. Although his partner Wailmer is only in the first stage, his body is nearly 2 meters. After evolving into Wailord in the future, his body will only be larger. Zioaging stood in front, looking at the figures of Ash and Zioalu. Ash patted his head gently. It doesn't matter, the speed is very fast and the performance is good. Ash, you are very fast, do you want to compete with me? A handsome guy passed by Ash. His Pokémon was a Wailmer, which was comparable in size to Ash's Mantine but slightly faster than Mantine. Ash, don't stand there, hurry up and catch up. Misty, who was standing next to him, also rushed up and said to Ash. Obviously, such activities also made her excited. Just now, many players were eliminated because they didn't know the direction and let their Pokémon turn the wrong direction. So, it is obvious that one of Ash, Misty, and Rossi must be the champion. However, no one noticed that there were 2 invisible figures soaring in the sky, following them quietly. It just so happens that we can also experience the most distinctive boat here, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone, the long-awaited Altamari Summer Carnival is about to begin. As usual, the water Pokémon race is about to begin. Now, isn't it the best opportunity? To be continued. After hearing Ash's encouragement, Mantine was happy and flapped its wings to express excitement. Latias and Latios in the sky saw that they were so happy and they also became happy and then disappeared. Ash raised his head and looked in that direction. Latias, we will meet soon. On the other side, the results of Misty and Rossi have also come out. Corsola's horn is slightly in front, so he won. Wow, it's incredible! Ash accelerated again and surpassed at a fierce speed. The commentator also reported the situation on the track in real time. The competition is about to begin. Who will get the glorious Audemare Medal of Excellence? Please wait and see. It's you, Latias, Ash thought to himself. There was also a Latios beside him. The brother and sister followed Ash and normal people couldn't see them. Mantine also understood the meaning of the sentence just now and couldn't help but lower his head in disappointment. He was really a little hit that he didn't win the first cooperation with Ash. Rossi also warmly invited Ash and his team to come to his boat, which is a way to celebrate the victory. Go! Ash shouted, and Mantine shook his wings as if he had telepathy and immediately surpassed everyone and took the lead. Here is a lovely picture of this pair of beasts for everyone to enjoy. Suddenly, Ash's Mantine seemed to be pulled by something. This time, Ash's speed increased a lot instantly. After all, it was considered an extra Pokémon to help. Mantine also accelerated and left Misty and Rossi far behind. However, Lacia's good intentions led to bad results because Lacia's was not familiar with the track, which led to Ash's Mantine accidentally pulling Ash out of the track. Lacia's and Lacio's did not understand the situation. There were stairs down the waterway and Lacia's and his sister hurriedly stopped. Ash rushed out due to inertia. When he was about to reach the stairs, Ash jumped to the path next to him. Haha, this is exciting. Mantine, speed up. On this day, all the people living in Altamary were paying attention to the competition. On the bridges at the starting point, it can be said that there were crowds of people and it was impossible to get through. As for why they say they have taken the lead, if you look down from soaring in the sky, you will clearly find that these three players have left the other players behind by several corners. The two beasts have been scheduled to join the team. After a while in the race, Ash, Misty, and Rossi have confirmed their leading position. If nothing unexpected happens, the top three will be taken by them. It's really great to be able to ride on the Audiobook boat. Ash and his group were invited by Rossi to sit on the boat and their moods were really different. To be continued. I wish you a pleasant journey. This is a sad story. Ash was thinking about whether he could reverse this ending with his current strength. Pikachu! Pikachu shouted happily. According to legend, Lacia's and Lacio's have the ability to transform into human form, but in fact, this is just wrapping their bodies with feathers and turning into human form through the refraction of sunlight. It was a very old statue and it was carved with the sculptures of the two infinite Pokémon of Lacia's and Lacio's. There was no other way because this shop was so popular, so the queue would take a long time. Even those who had made reservations had to wait here, not to mention that they had not made reservations yet. The gem in the middle is the treasure of Audiobook, Soul Dew. Okay, then Ash and his party listened to Mr. Rossi telling a story from a long time ago. Although it was a legend, Ash firmly believed that it must not be a legend but a true story. Just when Pikachu was a little disappointed, the faucet was turned on again and it was still a girl who turned it on. Originally, Pikachu wanted to rinse under this faucet, but the trainer of the previous water Pokémon turned off the faucet, and his own trainer did not come over, so he could not reach it, so he had to droop his ears. Okay, thank you for hosting us. This is a blue transparent ribbon as big as a plate engraved with the outlines of Lacia's and Lacio's, and there is a gem between the two Pokémon. It looks like the Pokémon version of two dragons playing with a pearl. A blonde lady sitting in the back was wearing a pair of high-tech sunglasses. In the field of vision of these sunglasses, the figure of little Stephanie turned into Lacia's. It's possible that he will use a large-scale psychic just like the last time in the Dragon Realm. I used the power of the waveguide to reverse time. However, although my plan is well arranged now, there is still a problem. Will there be some extra things due to the butterfly effect after my crossing, because he had already met these two Pokémon? Ash, look! Misty saw the statue standing in front of the museum and hurriedly said to Ash, "You're welcome. I was really surprised by your performance in the water Pokémon racing competition. It's my honor to have the champion of the racing competition ride on my boat," Mr. Rossi said with a smile while paddling the boat. That is Lacia's and Lacio's. According to legend, they saved our city. The people in the city firmly believe that they are still protecting Altamary even now. The waiting was really boring, so Pikachu had to go to square. Eevee saw it and gently pulled Ash. Ash naturally noticed this and thought that he might meet Lacia's transformed Stephanie at this time, so he followed. Of course there is an answer. First of all, he has the two great beasts Suicune Raikou in his hand. When he met Lugia and her son before, he was given a tidal bell which can summon them to resolve this crisis. The Master Ball on his neck can also be summoned to help them, but the price was that Lacia's lost 90 his brother. The purpose of Ash and his party was to rest and relax. Ash had collected 8 badges and could participate in the Silver Conference, so such food would naturally not be missed. Ash and Eevee also rushed over. When they saw the girl, Ash already knew that this was Laish's transformed, but there was no dark color on the surface, but he said to Pikachu. Pikachu, you came here, is this your new friend? Then he said to the girl, I am Ash from Pallet Town, thank you for what I did just now. The girl just came over, smelled the scent of Ash and circled around him a few times, then walked away. Ash smiled, interesting, Pikachu Eevee, let's follow her. Even if Laish's transformed into a girl about the same age as Ash, her mind was still similar to that of a little Stephanie. There is another reason. If nothing unexpected happens at this time, bad guys will target Laish's. Transformed into a Stephanie, it seems that she is Laish's. Behind the girl, a silver-haired lady driving a speedboat said with a special telescope. Forget it now, let's enjoy the time on the boat. Rossi was really convinced by the performance of Ash and Misty. Misty's Corsola won the game at the last minute and Ash's strength was even more unfathomable. If it weren't for the influence of external factors, I'm afraid Ash would have won the first place. Rossi said to Misty, hey, this is the Audiobook winning ribbon, how about it? Do you like it? Rossi was the champion of the last session, and this champion is really exquisite. So this is not an ability, at most it is a trick, but anyone with a careful mind can detect it, not to mention that these two ladies of unknown origin have high technology. After arriving at the small shop that Rossi pointed out, Ash and the others sat on the stools waiting for the crepes to come out of the pan. In the original work, the Laish's siblings were targeted by two bad guys and forced to open Soul Dew, which led to a great crisis in the city of Audiobook. Later, Latios sacrificed himself to become Soul Dew, which saved this beautiful city. And now Ash is recalling this part of the plot in his mind. Mr. Rossi, can you tell us the story about these two Pokémon? Xiaogang said. While talking, Rossi sent them to the shore. The crepes in that shop are the best in Altamari. You must try them when you come here. Where did you buy this dress, Latios? Yes, since you haven't done anything bad, why are you chasing after me? Just when they asked Latios, Ash appeared behind them at some point. The part in front of the cathedral is the museum that Ash and his friends saw on the ship. There are also two stone pillars of infinite Pokémon, which looks quite spectacular. This old man is naturally the part-time tour guide here, Mr. Ben Gray. They also released two Pokémon, the Sun Pokémon and Ariados. Obviously, the target was Latios in front of them. The circular ceiling is inlaid with colored glass and the pattern is very exquisite. It is simply an amazing device just by looking at it. You haven't done anything bad, why are you running away? Although the two young ladies were a little timid, they still sneered at each other. This Tower of the Sun and this museum were carefully made by ancient people to thank Latios and Latios for protecting this city, Ben Gray introduced. This device should also be built for peace. Although I don't know the specific usage, after several repairs, this device can still be intact here and it must be useful. Ash, the crepes are getting cold, come here quickly. Misty saw Ash and called him over. After Ash left for more than a minute, their crepes were ready because Misty and Xiaogang also noticed that Pikachu had left, so they could imagine that Ash must have gone to find Pikachu. Entering the cathedral, it was found that there were many statues of fossil Pokémon on the ground, which showed how spectacular the layout inside was. However, what even Ash didn't notice was that there was a small robot staring at them on the cathedral. Yes, the marble here is very special and you can see a lot of fossils. Just then, a kind-looking old man with a white beard came over and said, the two girls came to the little Stephanie transformed by Latios and asked jokingly. When Ash and Latios returned to the square, Latios disappeared in a turn. Latios had already sensed Ash's arrival, so after the restraints on her body were released, she was not nervous or surprised at all but came directly behind Ash. Next, please visit this side. After passing through the museum, Ben Gray took Ash and the others to the Tower of the Sun. After eating, they were going to visit the cathedral. After saying that, Ash took Latios and left. To be continued, Zio. Ash didn't care about this at all because there would be opportunities to meet again later. He and Latios, or in other words, the brothers and sisters of the Water City, had a destined fate. I say, you are all girls, why do you have to force it like this? As he said that, Ash gathered a flying knife in his right hand and then waved it casually, and the spider web tied to Latios was instantly cut into pieces. Pikachu and Eevee also rushed over at the same time, knocking Ariados and the Sun Pokémon away. So let's wait and see. Facing emergencies, he has plenty of ability to solve them. When Laisha saw the two girls in front of her reveal their identities, she turned around and ran away immediately. Don't ask if you ask, she is not good at fighting. Ash was right. Their target was indeed Soldew, but they had not yet regarded Ash as the real threat to their plans. Please give me flowers. Sun Pokémon, Ariados, the two girls exclaimed. They didn't expect that this boy who suddenly appeared would defeat their Pokémon in just one encounter. Kid, who are you? We are just checking her taste. It's a bit too rude to hit her right away. Really? Ash sneered. To check her taste, you have to let your Pokémon block her way. Besides, my courtesy to girls is limited to Stephanie, who I care about. Also, don't think I know nothing about you. You are the international thieves, Sana and Lion, the first in the thief world. It seems that you have some means. Hearing that this kid actually said his true identity, they were a little panicked. Kid, who are you? I advise you not to pay attention to Soldew. I may not be able to control you if you steal jewelry, but once you do something that hurts Pokémon, I'm sorry, I have to control you. Ash looked at the device and he naturally knew that this device was the device to open Soldew, but he couldn't say it, because once he said it, he would definitely be noticed. Wow, I didn't expect to see so many fossil Pokémon fossils here, Misty exclaimed. Little did they know that what happened later made them feel regretful. Oh. I am the Pokémon investigator, appointed by the Alliance. If you do anything out of line, don't blame me for being ruthless. This cathedral is solemn and majestic. After hundreds of years of renovation, it looks even more contest. It can also be seen how much people here respect it. It was also caught by Ariados' spider web, but its expression was not so panicked. Ash has been following Laisha's. After sensing that its mood is not right, he immediately followed it. Soon, its front road was blocked by Ariados and its back road was blocked by the Sun Pokémon.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.